Good morning and welcome once again to the Speed Tour from Lime Rock, our Memorial Classic, Memorial Weekend Classic. It's a beautiful weekend as well. The sun has been shining throughout this weekend and it continues today as we look high above this beautiful circuit built in 1957. And, well, you talk about classics, there is no more of a classic than Lime Rock here in Connecticut. And we've got SVRA, we've got TransAm, and we've got some single-seater action in FRP as well. Plenty to come, and it all starts off with SVRA, with Group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B, and 8. And the expert on that, of course, is the one and only Ben Sissel, and he's already up and running down on the grid. Ben, over to you for an intro to our first group races.
Welcome to the TransAm Memorial Day Classic here on the grid with my favorite group. I know I probably shouldn't say that, but anytime that there are small bore production British cars like this, beautiful, look at this Austin Healey 104. These have those factory slant windshields, a beautiful car. Mr. Malumian, is that right? Junior out here racing this thing, beautiful car. But with this mixed group out here, we've got some Miatas, we've got some Formula Fords, so this is groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Miatas. A crazy group, but it's beautiful weather here. We have a ton of crowds. I'm joined by the president, Dickie Regal, here at Lime Rock Park, and I got to say, as the kind of the marketing wing of Speed Tour, I've been so excited to come here because you guys have absolutely been destroying the marketing here with the TransAm Memorial Day Classic, and it shows. So big appreciation for all the work you're doing. It's got to be so exciting to see this many fans.
I got to tell you, Ben, it's beyond exciting. We work all year long to kick off our season with our partnership with TransAm and SVRA, and to have thousands and thousands of people here enjoying this spectacular weather. We have had 4 days of cloudless skies to welcome everybody here for some of the best racing on the planet. How can it be better?
Yeah. Oh, it's awesome. Memorial Day Classic, always a favorite here at Lime Rock Park, but it's generational, and you have your own personal story about coming here with your dad and then bringing your kids. How is that?
Yeah, this is a generational crowd here. We welcome families with grandparents, their grandchildren, all ages here, and it's personal to me. I came here with my son when he was 5 years old, and he turned around on that spectator hillside, and he turned to me and he said, "Daddy, this is the best day of my whole life." And I got a photo of him saying that. My dad brought me here when I was a kid, and that was what cemented my love affair, my passion for Lime Rock Park. So, again, welcome to these great fans who come here, old, young, in between, anywhere. You got to come to Lime Rock Park.
Oh, I love it. This is such a great, you can see, and we'll see from the drone shots, the beautiful hills. We're in a really pretty part of the country, kind of northeast Connecticut, for the TransAm Memorial Day Classic. But what I love about coming to Lime Rock Park, you guys have made a lot of improvements here with the autocross section, and it seems like you're doing a lot of improvements for the spectators and to get new people into racing.
You know, we're investing heavily here. I'm standing here with my partner, the general partner, Bill Rickert, and I, with Charles Mallory. You know, the first thing we did here was we invested in the asphalt. Our partnership at FCP Euro, we developed the FCP Euro Proving Grounds, and all of those investments are creating a better and better experience for our fans, our participants, our club members, anybody who's coming here. So we're making it work.
Perfect. I love it. Well, Dickie, thank you so much. It's going to be a great day here, the TransAm Memorial Day Classic. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you and rush up there to help announce my favorite group.
I got a feeling that Ben says that about every group, but I do know he does like the British cars. That's no question about it. We have a good laugh about that fact because I love the American muscle cars and he loves the English small bore cars. It's great. So we are getting ready for this group session, and as Ben confirmed, Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, Group 5, and just a few Miatas. So quite an eclectic group, but one that the idea in SVRA is that there's a little bit of parity, not 100%, but good enough to go racing as we take a look at some of the cars. There's Glenn Taylor in the 93. He's actually the pole man, did a 1:00.5 in that Club Ford PRS, and looking forward to racing hard against Laurent Fumet. Fumet, whichever you prefer. There he is in his Ginetta G16, that beautiful blue number 4. with the gold front. And everybody heading out. There's one of the Miatas. We've got two Miatas. Mark Murphy in the green and white Miata, and then we've also got Greg Miendl in another one. Austin Healey, Lotus 7, there he is in the background there. I see him. That's Cosme Fumet and Laurent Fumet. We've both got both of those gentlemen out there today. So a small group, but it kicks us off nicely. And as the president of Lime Rock was just saying, it has been an absolutely cracking Memorial Weekend. And in TransAm terms, we've been here 20 years of the 37 years of coming to Lime Rock, because we started coming here in 1967, and 20 of those have all been on the Memorial Weekend. So it is pretty much etched in stone that we come here when it comes to Memorial Weekend. And we've had a few wet ones, but this has been absolutely glorious. And from the drone, you really get to see the Sam Posey Straight, as it's named after Sam Posey, another one of the great heroes. Paul Newman was celebrating his 37th anniversary of racing here at Lime Rock this weekend. And through comes the 67. That is Matthew Goldsmith in that 912 912 Porsche. And Matthew in the all-yellow Porsche at the back of the group here, and they're just making their way around what we're calling the three-dimensional services left-hander for the weekend. And we'll bring you up to date with all the corner names, etc., as we go through. But these lovely shots from above really give you an idea of how this circuit is nestled beautifully in the hills here of Connecticut. The woods in the background, hills and so on. It's a beautiful drive in here as well. And these cars just seem somewhat appropriate, don't they? Tiptoeing through the forests of Lime Rock.
Uh-oh, looks like that Ginetta went to the back of the grid. Not sure if he didn't fire up.
He was last out. Yeah, I don't know why, but he was last out. Yeah,
he should have started second, so I'm not sure if he didn't get fired up or if that's where he's comfortable starting because of these Formula Fords up here. But that's a beautiful car there. Laurent Fumex in a Ginetta G16. That blue car there in the back to the left.
I don't know how you say this. The Fumexes, are they brothers, southern brothers, Cosime and Laurent?
I'm not sure.
But there's two.
Yeah.
Good. Good to see.
What a cool group here. My favorite, obviously, is that Austin Healey up front. But I like this Joseph Newgarden right there, the 67.
Yeah.
The shell in the Joseph Newgarden, I guess we can call it now, livery.
Yes.
And here we come up to the start.
So here we go. Glenn Taylor on the left-hand side of your screen in the 93 will lead the other single seat of that Swift DB1 of Duke Waldrop. And here we go. Across the strip they come, down the Sam Posey Straight for the first time into Mission Foods Turn 1. A little bit of a lock-up from one of the Miatas there as they dive in. The 25 of Mark Caralucci, excuse me, as they head through the three-dimensional services left-hander. And already nicely spreading out. Good clean start, and away we go.
And look at that Ginetta already in fourth place.
Yeah.
And I just got word from race control that he was actually putting his arm restraints on and just wasn't quite ready. So, safety first and probably having a great time out there because he should be up there battling it out with these Formula Fords. Right up there up front is Glenn Taylor in the Club Ford PRS, then followed by Duke Waldrop in that Swift DB1. But he's up there in third place right now as they come through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers West Bend.
Yep, and down the hill they come, down through the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill. And there is the 34. Sweeping through, Thomas McCormack in that MGB. And great stuff by the Ginetta so far. He has absolutely sizzled through the field in this first lap, has Laurent Fumex in that Ginetta.
What
and
a beautiful
it's only lap
car.
2. Yeah, it is a good car.
I was looking at it up close down at the grid. Beautiful car, such a low car, and it probably handles Lime Rock really, really well. This is kind of our small bore production plus the Formula Fords out there, but this car in Group 5 of that Ginetta G16, that probably is doing some times close to some of our Trans Am cars once it gets warmed up and going.
Yeah, no kidding. Lime Rock, of course, perennially a very tight and tough circuit, but it's also got some very high-speed momentum corners. So that's why it's a double-edged sword, is Lime Rock, because you've got to keep the momentum up, and there's not a lot of time to relax because you're constantly flowing around this circuit, especially out of this turn 7, the last corner here, the Bennett Bridge Hall downhiller. Now, that's a strange sight to see, but it is a good one.
Yeah, it's rare to see a Datsun Z versus a Formula Ford, but that Formula Ford that's up front, Duke Waldrop, that car is for sale. This is his last year racing in vintage racing. Faye and Duke have been longtime competitors with us. Faye is his wife and mechanic, and she won our amateur mechanic a few years ago. But that car is for sale with a bunch of spares, a spare engine for only $34,000. Obviously, it's a competitive race car, so there you go. If you've wondered how to get into vintage racing, that is a great class, Group 2, to get into right there. And
again, Mark Caroluzzi in the number 25 Datsun 240Z in second place. We've got another Datsun out there. He's chasing. Well, no, that's the first one we've just been looking at.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary sometimes to have these open-wheel cars with these production cars just because the visibility is different. Yeah. They don't race together that often, so that Datsun's probably pretty shocked by some of his braking zones, as is Duke looking in his mirror and seeing a Datsun usually isn't a very big car, that Z, but in Duke's mirrors, right I bet you it looks like a Hummer.
And a good run so far by Waldrop in third place, and the door's open. I hope he's not getting out. It's not over yet. He thinks it's over. No,
yeah,
it's not.
No, he's got to.
He should be able to do that.
You could see the pin on the door, so somebody didn't pin the door there. If Rick Malumian Jr.'s Austin Healey 104, and I'm sure he'll do that. But sometimes, that's a strategy. Make your car wide. That Miata of the number of Patrick Daly is going to have a hard time getting around when that door keeps getting open there on right-hand turns. And
so this battle continues. Ooh, the Miata just going on to touching the grass there from fourth place, but holding on. That's Caroluzzi. Down the hill one more time.
So there's the other Fumex of the Lotus 7 there.
Yep.
And how would you say that first name? Cosme?
I would say, I think Cosme sounds good.
And he is moving all over the place. I do think that this is their home track, and you can see him almost like knowing where all the bumps are, knowing where to set up the line, and there's an MGB Miata race right here. I love that because the Miata basically is kind of a modern version of the MGB.
Yes, that's Gregory Mendel at the wheel of that number 77. Field spreading out quite dramatically in lap 5 of 16, but Taylor still ahead, but only by 0.9 of a second, so it's certainly not a done deal yet.
No, in this battle that we were up front with the Formula Ford, great battle, this Miata and the MGB battle, but because this is such a mixed group, we would expect it to spread out pretty quickly, but it can't spread out that much. This is the shortest circuit that we go to every year.
Yeah, we've got quite an interesting collection of cars, basically mostly British and Japanese. Got the odd Porsche in there, the 912, that old yellow 912 of Matthew Goldsmith. We haven't seen much of him yet. Seen plenty
That's
of
the one 77. Right there, right in front of the Miata, the Joseph Newgarden, we'll call it, liveried car. And if you're watching on Speed Tour TV on YouTube, leave us a comment. Leave us a comment. Tell us where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. If you have some insight that we haven't said, let us know. And if you want to roast the announcers a little bit, here's your chance to roast the announcers. So I'm monitoring our Speed Tour TV YouTube channel, so leave us a comment.
Thomas McCormack in that 34 MGB, just going through shot. And now in his own little battle here, as we're getting into a nice little battle here too between the Lotus 7 coming across.
Looks like he's got, no, the door keeps coming open.
No, it's still opening, isn't it? It's not affecting him. But he's got more things to worry about now.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to get real close passing him on any right-hander turns, because here he comes, going to open up, get real wide.
Well, maybe the Lotus is going to come alongside and give him a quick nudge and just close the door for him.
Some beautiful cars out there. as they come through Mission Foods Big Bend up to Three-Dimensional Services Group left-hander, the only left-hander here on the circuit. And just to the right of that shot, looks like we got a local yellow here at the top of the hill. Not sure what's going on. But there's the Spitfire, and there's our leader.
Yeah, he's got quite a lead now, hasn't he?
Double yellow, looks like, as they come down the Bennett Bridge hole.
Yeah,
downhill.
The caution is out, so we've had some sort of problem. And as you can see, the flags are being waved, and we are officially under caution here. The safety car coming out. That, of course, our Honda Civic R, which we use for the entire season of both TransAm, SVRA.
So I'm hearing from race control they're going to wave that Spitfire by, the blue Spitfire. He came out one car too early, so hopefully this blue Spitfire goes by, and then he will have the leader. That Spitfire will be able to do a lap around and try to catch up. So now he has the leader, and there we go. So I'm not sure what happened to the Ginetta. I hope the Ginetta didn't have problems out there. That was currently third. Beautiful car.
Well, you've got to feel for Glenn Taylor. He had a substantial lead, and now it's all gone. But that's all right. We like that. Still haven't seen what the reason is for our safety car.
Well, see, Greg Amy, thank you so much. He's saying that the Fumex are father-son, and they are locals. And then we have Ched Com from Austin, your hometown, Jonathan. You can tell by Jonathan's thick Texas accent.
Well, I could talk funny if I need to.
And Bravalo's watching from basically the Road Atlanta area. And Jonathan, I think we're about to send it up to a break. We'll come back, but stay tuned, and we're going to get a word from our sponsors.
The Ridge Speed Tour returns to Ridge Motorsports Park June 9th through 11th, featuring the TransAm Series Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Oregon and Northwest Region SCCAs, and the Emerald Cup. Saturday, take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Labs. You do not want to miss the Ridge Speed Tour June 9th through 11th. Family ticket discounts and camping is available. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to ridgemotorsportspark.com.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park. It's our Memorial Weekend Classic here for the Speed Tour. It's a beautiful May day, and we're about to move into June, but absolutely resplendent weather as it has been all weekend. We're in our first group race of the day for our second day of racing. We raced on Saturday, we took a day off on Sunday, and now we're back here for the Monday Classic during Memorial Weekend. Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B and 8, and we're under caution at the moment, Ben, after what Glenn Taylor had done all the hard work, and now he's got to start again.
Yeah, and I'm getting some great insight here. Greg Amy's telling me that the number 77 of Greg Mindel and the Mustang are also father-son, and they are about a half a mile or so down the road, so super local. They can hear the track.
I bet they've got a fair few laps then under their belts at the famous circuit.
And listen to this. We've got somebody that says, good day. I was about to go to bed, but saw this is on. They're joining us from Melbourne.
All right.
Or as the Americans would say, Melbourne.
Melbourne,
yes, but Melbourne, Australia. So welcome. Tell all your friends.
Yeah, mate, get yourself a Vegemite sandwich and sit back. You don't want to go to bed.
Yeah.
Stay up with us. It's true.
I love this shot here that we're getting of the cars just popping up over the hill. That's kind of the jump sometimes in some groups, and it can really throw you off, because if you have any input in your steering and your front end lifts off and it lands with that input, man, we're in trouble. But, Jonathan, we're coming up here to a restart.
Yep.
So let's get your beautiful TransAm Memorial Day Classic restart voice going.
Okay. Down the hill they come then, onto the main Sam Posey straight, the great Sam Posey. Remembered forever here, and will be for sure. But it's the two single-seaters leading them away again, as we did at the start of this one. And the 62 of Waldrop dropped off, but will he hold and maintain this time? The Datsun looking for a way past, as he has been all race long. He's going to take the inside line this time, but again the 93 of Taylor cuts the line, but they're side by side through one, and finally Taylor does duck into second position and holds off
But
Caroluzzi.
Duke Waldrop up front. We haven't seen that yet. Glenn Taylor was up front, so maybe Duke's tires came to him. Again, like I said, that car is for sale. A race-leading car for sale for $34,000 with spares. Come talk to Duke and come race with us. And look at that beautiful Austin Healey and that Datsun, the 240 Datsun of Mark Caroluzzi.
Yeah, Caroluzzi in third. And then you've got, the Miata again going very wide. But then you've got this nice little battle between the Austin Healey and the Lotus 7.
He didn't close his door. And
no,
those
he's still struggling with it. He went for it then. He saw it this time. I think like you say, the pins just come out, or for whatever reason he can't close it fully. So, one lap completed at the restart, 10 in all, and still the two single-seaters leading the way in the Swift.
You can see he's got a toe strap under his front left on that Datsun. Not sure if that's his toe strap, but it's probably hanging a little bit too low to be his toe strap. Not sure what that is there. But, man, this is going to be a great battle here with these two Formula Fords at Duke Waldrop. Glenn Taylor, beautiful shots from up above with a huge crowd here on the hill watching this. And then we've got the Group 8 car of the Datsun, and that should be a Group 1 car, 1FP of the Austin Healey. And I love these mixed group classes here.
Yeah, this is a much better restart from the 62A of Waldrop, because he really wasn't in proceedings, and Taylor last time was off and running, but now he's struggling to stay on the same pace as Waldrop, so we've got a good battle between these two singles.
I don't know. He's got a good run coming down the hill. Took a good line. He's going to duck out here from the draft. He goes driver's right. Duke sees him in his mirror. He points to him. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. He's pointing like, here's where you want to pass me. And he's not going to do it.
Interesting. Well, he gave him the opportunity, that's for sure.
Maybe Glenn's seeing what kind of line Duke's running as they come up here to lap traffic. That's that beautiful 912 Porsche of Matthew Goldsmith.
Yep, Goldsmith in the 67, just staying offline and just doing his own thing and totally aware of what's coming behind him.
I love it.
And down the Newman Straight for the first time. We've mentioned it today. Paul Newman Straight, renamed the No Name Straight from, of course, those who know Lime Rock, No Name Straight for many years, but now named last September after Paul Newman.
And that's so fitting. Paul Newman, longtime racer here in the Trans Am series, I might add. So it's really cool to have that, really cool to see that. And here they come down the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill. And the car compresses here. If you're brave enough to stay on the gas, because the car compresses, giving you traction. You can see Duke telling Glenn to pass, and now it looks like Duke wants to follow him around, kind of like we saw with the Indy 500 yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't think we're trying to save gas or anything.
No. Taylor then back to the front, and Waldrop will now follow him for a few laps. But laps are running out now. The pair of them, though, pulling away from the third-place man, Caroluzzi. Malmian. Now, you had a better pronunciation. Malmian? You got it right at the beginning.
Malumian.
Malumian.
They call him Lou.
Sounds like some outer space kind of...
it sounds like how you guys say aluminum, and I think that aluminum door on that Austin Healey keeps coming open. It's a light door, but they do come open pretty easily.
Good work. So we're coming down to the closing stages of this one. This is our first Miata Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, and 5B and 8. Representation from each of those groups in SVRA. If you're not quite sure, there's the white flag. If you're not quite sure about how the groups all work out, you can go onto the SVRA.com site and look up the groups and get a rough description. But basically, these are small bore sports cars, production-made sports cars.
I mean, that Lotus 7.
He's got a right front kind of flailing as well. So
yeah, and I saw a piece of yellow something on the front straight, so I'm guessing that is the front of his fender. I hope that didn't happen with any contact. But look at this. There's Duke Waldrop from Texas. With a name like Duke Waldrop, you'd hope he's from Texas.
He's got to be from Texas, yeah. Well, he's lost the battle at the moment between he and Taylor. Taylor back in the front as he was at the start of the race. Waldrop will follow him home in second place, but it's been a good run by the 93 of Glenn Taylor. Had to settle for second place for a while, but then took the lead with a few laps to go and will now take the checkered flag here to win our first race of the day here at Lime Rock in that beautiful number 93. The pole man in the Club Ford PRS wins ahead of Duke Waldrop.
Look at that.
In second place in the Swift DB1, and third place goes to Mark Caroluzzi. Caroluzzi doing a great job in that Datsun 240. And eventually, I think bringing up the rear will be Mr. Goldsmith, Matthew Goldsmith. Not quite yet. There's the MGB coming across the line now. So a good run also by Thomas McCormick in that MGB. Well done then to Glenn Taylor. Nice little run out. Had to wait for a while, but can wave to the marshals and the fans out there. And there is Mark Goldsmith in that, Matthew Goldsmith in that 912. So that concludes our first group race, and Glenn Taylor the winner in the Club Ford, ahead of Duke Waldrop of Texas in second, Mark Caroluzzi in third, Rich Malumian Jr. in fourth, Cosme Fumex in fifth, Patrick Daly, Mark Murphy, Greg Mindle in eighth position, Thomas McCormack in ninth, and Tom Brown in the Triumph Spitfire, rounding out the top 10. Beautiful shot from high above this Lime Rock track. So that concludes our first race, but let's take a look at some of the highlights of what we just saw. Well, we got away to a good clean start. The two single-seaters side by side at the start, and Taylor pulling away. This was the battle for second and third place because Glenn Taylor was already a long way up the road. The Miata taking to the grass for a moment, but the Datsun in pursuit of Duke Waldrop. And the MGB having a good run in the hands of Thomas McCormick. But then we got under safety. As you can see, the flags came out. That gave us effectively another restart. And that also meant that Waldrop got his chance to lead the race, which he did well indeed. But as we came down to the closing stages, once again, Glenn Taylor picked it up in the Club Ford PRS and took it across the line to take the win ahead of that man, Duke Waldrop. So the crowd starting to file in here. You can see the car parks in the background. They're all over here at Lime Rock, and a lot of people actually camping out this weekend. Great place to come for a summer break. But it's not that warm in the winter, though. We are quite far north, after all. Plenty of vendors, etc. There's also a Paul Newman exhibition on, or there was yesterday. They are auctioning off two of his Daytona Rolexes. So that's something to look forward to. Look that one up. Sotheby's in charge of that. We're going to take a short break from Lime Rock. We'll be back in a moment with some more group racing from SVRA. Join us after this.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park and our 2023 Memorial Day Classic from Lime Rock. And a beautiful day, and Dickie Riedel and his team done a great job of preparing Lime Rock to look its best. And we are looking forward to our next bit of action. We saw some single-seater action just a moment ago from the classics, but now we move up a little bit more modern and we turn to our F1600s from FRP, and I'm delighted to welcome Thomas Schrag, who is the current champion of 1600s. He was with me yesterday and enjoying that one, and looking after Jack Sullivan, who put on a great show. So first and foremost, how did it go last night in terms of the debrief and chatting away? Were you happy with, I'm sure you were happy with the way Jack drove, yeah?
Yeah, I was pretty happy with how he drove. Obviously, there's stuff you can do better, but yesterday I didn't see a lot of people on the track looking around for any more pointers than we were. We were actually out there. They had a car show on the track. We walked around a couple times and had a little bit of a debrief last night, even into the late night of around 10 p.m. So he's been on it all weekend, and I know he really wants this.
How did you enjoy the 500?
I really enjoyed it because not only a Team USA driver.
That's right.
Yeah, he is part of that
Let's talk about
program.
that. Joseph Newgarden came through the ranks, and it's really important that we've just seen the Indy 500 won by Joseph Newgarden, and he started very much the same way you did. Try and explain to our audience.
Well, it's just, it's you follow by example, and he's someone, as my favorite driver, I look up to him a lot. So it seems like most of my favorite drivers, before I won Team USA, they actually had won the Team USA scholarship years before me, and I'm proud to be in that same program.
Yeah, what does that consist of? That's Jeremy Shaw's program,
yes.
And basically it picks young Americans for the future, right?
Yeah, he spots great young talent, and he's did a great job at that for several years, 33 I believe now. And I can't thank him enough for what he's did for me. He still gives me advice to this day, and he helps me out along the way. I appreciate it so much.
Well, we'll be going green very soon. Anything to talk about in terms of changes overnight, or anybody that we should be looking towards besides Jack Sullivan, who you've been helping?
Well, we have Puerto Rican actually at the fastest lap. I know he was in a battle as well with Jack and Eli Navarro for the lead on Saturday. I think anyone in the top 7 can be right there. It could be a 7-car pack at the front, or it could be 1 or 2 cars.
Here we go then. We're about to find out. Everybody nicely lined up here for our FRP 1600. Start of the race. Down the Posey Straight they go. Now, we've been given a green flag, but as you can see, they are not racing yet. So I guess we're going to do one more lap. Well, they've waved it off. Yes, as you can see, the yellow flag is out, so they've waved it off. Now, why would that be?
That looks like Jack Sullivan in the second position is not in line right now.
Ah, okay. So they will try to get him in a better line, but we'll do one more lap. That's the beauty of Limerick. It's such a short lap here that should only take a minute or so. So tell me about last season, because while we've got this extra lap, you won the series. How did it go? How many wins? Was it all plain sailing, or did you have a lot of competition?
I had a lot of competition. Hugh Esterson, Ayrton Houck, who's in this field, Jack Sullivan, Puerto Rican. A lot of these guys are still here.
Oh, Sullivan. That's the worst possible scenario. Jack Sullivan, who had glory yesterday, stuck. And I think he's stuck like he needs a toad stuck. Oh, dear.
Not good.
No, not good. And that's motor racing, folks. 0-0 in just 24 hours. I wonder what that could have been. It's a strange one, isn't it?
Definitely strange. He got off the grid, obviously, and made about a half a lap before the car came to a stop.
Well, big news already then. Jack Sullivan, who had planned to line up on the front row alongside Porter Aitken, has stopped out on track in his Piper DF5 from 2009. And therefore, that's why we were waved off for a second lap. As you can see, weaving from side to side to keep the grip, to keep the tires warm as they can. Still early morning here locally, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. We just heard that we got fans from Australia and Florida and Texas.
Yeah, I just got word that the 1.9 is off track and they're about to
tow it in. It's on the right-hander past the left-hander.
Okay, the right-hander past the left-hander. That's where it is. So it is Jack Sullivan. Yep, we can confirm that. We saw that ourselves. But that's why, effectively, we've got the safety car out there. So a bit of drama early on. So what did you guys talk about last night in terms of prep? Do you I guess you don't really do a great deal of change if the car's is running as well as it was yesterday.
No, the only thing you can really work on is if your tire pressures are a little bit out of range.
Yep.
Which I think a lot of people's were. Since this track is so abrasive, the tires expand at a really good rate, which makes it a little unpredictable for tire pressures come this morning. But you have to give your guess and, logical reasoning to what you think is going to be the best at the end of the race.
So officially, because we're obviously in the race, because we've already put a lap in, but we're under caution. Aitken leads, Steele, Navarro, Goikberg. Misha Goikberg in action yesterday in TA2, of course. But good to see Misha out there again. Hauk, who you mentioned, in 5th position. Perona in 6th. Bouquillon, is it Bouquillon? Bouquillon.
I think it's Bouquillon.
Bouquillon. There you go. 7th place. Kazuba, 8th. Naranjo in 9th position. Defonce in 10th. Now, we're ready to go again then. Minus Jack Sullivan. Away they go then. And this should give opportunity to somebody else to come to the fore with Jack Sullivan, who won yesterday's race out of this one. 3 laps gone of the 25, and they roar through the first Mission Foods turn 1. And what a beautiful sight from above as they file through and snake through into the three-dimensional services left-hander before they head towards the Newman Straight at the restart. Good clean restart, and it is Aitken, Porter Aitken leading the way in this massive field. And whatever happened to Sullivan, they just did not get him going. So it is terminal in terms of this race anyway. But that's motor racing, folks. Down the Bridge Hall, the Bennett Bridge Hall downhiller, and into that right-hander. Crucial corner here, getting the drive down that main straight, right?
Yes, I would say it's the second most important corner. The most important corner on this track would be turn 4. The exit off of that leads you all the way around to the big, long front straight. Turn 1 is the best passing zone on the track, and that's what you want to use to propel yourself to the lead.
Well, nice, good, clean start. And look at this, 5-way battle at the front. You could make it even 10 cars, really, because there's only about a car length between 4th and 5th place. But already at the front, it's starting to get nice and tasty. Aitken, Steele, Hauk moving forward. He's the man, the most on the move in the O2. He's up to 3rd place already. There he is in the light blue. There's Goikberg in the O3. Going through in 6th place. Down the hill once again they come, and this is superb racing. Look at this. 6 cars in that front group. And now all vying for position down the San Posey straight. Spreading right out. Port Aitken's going to try to keep as wide as he dare, but he's got to take the race line. They're going to try to go around the inside, the outside. Buquian on the number 83, holding off 2 more cars behind him. But this is fantastic. A freight train of FRP 1600s all going at it, and it's a 13-way battle at the front. Look at this. Superb. It's really anybody's race at this point.
Yes, as I said at the start, I think there's several cars that can win this, especially with Jack Sullivan out. You see the O2 of Hauk making a move on his teammate there. I'm curious to see if the Rice Race Prep teammates will work together or not.
Yeah, I asked you this yesterday. How, obviously vying for the lead, but how often, I mean, do you really want to lead it? This is a bit like the 500. You have to pick your moment, don't you?
Well, some people might say 2nd is the best spot to be coming to the finish line.
Hauk doesn't think so. He's got
true.
into the front. Everybody squeezing into the Mission Foods turn 1. And that was a little bit of a gaggle, but coming out of it, I think Hauk has taken the lead, and he has. So this group is 11 cars long. And the battle at the back of it is just as good as the one at the front. It's really good. Here we go. There's the first 11 cars. Really impressive. And that's Baxter and Naranjo in 10th and 11th. Colasacco in 12th, Shipman 13th, DeFonce in 14th, and Albany in 15th position as they all file under the bridge and into the final turn 7 here. The Bennett Bridge Hall downhiller and onto the main straight again. Everybody weaving to try to defend their position. Aitken again takes the middle line, but now he's in second place. Navarro up to second. Aitken drops to third. Just saw the 12 going through. That's Bob Reed in the Citation Formula Ford. Good strong group of over 20 cars in this. It's really impressive. And as you can see, very competitive. I've got last year's champ watching some of his rivals from last year. Who was your toughest rival?
The guy leading right now,
Yeah.
Ayrton Hauk. He was actually on Team Pelfrey last year. He gave me the greatest battles of the season, so it was great to race him.
Yeah, if you're going to name your son Ayrton, then he's going to have to be fast. Good racing name. So they all file through once again. 7 laps gone, and there's racing and battles going on throughout this field. Really impressive. Somebody's gone wide there at the exit of Mission Foods, but has got back out on track, but lost a lot of time. But it's still an 11-way battle, but Hauk, as you mentioned, is pulling away at the front. The gap 1.1 now, and he's kind of broken the back of this a little bit. Now, a bit like a peloton, will the others be able to work together to catch him? Led by Aitken. He's got back to second place. And that's all the way back to the 41 of Albany. That's 15th place. So that's how many people are involved in this massive group. Crossing the line again. And I think you'd agree with me, Thomas, this is a great way, this class is a great way to learn racecraft because all of the cars pretty similar and you're not worried too much about setup. It's more about racecraft and momentum, isn't it?
Yes, I would agree, especially at the end of these races. Your car is not going to win the race for you. You definitely have to outdrive the other guys, and if you don't want it more than them, you most likely aren't going to get it.
Wise words from our current champion. All the way down to 13th. That's Albany in. We're under caution again. So second caution of the race. So it's been a topsy-turvy one for those leading. And again, Hauk having put in some hard work at the start of this one. It's going to have to do it all again. And there's enough time anyway to have us go to green again. So, safety car is out. This our second race of the day. More to come from the Speed Tour here at Lime Rock. But we are once again under caution and everything's slowing down to processional. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, hopefully we'll resume from racing.
The Ridge Speed Tour returns to Ridge Motorsports Park June 9th through 11th, featuring the TransAm Series Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Oregon and Northwest Region SCCAs, and the Emerald Cup. Saturday, take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Labs. You do not want to miss the Ridge Speed Tour June 9th through 11th. Family ticket discounts and camping is available. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to ridgemotorsportspark.com.
Welcome back to Lime Rock. We've had an incident here and we're under caution again. As you can see, a nice view there, though, of the camping and parking and the RV park. Obviously, they use the kart track and the skid pan to park all the cars nice and neatly. And that is the very Lime Rock way. But we're under caution here in FRP. The 1600s. There's also the F2000s coming up later in the day. But we are very proud to represent here the FRP Championship joining us this year and a chance to see, well, it's quite an eclectic group. You've got youngsters like the man alongside me, Thomas Strag, who have won this championship last year. And what are you looking to do this year?
USF 2000, I'm a little late getting into it, but as I said on Saturday, Mid-Ohio is my home track, and I'm working on a deal for the IndyCar event there to race USF 2000 on July 4th weekend.
Fair enough. There's a nice close look, thanks to our mate Ron, of Eli Navarro in the number 3. Thank you, Ron. Going through the Mission Foods, it's a lot easier to catch them when they're going at this speed. Now, we've heard that incident is actually on the Newman Straight, so I think a couple of cars involved, so they'll be getting to that as soon as they can, or at least getting it cleared away as soon as they can, though at the moment we're ticking down the lap, so we may well finish under caution in this one, but that won't be a problem, I'm sure, for the man leading the way at the moment. The back of that group, the 21 of Gary, how do you pronounce that? Caselta. Ah. They look fun to drive, are they?
Yes, for sure. Without having wings on these cars, you really have to learn car control, and
right.
That is one of the main, education sorts of ways you need to learn the car. You get comfortable hanging it out there, being loose. If you're not loose, you're not fast, obviously. We do have in the cockpit actually sway bars that we driving.
Okay.
So we can tune the car a little bit to our liking as we're racing.
So what would you do then? So you say that, just explain what you would adjust and what that would make the difference
So
in the car.
when you soften the bars, you'll give yourself more grip. So most of these guys up front, they personally, since they're loose, they like really soft front bars and stiffer rear bars.
Interesting. Well, we've got a quick glimpse there of the number 11 going through shot. And Sebastian Matteo Naranjo in the number 80. But we've seen Eli Navarro in the 01 looking good. But all eyes on Porter Aitken. Jack Sullivan, if you just joined us, who won yesterday's race, sadly didn't make it on the warm-up lap. Had some sort of mechanical issue, couldn't get it restarted and had to pull out of the race. That led us to an extra lap pre-start, and then we've had now 2 cautions already in this race, so it's been hard one to concentrate on for the drivers, but a lot of it under safety like this. There's the 82 going through. That's Carsten Defonce in the McGow 1600. Now we should hopefully get this restarted again. The flags I can see still waving yellow at the moment, but they should come in. And I think we're staying yellow this lap. That's Robert Albany in another McGow, an SJ14H. So we are going to go for another lap. What about brakes? We can see them keeping the tyres warm. Do you worry about brakes not being warm enough or whatever?
At the start of the race, I would. Right now, being several laps into this race, I wouldn't personally really worry about it too much.
Okay.
Obviously, you'll see some people just weaving and cleaning off their tires, accelerating, braking, and making sure that they're ready to go for this restart.
Well, of course, synonymous with this circuit, Skip Barber. That's where Skip Barber began his race school back in 1975, and it's gone from strength to strength. And if you want to learn how to be a racing driver, this is a very good starting point, to be honest. You'll need some karting, or you'll need to get the idea of racing at close quarters, low down, and get used to the speeds and the basics. But this is simple racing, and much more about racecraft and about learning than it is about talking to engineers or setting up cars. It's all about pure racing. And there's enough going on as there is. I've driven one of these cars myself, and there's plenty going on at you. They may not look fast, but once you're that low down and you in the cockpit, you're moving. So double yellow's still out at the moment and just going through shot, just getting an eye full of several of the cars we haven't had a chance to focus too much on. That was Callum Baxter in the 65. He's also in a Miguel. A lot of Van Diemens and Miguels out there. The odd Piper, including the 2009 Piper DF05 of Porter Aitken. There he is in third position, or second position, I should say. Behind him, the 81 of Dylan Defonce. So they've been under caution quite some time now. And presumably you've got no radio contact like, let's say, TransAm. You're not talking to engineers, are you?
Yes, we have radios.
Oh, you
this.
do?
Yes. I've actually raced over in England as well, and they do not have radios over there, but they do have pit boards.
Okay.
So it's a bit different.
Do you... Yeah, which I presume you prefer the radio, right?
Oh yes, for sure. It's not a question.
That you don't have a minute and a half to wonder what's going on.
Yep.
Well, the flags are flying, even a flag chair. Look at that. Out for Memorial Weekend. And by the way, Lime Rock has had a Memorial Weekend tradition of coming out here to enjoy this particular festival of speed. So you've got some guys that have been coming here many a year to set up on the hill just above turn 2 and enjoy the scenery. Very, very picturesque part of the world for sure. Well, the light's still out on the safety car, and we're 13 laps in, so I've got a feeling, with Hauk leading the way from Navarro and Aitken, we may well be finishing this one under caution, because whatever the incident is, it has slowed down our progression here. So I apologize for the lack of racing, but safety first, of course. But Hauk might be on his way to a rather slow, but I'll take it kind of victory. What's the season like? Is it intense, or do you have a break in between to get prepared and do whatever else you need to do as an 18-year-old?
Well, especially this year, it's a little more intense. If you see the schedule, they're finished by the end of August. Last year, I had 2 months off before my final race.
Well, that's a long time.
It is. But I traveled over to England and back, and I flew back a couple nights before the race weekend at Pittsburgh, and dominated that weekend, had a good time, and then flew right back Sunday night. So it was still intense, even though I had 2 months off.
Well, listen, I'm sure there's a few dads and probably a few youngsters like yourself listening. What advice would you give to anybody who wanted to try to race like this at this level?
You have to get seat time. Seat time is something that I've always preached. My dad preached to me, and everyone that's helped me says seat time helps, and everyone knows that. I had tons of karting time. I karted for 10 years, and then I came into cars, and I was ready.
Well, good advice here from our current champion alongside me as we get ready to go racing again. And Hauk pulls away at the front, gets a great restart. He had to wait. Aitken goes into second place ahead of Navarro. This is going to be a sprint now to the end. Already the jostling for position begins. Aitken under pressure. Side by side for second place at the moment. He and Navarro still at it, but Aitken holding on for now, but losing time on the man who leads this race, Ayrton Hauk, in the Miguel GR. And this is great. Aitken goes back into second place. Navarro not giving up on it easily. Defonce right there in the fourth position. Goikberg behind him. And again, Navarro jinking out. He really putting the pressure on. This is good stuff for second, for sure. Hauk crosses the line. Aitken still holding on, but for how long? To the inside goes Navarro. Can't pull it off. Goikberg making a move. Bouquillon in sixth place now as they start to spread out even further. Great battles for both second. Look at this one for third as well. And again, they're all getting together. One big long snake down towards the Newman Straight. 2 long delays, but now we're back to racing. And now, I would have said, Thomas, this is the time to pull the pin. If you're going to do it, you got to do it now, right?
Yeah, you look at second and third right now. I'm actually a little surprised after yesterday and how much they battled. I think they've come to a consensus that they need to catch the leader. And if you're leading this race right now like Ayrton Hauk is, you do not want to see your teammate working with another guy.
No. And half a second is not enough, is it? You know, we talk about breaking a race or breaking away. Oh. Big off. 2 cars involved, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that was the battle for second place. So, plenty of drama in this one. No question about that. Be interested to see who bounces out in second place after that. So, we do know one thing. Ayrton Hauk still continues to lead. Now it's Goikberg in second place. So, yeah, we're under caution again, and I think Navarro and Aitken were involved in that incident. So a third caution here in this race, and that pretty much should put paid to any more racing from this group. But drama indeed. Thomas, I think they just touched, didn't they?
Most likely. As you saw, they entered. Well, they're waving at checkered now, so I guess they're going to call that finished. The 0-2 of Hauk is going to win it. Yep.
The 0-2 of Hauk wins the race. The checkered flag is out as predicted with another caution. Just not enough laps to run anymore. So Misha Goikberg will take second place. Defons up to third. Bouquillon on fourth position. Baxter up to fifth. Perona in sixth place. Colasaco in seventh. Defons in eighth. Zuba in ninth. And Shipman rounding out the top 10. Well, a dramatic race, but Ayrton Hauk was patient enough to get through the cautions and take victory. And Thomas, just like yesterday, a chance for you to tell us where we can find you and watch you and follow you and support you.
Well, I'm on all the social media platforms. Thomas Schrag on Facebook and Thomas Schrag Racing on Instagram. Thomas Schrag01 on Twitter as well. So make sure to go check me out and follow my socials, and hope you guys follow along.
And just in case you were wondering, he is a USA scholarship winner, just as the man who won the 500 yesterday, Joseph Newgarden, was. So the future bright. Ayrton Hauk also, future's bright for him. Another good win for him, ahead of Misha Goikberg in second place, Defons in third, Bouquillon on fourth position, Baxter, Perona, Colasaco in seventh, Defons in eighth, Kazuba in ninth, and Cooper Shipman rounding out the top 10 here at Lime Rock in our FRP 1600s. My thanks to Tom Schrag to come in and join us here for this one. I'm sure we'll see you later in the day, and you'll be out watching all of the other action as well, I'm sure. We need to get that man, Jack Sullivan, going again. He did not take part in the race, sadly, conking out, so we'll find out later what happened to him. But my thanks to Thomas. We'll take a short break here from Lime Rock. Join us after this.
Thank you for having me.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Welcome back to Lime Rock. Beautiful day here at Lime Rock, as you can see. The crowd just pottering around on the hill there. That's the traditional place to get the picnic out and get your chair out, get your tinnies out, and enjoy the day. Ben's never done that. He's always down in the thick of it, and we're getting down in the thick of it now because out comes our Group 6 and Group 12 races. Always popular races, this one.
Yeah, this is probably our crowd favorite group, and one of my favorite cars right there up front is Jack Bush and that Donovan Motor Cars here in Connecticut, that E-Type Jaguar that's the only one that did under a minute lap time. Right behind him is Ray Zisa that did just a minute 0.2. But we've got some great cars in here. Lots of Jaguars, lots of Porsches. This is a great handling versus horsepower group here. So Group 6 is basically American or European over 3-liter production sports cars and muscle cars up until 1972. Group 12 is the same thing, but 1973 or newer, big bore production race cars. So this is a really fun group, especially when you get in the fights with these Jaguars or Porsches, with Chevrolet Corvettes, Ford Mustangs. We've got a Datsun 240 in there. We've got a great mix of cars. We'll try to show all the cars, but look at that Jim Glass, that beautiful Corvette. I love these Donovan Jaguars. And, you know, it's funny. You're the British guy, but you tend to like the American muscle, don't you?
I do, but I do like the Donovan prepared cars, and this is synonymous in this part of the world, isn't it? That these guys are the ultimate specialists. So this is a big day out for them. And I've been to their garage in the years gone by of coming to Lime Rock and seeing how well they prepare these Jaguars. Beautiful.
Yeah, so now they're coming down the downhill, the Bridge Hall Bennett downhill, and we're going to give it over to Jonathan Green to do his world-famous starts.
Down the Samposi straight then, 2x2. This is Group 6 and Group 12. On the right-hand side, the Corvette, the Chevrolet Corvette of Ray Rissa. And on the left-hand side in pole position, it's the Jaguar XKE of Jack Bush, and away we go. And straight to the lead goes the Jaguar. Great acceleration there into the Mission Foods turn 1. Side-by-side action there as the Corvette loses out to the Mustang. The Ford GT Mustang of Ernie Lombarda taking second place as everybody gets through the Mission Foods turn 1 to get us on our way.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Ray Zisa didn't seem like he got a really great start there in his yellow Chevrolet Corvette. Usually can give Jack Bush a run for his money, and then Lombardo getting right by. So a little bit of a mix-up here in the front, but we love seeing these cars getting all the way through, now forming a train down Paul Newman Straight. Some beautiful cars, Jonathan.
Yeah, Paul Newman would have loved to be in this race in either a Datsun. In fact, he could have taken his pick. He'd have had anything. He'd have been quite happy. He'd have gone with the stealth look. He'd have picked some Volvo and thrown something big in it.
There's Victor Corda in that. Actually, scratch that. Let me see. That's John Coster in that Porsche 964 Super Cup. Oh, yeah, look at this battle here. Lombardo Bush. Lombardo, the more modern Mustang, out there in a Ford Mustang GT Group 12 with Jack Bush. Jack Bush, longtime racer here with that Donovan E-Type Jaguar. One of the most beautiful cars. I have a slot car of that car, actually.
This is great. Talk about rolling back the years. You've got a very modern car chasing down what is historically one of the great race cars of history. Back in its day, back in the 50s and 60s, the Jaguar was the choice of so many American racers. And in fact, I would argue that the Jaguar was probably the most imported car back in the early days of the 50s, back in 1957 when this track opened. Probably more Jaguars than anything else, long before the Datsuns and the Japanese made their onslaught.
It's hard to find, in my opinion, a prettier car than the C-Type, the D-Type, and the E-Type Jaguars. Yeah. Just, you know I love my British cars, but, man, those cars are just pure sex to me. I love them.
There you go. Bush, Avery, Ziza, Viola in fourth position.
That's a good pronunciation there. I wouldn't have ventured to guess on that one, Jonathan.
Well, am I right with Yorio?
So he's in the Porsche 911, it's saying. That's a very more modern Porsche. I would have thought that was like a 991. You know, they take that 911 shape like we talk about, and then they put more 9s and 1s in there. But Ray Zisa, now watch for him. He's in that what's called that young Chevrolet Corvette to move up. He kind of slow plays his game here, and I've seen it year after year here at Lime Rock. And once his tires come in, he might move up there. But look at this. He's being followed by that Datsun and that Porsche. Yeah, to me, that looks like a Cayman. And it's saying a Porsche 911. I don't know, though. You know, I don't know my modern cars. I'm sorry. But if you're watching on Speed Tour TV, I'm sure we've got some Porsche experts out there. So help us out here. And now's your time to correct the commentator. You know, I know you watch at home and you always want to do that. Oh, Lombardo off, Jonathan.
Oh, Lombardo quickly off. He must have had a failure of some sort. Probably a puncture by the looks of things, because he just pulled immediately to the right at the Mission Foods apex almost. So he's got out of harm's way. Whether it causes a caution or not will remain to be seen. But Jack Bush now out on his own. And, so big moment there for Avery.
Yeah. And I want to just thank Ernie Lombardo there, because he pulled off in a way that I'm hearing from race control. They're going to be able to stay under green. So he's not wrecking all of his friends' race out there. So really good heads-up driving by Ernie Lombardo, who was second place and dropped out with what looked like a mechanical, pulled off in a safe place, and we can keep going.
Well, is that him, or is that
No, that's another car.
Okay, very similar, but yeah.
And there's another Donovan Jaguar.
Yeah, that's the
a
82.
little bit more production looking. And then look at that Mustang battle in the back. There's just great battles throughout here, but look at how pretty that car is coming down, that long hood of the E-Type. And famously, Mr. Ferrari himself, hated to say that he thinks that's the prettiest car made at the time.
Mm-hmm. And that's a fair comment from someone like that.
He hated to say that. Yeah,
he did. 47, Glenn Avery in the 280Z with the nice black stripe across the top.
And see, again, to me, that looks like a 240Z.
Yeah.
So if you're experts out here, give us some help, because I would say that looks more like a 240 than a 280.
Well, it's down as a 280, that's for sure.
Huh. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong before, but that's a vintage car. I shouldn't be wrong on the vintage car, right? That's the 711 Michael Jacobellis. Beautiful livery on that car. That makes me want some mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Yep.
So any Datsun experts out there, is that a 240, a 260, or a 280? Leave us some comments on Speed Tour TV on YouTube, where we're live streaming. That's the 22A there of Mark Stilson.
That's a 240.
Is a 240. But I love this. This is the great thing about vintage racing. Here we are at our shortest circuit. We just left Road America, our longest circuit, and there's great group pack racing throughout the field. Here's 3 different iterations of the Mustang racing together here, and they're having a blast out there racing for that's John Coster there in the number 13. Sorry, that's Victor Korda in the 13B. There's a 13A and a 13B. So they come through 3-dimensional services left-hander. And Jonathan, put you on the spot. What's your favorite car in this field?
That's a good question. I actually think that Jaguar is resplendent. The one out front with Bush, Jack Bush in the XKE. That really is a beautiful car. And again, we're going back to that Donovan preparation, because it's so beautifully prepared as well. But these Mustangs are pretty too.
Yeah, very. But I know coming through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers West Bend, it's got to hurt your feelings not to see that number 1 Corvette out here. I know that's always been your favorite of Scott Borchetta.
Absolutely. Well, the sound of it for sure. And of course, with Scott at the wheel, we miss him. And I know he was tuning in yesterday to watch his beloved TA2. So get well soon, Scott Borchetta.
It just doesn't feel the same without his team. I'm so glad his team is here this weekend. We did a jaunt out west that they weren't at, and really the paddock just doesn't feel the same for us out there. But look at these Porsches coming into Mission Foods Turn 1. There's the 808.
Yeah, maybe, nice looking car too.
Is he 808 because he's a hip-hop fan?
Maybe. Ted Pajonas in the 911. Pajonas.
But see, you can see the different group pack racing, and I love this because being a vintage racer myself, being a slow vintage racer myself, I'm always in a pack at the very end of the field, but I'm having the most fun of anybody. And I can tell you right now, these two gentlemen are having a blast out there racing with each other.
Oh, yeah. Well, technically, it's not a hard track to learn, obviously, with only 7 turns. So Lime Rock, I'm sure, doesn't take too long to get your head round. But to be fast in it is a whole new matter. Talked to Chris Dyson about that. It's a place he grew up racing at, and watching on the hill as a kid, watching his dad, then going on to win in IMSA. We'll see him in action later in TransAm. But yeah, Lime Rock is deceptively hard in terms of being out and out fast, because it is a simple layout, but it then gets very tough when you get into the tenths and 100ths of a second between each and every lap.
So since he's in that French blue, would you call that Chris Betoulier in the 67? Or is he Chris Betoulier? Not sure. But you're right. The layout of this track, it has one left-hand turn. And so you look at it on paper and you think this track is pretty simple. Then you get out there with all the hills and the different compression zones. You realize to get that extra second is nearly impossible. Here comes Jack Bush up on lap traffic. Beautiful 61 E-Type. I love those stripes there. That kind of has the Corvette Grand Sport stripes down the fender. But look at that thing.
He's absolutely flying. And that car is absolutely planted too. You can see there's no real roll to it. He's got the setup perfectly set for this racetrack. Coming into the Bennett Bridge Hall downhiller and onto the San Posey straight. 8 laps gone, and he's got, almost a 6-second lead now over Ray Lizza in second place in the Corvette. But this really is a superb display of racing by the 61. Well ahead of the chasing group.
So, yeah, I'm hearing that what's called a 911 on my sheet is a Boxster first gen 993 from Skandetech. So thank you very much. We've got some, and then JD Racing loves that Martini livery.
Yeah, I like that.
Porsche, I do too. But how about the Datsuns? Anybody know what's up with those Datsuns?
What's up with those Datsuns? Viola. Joe Viola in the 240Z. Yeah. That's who we're looking at.
Joe Viola, Ray Zisa always have good battles here. It's lots of fun to have them out here. He's in that 262. We posted a video. Ashley posted a video the other day of this fight between Zisa and an E30 and Viola, from I think 2019 here. That was just a world-class battle.
They just passed Jim Scott in that Porsche 911 IROC car. That 114, the white Porsche. But it's Jack Bush leading by a country mile at the moment as we take a look at the 03.
So that is a Boxster Cayman, that 03, not a 911. And my mom, who is a car guy, has a Porsche Boxster.
She's a car guy.
And it is so much fun to drive.
I like it. So that's where you get it, is it? Your mom?
And my mom and dad, both of them have the sickness. And they only passed it on to me. My brother and sister are normal, and they gave me the car sickness.
Well, they needed somebody to hang out with on Thanksgiving, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Talk cars.
You can really see the bumps, the compression, and then as they follow down the hill, if you're brave enough, you stay into it because you compress there. So the tire patch is much bigger coming down the hill. You can see his car smoking, not like a Porsche should be doing, as we see another car coming into the pits there. But if you're brave enough to stay in it on that downhill, you've got a lot more traction than you think you do because your car's so compressed.
So we're watching action from SVRA here at Lime Rock, part of the Speed Tour here for the Memorial Weekend. This is Group 6 and Group 12 in action. Mostly Group 12 cars, only about 4 or so Group 6 cars. This is your leader, Jack Bush, in the Jaguar. And he really has taken it on brilliantly. And he is driving superbly. Not missing an apex and just hooning around this Lime Rock circuit. Lapping traffic and having fun doing it. Intermission Foods turn 1 again, lap 12.
So that Corvette should be second place, right?
Yeah.
And then followed by Viola in that 262 Datsun. So that should be our top three. They're mixing it up with lap traffic. And lap traffic here, as we're going to see later in the TA race, more than probably any other track. This is a narrow track, and there's very few straightaways to pass, so lap traffic can become a factor, and Ray Zisa and Joe Viola may be able to close up here.
Yeah, I used the expression yesterday of being patiently fast. That's the key to Lime Rock, because impatience just doesn't work here. You need to bide your time. There's not a lot of places to obviously overtake. You've got to try and force your opponent into a mistake rather than go for the overtake. And turn 1, at the end of that Sam Posey straight, is the obvious overtake. There is one here, of course. You can make a move at West Bend and even down the hill, but you're offline if you do so.
So that's our second place car there, Ray Zisa, followed by Joe Viola. You can see that Porsche coming back out on track, so welcome back.
And there's Carasoli in the 03. Currently in 4th position. And you're right, that's definitely not a 911.
That's more smoke than we want to be seeing
No,
out of that
I agree.
03. And that is a rear engine car, sorry. Don't want to get the trolls really going crazy.
Yeah, don't get the Porsche fans on you.
Yeah. And what a beautiful circuit. And love seeing every single campsite has been reserved. So thank you guys so much. If you came out, you brought your family out to the TransAm Memorial Day Classic, it fills my heart with such joy to see this many spectators at one of our events. And Lime Rock has done such a great job of promoting this event.
And the drone really gives you an idea of just how this layout works and how it looks and how intimate it really is. I mean, you can be across both sides of this track within a minute and really, move around the infield and see the entire track.
So white flag out next time by for the leader. So let's see if we can catch up with Jack Bush here and follow him around because, man, what beautiful weekend, beautiful day. Jonathan, you and Adam did such a great job of calling the TA2 race. I got to watch that from home. My son was graduating, but I'm so glad to be back here to cover the Monday, Memorial Day with you.
So is he going to keep you in? Is he going to get a good job and look after you in his old age?
Actually, he's going to be my personal assistant this summer. So I'm going to
go.
try to make his life miserable enough that he's excited to go to college. And here comes Jack Bush down the hill. Should be taking the white flag here.
Yep, the white flag is out, as you can see on the left-hand side, for Jack Bush, who has led the entire race. And this the final lap then for the Jaguar XKE, beautiful silver and green, number 61. What a sound it makes as well, going through Mission Foods turn 1 and into the three-dimensional services turn. left-hand turn.
I should know the answer to this, being a British car guy, but I've just always called it an E-Type. But in American market, it was the XKE. And
Yes.
does anybody have a good explanation? They can leave a comment as to why the American market was called the XKE.
Well, there is no real reason. I mean, it's just an E-Type. A Jaguar E-Type is what we dubbed it, but it is officially the XKE.
So even in England, it was badged an XKE?
Yes.
Okay.
But we call it the E-Type. Which,
man, look at how pretty that is.
Well, that's because all the others were XK 120s or XK.
Yeah.
So it was just that's the E-Type.
XKSS, one of the
That's
prettiest
exactly.
cars ever made. But here he goes to take the checker flag, Jonathan.
There it is. Checker flag is out then. And our winner in Group 6 is this man, Jack Bush. He's led the whole way in that beautiful Jaguar. Liza takes second place and wins Group 12.
Zisa. You're thinking of Lizzo. We've got that 808 out there, so we're in the hip hop mindset. But Ray Zisa, and he's our first in Group 12.
That's right. And Viola taking the 262 Datsun to third place overall. And Carasoli.
Well, I tell you what, the crowd favorite, Group 6, Group 12, did not disappoint.
Never does.
Wish our friend Scott Borchetta was out there giving a good battle to Bush, but Scott, we understand. Can't wait to see you back. Hopefully we see you at the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix with TA2 and IndyCar here in August.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Man, cool race. But Joe Viola and Ray Zisa had it back out in Group 12, and lots of fun to watch. You can see Ray Zisa's hand out the window, waving to all the corner workers, and, man, I love the looks of that car.
So to the paddock they'll come, and what has been a good day out. And, yep, Corvette Two very different cars coming in behind each other. But that's the beauty of SVRA. Confirmation of the result then for the NetJets feature race 1 of Group 6 and 12. Jack Bush with the win in the Jaguar. Ray Zizza in the second place Corvette. And Joe Viola in the Datsun 240Z takes third. Carasoli in fourth place. Kristen Taylor in fifth. Lou Yorio in sixth place. James Glass. Lombardo, in eighth position. John Costa in ninth. And Michael Jacob Ellis in 10th position in the 711 Porsche. So thanks, Ben, for all the coverage there, but we can take a look back at some of the action from Group 6 and Group 12. Off they went to the races, the Jaguar pulling a brilliant start as they headed to Mission Foods Turn 1. Field started to spread out, and try as he might, the Mustang just couldn't stay with the older Jaguar, and in fact would have to pull off later in the race, and that left the number 62 on his own. The 61 on his own, but also the 62 was out there. That was John Ogle in a similar XKE OTS. The Mustangs had their own little battle. But out front, it was all Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. And Jack Bush takes over the checkered flag to win ahead of Ray Zizza. And a good race. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from Lime Rock very soon.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Welcome back to Lime Rock, and as we get ready for our next group coverage of this is Group 5A, 7, 9, 10, and 11. And I shall turn to my learned friend here, Mr. Sissel, to explain those groups and how you group this lot together.
Yeah, this is a crazy group, and sometimes it's just, we get so many minutes of the day and we have to divide them up. So Group 5 is kind of like the small sports racers. Group 7 is like a lot of big Can-Am cars, or like this blue car that we're seeing going past us right here. Group 10 is like the International GT cars or TransAm cars, race-built, purpose-built cars. This Group 9 car would be that red Formula-looking car there off to the left with wings and slicks. So this is going to be crazy because the car with the wings and slicks there, that I'm trying to think, who would that be? Probably that Reynard, the 93 HFA of Tony Carpanzano, who was in the last group, probably didn't get buckled in. And then Jacek Muka should be back there in this, looks like, I always call it the Indy Lights car with the skin on it.
I've got a Batman question for you. Riddle me this. How does Max and Zach Ulrich get in the 75 car, and Matt and Zach Ulrich get in the number 5?
You know, that's going to be crazy, but we should see that. So I'm sure that they're co-drivers for the IGT Enduro, so our timing and scoring. So I'm sure Max is in one and Zach is in the other.
That's what that was my guess.
I hope, because if not, somebody split them right down the middle and they're driving half of each car. This is super mixed, and to be honest, we don't like to do this too often, but when we have smaller groups of cars, it's really the only thing that we can do. And now I'm seeing Jacek Muka's car out there, but he's not in our scoring. And so look for him to be really moving up through the field, as well as that Reynard there. So we've got 2 fast cars starting in the back. And Jacek Muka, we've talked about him. He has a wrist splint-on injury from a pinball injury. He's got a large collection of pinball machines, and he plays too much that he's got tendonitis in his wrist. So you know you're living well if you have a pinball injury as they come down here to take the green.
I wish I had one of those. So we're getting ready to go racing. Off comes the safety car, only just, mind you, as we go racing here for groups 5A, 7, 9, 10, and 11. The green flag waves as we head down towards Mission Foods Turn 1. Through goes the 39 Corvette.
I'm showing that that's Nathan Bird. I've never seen Nathan Bird in a Corvette like that. Is that right?
Oh, well, why not? He's usually doing TransAm, but don't think he's doing it this weekend.
Yeah,
anyway, everybody cleanly through.
So that's Gary Geselter up there in the front, and then Reisman's. Not sure if that's Paul or John Reisman of Interlaken Inn. Beautiful hotel here. If you're coming to the area, or if you're coming here for the vintage races in the fall, make sure you look to Interlaken Inn for some great rooms. There goes that Reynard, and then here is, I believe, Jacek Muka. Yes, and then this car is just joining. Let's make sure he stays to the blend line.
Yeah, he's just coming out of the pits, isn't he?
Yeah, that's Joe Viola, who was just in the last race.
That's probably why he's taken some time to swap over.
I've never seen Joe in this car, so welcome, Joe. Welcome back out. And I hope that wasn't our grid's fault, because sometimes when they drive 2 different cars back-to-back, it's hard for them to get in. And you can see Joe just giving all the room in the world for these cars in the lead to get by.
Well, the man you're looking at leading at the moment is in an Elan DP02, that black and yellow car. And I would have thought that'd be a lot of fun around here.
Yeah, I believe that's the car I was talking about, that you could get them as either Formula cars, or you could get them as like a Formula car with the skin on it. And then here's a sports racer. That should be the
Michael Perotti. And that Radical Pro Sport, yeah. So popular at the moment, Radicals, here in the USA. A lot of Radical racing of the modern Radicals. And there we see a bit of an older version coming through in the number 11. There's the 62 of Mitchell Eatle in the Chevron B31.
That's a beautiful car.
Yeah, it is.
And then we saw Eddie Claridge in a Theodore TY02, and I'm not sure what that is. If you're watching on Speed Tour TV, it looks like a Formula 5000. Do we have a Formula 5000 here at Lime Rock Park? That's crazy.
Well, I can tell you, if it's a Theodore...
Look at that.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right.
I mean, look at the engine on that thing. What in the world? I love it. I'm not sure I would have suggested Lime Rock Park for that car, but he's out there killing it, so I love it.
Well, I did my history last night, and there was 5,000 races here. Formula 5000 races here. I know that that sounds somewhat incongruous in terms of the speed that they could generate.
And there's Jacek Muka making a pass there on Viola. Viola's got his tires up to temperature now, so look for him to speed up a little bit. So we've got some production Group 10 cars out there with our Formula 5000 with some DPO2s. And then here's some international GT cars that race Friday and Saturday. Actually, race Saturday here with us, and they stayed for Monday. So we really appreciate that.
Yeah, you get a good run, don't you? Then on 3 days, if you manage to stay.
And if you're wondering why I'm so surprised, my son Lincoln graduated high school, so I didn't get to be here early.
Now, are you surprised he graduated high school, or just surprised?
I did the set decorating, so I got here Thursday, did the set decorating, and then flew home to Nashville to watch him graduate. Both surprised that he graduated. And so I haven't seen these cars yet on track, so I was surprised to see a Formula 5000 here at Lime Rock. I love it.
So Geselter continuing to lead, and he's extended that lead to over 9 seconds now over Reisman.
That's our third place car, Nathan Bird. Well, I thought it was, and then he just, there he is.
There he is, yeah.
And I've never seen Nathan Bird in a car like this. He usually races Formula cars or IGT or TransAm GT cars. So, but he's trying to get as much experience and everything and doing well in third place.
Yep. In that number 39 all yellow Corvette.
I bet that's a handful around here.
Yep.
So if you are an expert on any of these cars, join us on Speed Tour TV. We are monitoring the comments. Let us know if we get something wrong or if you have any history on these cars or drivers. We'd love to hear it.
Bittman in the 2 going through in 13th position.
Now, these look like really fun cars to drive around Lime Rock Park. This is the Sports 2000 class started by the SCCA. These are Ford Pinto 2-liter engines. The cars in these groups all are set up very similarly. So it's like a spec group, and so therefore the racing is very close, very tight racing. They're not afraid of a little rubbing, which we frown upon, but some of the closest racing we have is in this S2000 class. And then look out, because you've got Jacek Muka, the pinball wizard, behind you. But he can't see in here. Not going to comment on his intelligence.
Well, he's passed one of them. Muka on the move.
And, you know, we talk about some of the most interesting men and women are in our paddock, and he helped invent those machines that, like, shrink-wrap pallets. Like at airports or when you're going through customs, you know, and they take a pallet or a suitcase and then they shrink wrap it.
Yep.
That man right there owns the patent, invented that machine.
That gives him a weekend to go racing.
Yeah, now has a beautiful group of cars and pinball machines.
Geselter continues to lead here after 6 laps, and he's got a country mile of a lead too. Look at this. Well ahead as he crosses the line again. Bodywork flapping a little bit in the rear, but it's certainly not slowing him down. Still waiting for second place to come onto the main straight. So, talking of interesting folk that we have in SVRA, I'm hoping you're going to arrange my Jim Farley interview so I can sit down with him and talk about the future of Formula One and Ford.
Yes, yeah. Next time he's at a race, he is Jim Farley, CEO of Ford, who races with us, and we're honored always to have him. He's pretty busy right now, but when he comes back out, we're going to get him up in the booth, and you're going to be able to ask him all the Formula One questions you want.
Good.
And maybe we can get Daniel Ricciardo to come in instead.
I tell you what, he'd have a blast out here.
Okay, so there's Nathan Bird in that 39 right there. That makes more sense.
Oh, okay.
So that's Nathan Bird. We just have 2 39s out there, and I guess he's not scoring on here. There he goes. So he keeps going in and out of the scoring. Might be having some problems with the reader there, the data reader.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, that looked more like a car, and the yaw of that car looked more like the way Nathan would drive it.
So who is in the other 39 of the Corvette?
That's Reisman in third place.
And that is the Interlaken Inn here. Yep. I've actually stayed there. Beautiful resort and hotel here in Lakeville, Connecticut. If you're ever planning on coming to races out here at Lime Rock Park, definitely give them a look because it is just a fantastic place to stay, real close to the track. and big longtime sponsors of the International GT Series.
Yes. So the Porsche making his way round Lime Rock, just tiptoeing through some of the traffic. Up the hill he goes. And down towards the West Bend, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers West Bend. And down the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill at turn 7 and onto the main straight again.
I love the lime rock painted right there at the start-finish line. That makes for some great shots.
There's some really nice touches that they put together to modernize and just, you know, keep the place up to ship-shape condition. And it really is a testament to how much it means to the people who come here.
So this is our NetJets feature race, Group 5A, 7, 9, 10, and 11. And we're getting almost all those cars coming right through here at Mission Foods Turn 1.
That single seat is struggling to get past. That's Nathan Bird in second place. He's got some traffic to deal with.
Yeah, it would be really intimidating to be a car so low to the ground.
Yeah.
And you're wondering, do these Porsches who are in their own battle, do they see me? There's that Reynard of Tony Carpanzano. Sorry, Tony. That's an F2000 F2, Reynard 93 HFA. And he just wants to make sure that these other drivers can see him. And then there's that beautiful car that Brian Redmond would have driven back in his day.
Yeah, he often drove the Chevron B31, that's for sure. But right now it's Mitchell Eatle.
And isn't Brian like a long-lost uncle of yours or something like that?
He's not long or lost. He's been lost, but no, he is actually my sister's godfather, yeah.
Here's the battle for first and second. Nathan Bird has now come up behind the 37 of Gary Geselter, and now this is a great battle for the lead.
Yeah, this is for the win. So they had to decide their way through, but now we've sorted it. We've got a battle, and look what's ahead of them too.
Yeah, and it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, and please do, we've got some experts watching, seems like the air behind Geselter's car would be very disturbed for Nathan Bird to make that front wing work. Doesn't it seem like the air coming off of that car in front, that would be tough to come around, but he's doing it.
Yep, and he hasn't quite done it yet. This is a great battle here in the closing stages of this one. Down the hill they come, traffic ahead, and they'll try to dispense of that on the main straight, the Sam Posey straight. Good drive from Bird. And they are trying, both of them, to get past all these cars before the turn, and they can't do it. So now, around the
little
outside.
Understeer. Oh, this is scary because these Porsches are in their own battle as well.
Absolutely. So the Elan DP02 trying to weave its way with the tiny single-seater behind him. And they are doing a really good job, to be fair, as battling each other as well as the other cars on track. More to come. They've got the Lola ahead of them and the Chevron ahead of them.
So that's the battle for first and second that we're seeing there with that 37 of Gary Geselter, Nathan Bird. We finally figured out what car he was in. Sorry, Nathan, but this is a great battle. Now he's got that Chevron between them, so he's got to get around that Chevron. That's got to be some crazy disturbed air behind these two cars for Nathan.
No kidding.
He's not used to it. He was with us last weekend at Road America. I call it the modern Formula 5000. He was in what looked like an F3 chassis, but it had a 5-liter V8 in it. So just some crazy cars coming in here. So there's the leader coming through. He's got two cars between him, but no, it looks like he's ahead. Did Nathan know?
Great.
Yeah, Nathan's got ahead of Gary. So now Nathan Bird is in front. There's Jacek Muka. He's got to get around Jacek Muka. So Nathan Bird now, to my eyes, has the lead of the race. He's in that red, what looks like a Formula Mazda. We have a Formula Mazda expert joining us right now, so maybe he can fill us in. Ken Twaits, grab this real quick, because Ken Twaits started out with Formula Mazda racing against Tommy Kendall. So Nathan Bird, we're not sure. This car right here, Ken Twaits, you know what this is?
Man, I don't know. When I raced Formula Mazda, they were they're two-frame chassis and all that. Now they're pretty slick and not analog anymore.
Yeah, we're wondering, so we're asking if you're on Speed Tour TV, let us know. We don't have any paperwork on this car that Nathan Bird is in, but last weekend he was in an F3 car with a 5-liter, kind of like a modern Formula 5000, and then now he's out there in this. But in a mixed group like this, Ken, it's got to be crazy being in one of these Formula cars, racing with these Porsches, because you're not sure if they see you.
Yeah, right. I mean, with a Formula car, open wheels, and you're racing against full-bodied race cars that have blind spots, you really got to be careful when you're out there. Make sure that they can see you and you make clean passes. Usually, they have so much downforce. They're so light and nimble. Cornering speeds are so much higher than everything else.
So, Ken, we talk about this a lot, but knowing your history, you start out, you did really well in the single-seater cars and, winning championships and racing against some of the biggest names in racing, like the Tommy Kindles. But then, your life and your job got in the way.
Yeah,
and then and this is the case with a lot of these, like this Formula 5000 driver. And then you get to the point where you want to go racing again, and you've kind of sorted out the business stuff, and now you're back out racing cars again. Is that kind of the path for a lot of the drivers in the vintage paddock here?
Yeah, I would think so. You don't have the pressure when you go vintage racing, unless you're putting it on yourself. But when you're racing in the Pro Series, you have especially when you're young, you really have to perform in order to move up that ladder to wherever you want to go, IndyCar or NASCAR or Formula One even. But when you come to vintage racing, you've already kind of passed that prime, and here you can just go have fun and relax. And I know relaxing is a different term to use when it comes to auto racing, but it is. You get to just tune everything else out and put your head down and go for it. There's nothing more thrilling than driving a really fast race car.
Now watch this. Eddie Claridge is in a Formula 5000, so he should gap this car right behind him, the blue car. But then after this Mission Foods Turn 1, you get into the twisty bits where the blue car is going to come up right behind him. That's Michael Pirelli in that number 11, Group 11 car. And that's kind of what makes this so much fun, the handling versus horsepower here.
Yeah, already he's taken a couple of lengths out of him, yeah.
When you're going down the straightaway, thundering in an open-wheel car with a big motor in the back, it's so cool and thrilling to go down that straightaway. But then you got the light, nimble car that's got amazing brakes and closes the gap pretty quickly.
And when I think of Formula 5000, I think of that, what's the one that has the horse and carriage that Brian Redmond drove? The Baraxo car?
Oh, yeah, the Baraxo car.
And this kind of resembles that with that big snorkel behind it.
Yep. Yeah, that we've had that out actually at some of the. Yeah. I'm trying to think where it was that I last saw.
It'll be at Indy with us this year.
Okay, good.
So Ken, I'm going to put you on the spot. I do this to Jonathan. What's your favorite car out there? As we see Nathan Bird, the leader, coming up on the lap traffic now.
I like the Formula 5000 car. That kind of goes back to my era. It looks like an old ARS car, which would be an Indy Light car today. Had those Buick V6s in it, and who knows what he's got in the back of that, but they look very similar. Those cars were just impossible to drive. Tons of power, no
too
handling.
Much power.
Yeah,
like it's unless you're at Road America, like this is too much power for Lime Rock, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. No kidding.
And then there's Nathan Bird, the leader.
He's dispensing with everybody at the moment.
Yeah.
He's having some fun out there. I think the beauty of SVRA racing is that.
Well,
they're all having a lot of fun.
He's trying to make it in professional racing.
Yes.
And so he's coming and racing every weekend, getting seat time, and that's so valuable to a developing driver.
Final lap then, Nathan Bird on his way to what is going to be another victory. He had to settle for second place for a while, but didn't take him long, and once he took the lead, as you can see, he's already taken it to just under 5 seconds. Caselta in second place, Claridge now third, Perotti up to fourth. Riesman's dropped down to, fifth position now.
It's scary to me. I don't like watching low-slung open-wheel cars with these production cars. So let's see if Nathan can get by this last car.
That's all.
DRS is open. He's moving past him.
Yep, does it with ease. Down the hill for the last time then, into the Bennett Bridge Hall downhill. Turn 7. And the checkered flag awaits, and there it is, as Nathan Bird takes victory here in our NetJets Race 1 for Group 5A, 7, 9, 10, and 11. Well done to Nathan Bird. It took a while to find him, but once we did, we thought he was in a Corvette at first, and you were quite right to say, why on earth is he in a Corvette? I've never seen him in one of those. But we spotted him eventually. And here comes the Porsche battle and the Corvette battle. That was the other car that we were looking at. And there's the Chevron coming across the line in the number 62, the white and blue. So well done then to all of our competitors, but well done especially to Nathan Bird. So he's just coming into pit lane now.
Jonathan, I've got a hello from Colorado, and then we've got a thank you to the announcers from Skondatech, so our new favorite fan right there.
Hi, Skondatech. Checks in the mail. By the way, Ben, we'll just give you a quick confirmation of the result. Nathan Bird then in the 39 JDR F1000 wins ahead of the Elan DPO2 of Gary Gaselta. And then Eddie Claridge takes third place. Perotti in fourth. Paul and John Reisman sharing that Porsche GT3 Cup car, but it was either Paul or John at the wheel last time out. Carpezano in sixth place. Muka in seventh. Etel in eighth. And we think it's Zach Ehrlich in ninth position. And Michael Iplak. I'm going to get this right. Lapauccio. Okay. There we go. That's your top 10. 991. We'll take a short break here from Lime Rock. More action to come, and I'm going to be delighted. We got him in just as a soup song, but we've got the main course of the man himself, Ken Twaits, after this.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch. At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth. Which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Hagerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Speed Tour from a gorgeous day in Lime Rock. It's round 4 of the TransAm series presented by Pirelli, and we have the best fans in all of TransAm here today. I told you. And of course we've got Ben Sissel. Ben, this is somewhat of a homecoming for both these fans and, of course, for CD Racing. This is where Chris Dyson and his team, certainly Chris Dyson grew up, Rob Dyson, his dad, and so they come on the back of a homecoming which sees them almost unbeatable so far this season.
Yeah, Dyson has been undefeated here at Lime Rock Park at the TransAm Memorial Day Classic. Yeah! Come on, favorite. They're celebrating their 40-year anniversary. Rob Dyson's back here somewhere trying to be incognito. Chris Dyson right here, but he's starting second. So with Matthew Brabham, his teammate, but there aren't any team orders, as we know, as we've seen. So we're going to see who takes the green flag and who gets around. What do you guys think? You think Dyson's going to stay undefeated? Yeah! It is his home crowd.
Now, what he's got to watch forward to, or what he's got to look forward to, is the fact that there's been some problems in qualifying, certainly in the terms of the Trackhouse car. What you can tell me what the definition was, but Justin was really quick, but then didn't manage to get out in qualifying in time.
Yeah, I believe in practice he set the fastest times, but then Ken Thwaites was telling us that he broke a rotor and only got, I think, 1 lap, but it wasn't as heated lap or anything like that. So he's starting in the back, but we saw him start in the front at NOLA and move his way to the back after going into the grass. So maybe it's a team strategy. Start him in the back and work him up front. We'll see, because do not ever count Justin Marks out.
Yeah, the other one you've got to look for is obviously Tommy Dreese in the number 8, just behind us at the moment. We were talking to him a moment ago. Big race for him for a lot of reasons. He's 26 points adrift at the moment, and if you remember this time last year, he slipped on some oil in qualifying and wrote the car off, so he didn't get to race here, and it kind of put him on the back foot for the rest of the season.
Yeah, he was always kind of limping through the rest of the championship, so every start, every green flag and checker flag is so important, especially when the points are so tight here. But then with our best crowd in TransAm here at Lime Rock, everybody wants to win here. So even though he's the rockin' Moroccan from L.A. area, I think if he wins here, he might call Lime Rock his home track.
It's going to be an interesting race. The conditions are absolutely set fair. It doesn't get any better than this. A beautiful day here at Lime Rock. We're celebrating Paul Newman. We're celebrating all the greats that have been here, but we're also celebrating the best crowd in TransAm. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with all the action.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Well, welcome here, the TransAm Memorial Day Classic here at Lime Rock Park. I see you're trying to get in the shot. Just get in the shot, dude. You got a shot at him? Are you having fun here?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Lincoln.
Lincoln, that's actually my son's name. I love it. Well, thanks for coming out. So check this out. Here we are, Matthew Brabham, our Motul Pole Award winner. He's signing autographs because we have so many fantastic fans here at Lime Rock Park. But I'm going to come and interrupt real quick and talk to Matthew. So, Matthew, I know that you picked this side, the inside corner. Green flag drops on such a short course. What's your strategy to keep the rest of the field behind you?
I don't know. Yeah, we got to figure that out. I mean, it's hard to make plans for the start of the race, but I think we got the front row lockout, so that's kind of the plan is to keep the 1-2 going to turn 1. But I got the inside, and it's hard to make a move on the outside here in the 1 because it's such a long corner. So whoever's on the outside kind of gets pushed out. So we'll see. I got to be nice to Chris a little bit, but no, it's going to be a great race. Obviously, the history, Dyson front row, that's the plan for the race as well.
I love it. Well, Matthew Brabham up here in the front, our Motul Pole Award winner. We're going to come over here hoping that Chris Dyson is at his car because Chris Dyson, like we said, celebrating 40 years of Chris Dyson Racing. A lot of the staff at Chris Dyson Racing and Dyson Racing were there with Rob back in the day 40 years ago. He's starting out here. Is your driver here, Stevie? Not yet. Oh, my gosh. All right, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put Stevie on the spot. Stevie Dix, your one job, get your driver to the fan walks. What's the deal?
I know, he likes to be fashionably late. It's part of his style.
So
the people are just waiting on their tiptoes for him to come.
I know, but look at this crowd, man. He's got a lot of fans here. His home track, so look for this car to move up front. Undefeated here in the TA Series at the TransAm Memorial Day Classic here at Lime Rock Park. We're going to make our way through because we got to talk about this driver right here, David Pinteric. And look at all these. I love being able to just kind of come through the crowd like that. That means we've got a great crowd. David Pinteric here with Kreider Racing. Where's your driver? But check out the uniforms over here. I gotta get this because you got like Captain America here. But so you guys did it a little bit differently. I spoke to David last night. Oh man, yeah, he's coming running because he's like, don't talk to my crew. So I talked to you at dinner last night, and you wanted to spend Memorial Day with the family, but then your wife's like, but you got to go racing, and because you've got the Memorial Day car.
Yeah, her mom passed away last month. I didn't want to abandon her for the whole weekend, and it's so I said, we'll come in and start qualify without any practice. We did pretty good, and I was pretty happy. You guys put a good car together and all that stuff. But you had to be here this weekend. This weekend for racing is a holy weekend. You got Monaco, Indy, Charlotte, and TransAm at Lime Rock Park. It's an honor to be a part of this.
Nice. And then without any practice, here you are, P4.
Yeah.
Nice job.
It's all car.
Way to fly the red, white, and blue. So thank you so much for being a part of this. How cool is that? I just saw Danny Lowry coming through. So Danny Lowry, I'm going to put you on the spot here because here you are in XGT, but you've got some TA monsters beside you, behind you. You're kind of in a sandwich. So when the green flag drops, what's your strategy?
I think my strategy is just to stay out of the way. Let these guys go at it. And I know they've got a heck of a race coming up, so I don't want to get in the middle of it.
Now, being in one of the GT classes and being the short track that Lime Rock is, you're probably in your mirrors just as much as you are the windshield.
A good bit. The mirror is really important here, but if you keep that right foot planted, you can roll around here pretty quick.
Nice. I love it. Well, Danny Lowry, Bennett Bridge Hall, AMG Mercedes. The Amy Army is alive and well here. Amy Ruman, two-time TransAm champion here in the red Corvette. We know that she's always a favorite here at Lime Rock Park. But Justin Marks here with Trackhouse, and your team is racing today also. But Justin, I love the awkward questions. This is a lot further back than I was planning to see Justin Marks. What happened?
I didn't know if you'd take the time to walk all the way down here and see me before the race started. No, we've just been fighting some mechanical gremlins a little bit. It's a brand new car. Typically this car this year has run really, really great, but just had a little bit of a motor issue yesterday and then had a brake issue in qualifying, so we didn't get to put a lap down. But the car's got a ton of speed in it. Guys have been working super hard this weekend, so I'm just going to go see what we can do and give it hell and try to reward these guys that have been working hard all weekend with a good finish and put on a show for all the fans.
Yeah, what do you think about these fans here for the TransAm Memorial Day Classic?
Yeah, there's like these pockets of the country that have these historic racetracks that just have this amazing built-in fan base, and Lime Rock's one of them. And you know, I raced here from 2001 to 2006, and then I was gone and did like one IMSA race in 2017. That's the last time I was here. But I remember I was just telling somebody, you know, those pace laps coming out of turn 1 there, and you see the hillside and everybody hanging out, especially on a weekend like Memorial Day weekend. People take their time and spend their money and be with all of us racers here at Lime Rock. It's such a loyal crowd, and you know, so appreciative of each and every one of them to be here.
Nice. Justin Marks, the number 99 Trackhouse Chevrolet Camaro. Now we're going to come back, talk to Amy Ruman. Amy Ruman, longtime racer. You love Lime Rock Park, don't you? And you especially love all the fans here.
The fans are excellent. I mean, look at the turnout today. I mean, we have a great weather weekend. Thanks to all our veterans, and we're remembering everyone today on Memorial Day for sure, first and foremost. And thank you, the best country in the world. We get to do what we love to do, and we couldn't be happier to be here back at Lime Rock. It's such a tradition, and hopefully we'll have a great race today.
Perfect. And look at this. Well, here comes Tommy Dreese, fresh from losing some downforce. I'm coming to talk to you, Tommy. But you're in this beautiful McNichol Chevrolet Corvette. You've had a lot of experience here because TransAm was here back in, 14, 15, 16, and they're back, big crowds. What's your strategy when the green flag drops?
I think we're going to be patient today. It's going to be, I think we'll go green. Car count's down a little this year, so I think to be patient but try to stay with pace. It's not my best track. But we went the fastest we have ever, so for myself personally. So everyone's just really, you know, a lot of competition here, and Dyson's home track, and their team's really good here, and they've had a lot of practice and testing. So we're just going to try to hang in there and see what today brings. Anything can happen in the race. You got to be here at the end, and as we all saw yesterday, the only lap that counts is the last one. So just watch that Indy 500 back, and you'll understand what I'm talking about there. So hopefully we'll have a good one today.
Perfect. Amy Ruman there. So we're going to talk to Tommy Dreese. Last year, 2 years ago, I bet him on this fan walk that if he did such and such in a race that he would camp out, and he stayed true to that last year. He's probably slept a little bit better here this year in this Lucas Slick Mist Oil, Lucas Oil MAV TV Ford Mustang. How does it feel? And I know that you love the fans here.
Hey, the fans are great here. They always have been, rain or shine. We got a stacked field here. You know, it's going to be really competitive. Amy's behind me. We got the 2 Dyson cars in front, Panteric. Yeah, you know, it's going to be a tough race, 68 laps. So let's all get through turn 1 clean. And thank you to Lucas, my family at home, Lacey, Jagger, Dreese, love you all. Hollywood.
Nice. Tommy Dreese, the rockin' Moroccan, moving my way up through the front. Chris Dyson, I would have loved to talk to you, man, but you were tardy.
Color guard. Right here. Camera on Ben. All right, so we're going to introduce the color guard.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the TransAm Memorial Day Classic, I was watching at noon. The flags were half-staffed, but just like doing their civic duty, they put them up right at noon for Memorial Day. And it is my immense honor to introduce the Connecticut Army National Guard for our color guard today here on Memorial Day. Beautiful colors from our color guard here from the National Guard. We have Lieutenant General Scott Rice is in the audience also.
You can go up right in front of me. You can go up right to him.
Honor to meet you, sir.
Hey, it's an honor to be here.
Thank you so much for being here for the TransAm Memorial Day Classic. What does this mean to you?
Oh, this is such a, it just warms my heart to see everyone here. All the race fans, all the sponsors, but most importantly, all of our veterans. We will never forget those who served, who fought to keep us all free, to be able to have a day like this. What a wonderful day.
Beautiful. Now I have to ask though, seeing your patch, catfish, what's that about?
Oh, when you're a fighter pilot, at some point in there, you do something kind of silly, sometimes stupid, sometimes crazy, and you get assigned a call sign. And so some crew chief called me the lowest, bottom-dwelling, worst guy he had ever met. I'm lower than a catfish, so there I get a call sign. I'm a bottom dweller in an A-10.
Nice, I love it. Well, thank you so much for coming out. We're going to hear from you here in a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor, Reverend Heidi Tuttle, right?
Truex.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Heidi Truex, Trinity Episcopal, but the Reverend. And you've been given the invocation here for the Memorial Day Classic for a few years. Always one of my favorites every year, so no pressure. But let's give it over to Heidi Truex for the invocation here.
Thank you. Let us pray. Giver of life and source of all goodness, Lord God, we are gathered here at Lime Rock Park for the excitement of racing. And also on this Memorial Day, we remember and honor those who made the sacrifice above all sacrifices, their lives, for our country, for justice, freedom, and peace for all people. Let us also remember with gratitude all our veterans who have served in wars of the past, and let us pray for all those in all branches of the military who are serving today. We keep you all in our prayers. Holy Spirit, send your blessing upon the drivers and crews who are participating in the TransAm Memorial Day Classic today. As they embody the spirit of competition and adrenaline-fueled pursuit, may they exhibit not only skill and precision, but also a deep respect for the legacy of those who have served our country. There are so many volunteers and employees here, from those who work the track office to those in the Civil Air Patrol who help park our cars, from safety crews to EMTs and the food service workers and all those in between. Bless all those who are making this sport here today possible, safe, and so much fun. Bless us as we find joy and excitement in the thrill of the race, and when the day is over, may we all reach our homes safely and with great memories of Lime Rock in our hearts. Amen.
Amen. Reverend Heidi Truex, thank you so much. Oh, and look at this, ladies and gentlemen, Crescendo to deliver the national anthem. So, ladies, if you'll get real tight.
That's cool.
And Crescendo, are you also from the church?
Yes. Based at the church. Yep, we've been around for 20 years.
Nice, I love it. So, Crescendo to deliver our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta say, I had the perfect seat for that, and I'm sure this mic couldn't pick it up like my ears could. Absolutely beautiful. So how long have you guys been doing that?
This is a premiere. We we did the anthem in Torrington a few years ago for a baseball game, but no, I just wrote the arrangement last Tuesday, and we practiced it once.
Here we are.
Wow. Well, beautiful arrangement. I think I had the bass next to me and the sopranos over here. Very nice. Unbelievable. Well, Jonathan, I don't think we're ever going to beat that. I'm going to send it up to you, and we're going to go to some commercials, I believe.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, three-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
I'm Richard Petty, and you might say I've had a fairly successful driving career. And you know the secret of my success? Having a good support team around me when I need it. Whether you're a route driver, over-the-road trucker, or you're interested in driving special purpose vehicles, Clean Harbors is the kind of place where you can build a long driving career. Do yourself a favor, give Clean Harbors a call.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park for our Memorial Day Classic, and it has been a classic opening, a wonderful rendition to the national anthem, and a quick look at the grid. Matthew Brabham was the pole man alongside his teammate Chris Dyson. Big moment for them and CD Racing. Tommy Dreesy, David Pintarek, Amy Ruman and Danny Lowry leading in XGT. Justin Marks, Kerry Hitt, Marks with work to do. Randy Hale on row 5, and alongside him Nathan Bird, who's been in action already today in a single-seater. Lee Saunders, as ever, the man from Florida, is here. Ricky Sanders and Michael Sire and Michael Attaway. That's how we line up for this Memorial Day Classic. Alongside me in the booth will be Ken Twaits. We'll get to hear from him in a moment, but let's head back down again to Ben Sissel as we get ready for those famous words.
Well, thank you. For this Memorial Day Classic, we've got Lieutenant General Scott Rice here to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. So, Lieutenant General, take us away.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to steal a few words from those in the past. I think at Indianapolis 500, we had this famous British controller said, what a great day for motorcar racing. So this is yet another wonderful day. We really appreciate TransAm being here as a part of this, joining the track, Lime Rock Park, with all the people here that work here and are part of this. But most importantly, Memorial Day is a day to remember. Remember all those who have given their life for our country and all of us to be able to be free and to enjoy these adventures and these events and stuff. So to all the race fans here, to all the sponsors here, to everyone who has helped and worked, it's just a wonderful day to be out and about and honor our veterans and those who have served and paid the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you.
Well, you gotta give the start command.
Oh yes, ready? Drivers, start your engines.
Well, tradition continues here at Lime Rock. 57 is David Pintaric's number, but it was also 1957 when it all began here at Lime Rock Park, and the tradition, as you have seen, continues here on this famous Memorial Weekend. In fact, when it comes to TransAm, we first came here in 1967. The series started back in 1966. And since then, we've been here 37 times, and 20 of those have been on Memorial Day. And with that roar, I'd like to introduce a man who is very familiar with each and every car out there. He's raced against them, he's beaten some, he's certainly gone wheel to wheel with most. His name, Ken Thwaites, former XGT champion, and in fact the first XGT champion and regular in TA. Ken, welcome to the booth, and I know it's an odd position for you to be in, but great for us because you know these cars so well and you also know every driver out there.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me, Jonathan. It's awesome. It's funny being up here because you get kind of nervous in the race car when you're sitting there just before the engines start. And you know what? It hasn't changed. I'm up here nervous as I'll get out just before the start of this race.
Well, it's funny because you're absolutely right. This is a time where you finally get some silence and you finally get your head around what you're supposed to be doing, which is racing. But you're absolutely right. I've had this happen many a times with drivers. They say, my word, I'm just as nervous as I usually am with the race. Yeah. We can see the previous winners. There's no betting against Chris Dyson today, and it would be somewhat apropos on their 40th anniversary to celebrate CD Racing and Rob Dyson and Chris Dyson and what they brought to Lime Rock.
Yeah, Chris is pretty formidable. He's got a great package, great team, 40th anniversary. You know, since they've been pro racing. That Ford Mustang that he has is very powerful. They've been testing a lot during our spring break since our last race at Road Atlanta. So they're queued up and they're ready to go.
And as you've seen, we'll be on board with Justin Marks. There's the championship as it stands. That's why I said earlier it's an important day for Tommy Dreese. His season went awry after a qualifying incident last year at this very race. But as you can see, he's not out of touch with the dominant CD Racing team. And we're still not 100% sure whether Matt Brabham will stay for the rest of the season. He's done so well. But don't forget, MAV TV, you can see all the action starting Thursday, June 1st at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's TA2. And that'll be followed at 9 p.m. Eastern by this race, the TA XGT, SGT, and GT. Do you miss XGT? Because that's really where you made. I know you came back to racing then, but it was a really great comeback for you.
Yeah, XGT was a great start. You know, it was the first year of the class. I had my Audi R8 LMS car, and I battled with Eric Joyner in his Porsche. And it was great mixing it up with these guys. But when I moved up to the TA class, I'll tell you what, there's no more thrilling car to drive than one of these things.
Traffic is an issue here. Do you plan for that at Lime Rock, or how do you go about getting ready for this?
Yeah, you know, you really have to pick and choose your points, and you got to know the driver that you're passing, because some guys are really heads up and know what's going on. And you know, when you get there, you'll know how to pass them or you'll know how to back off. Here we go.
Here we go. And as you can see, the two CD Racing cars side by side as we get ready for the start of this one. And away we go. Matthew Brabham in the pole on the left-hand side will try to take the lead away from his teammate and does so. Tommy Dreese gets a good start. Pintaric's ahead of Ruman as we go on board with Justin Marks with work to do. He had that brake issue and, well, several issues, in fact. So watch for Justin Marks getting a good start here. He's currently in 5th place at the moment. And he tries to go a little wide out of the three-dimensional services bend left-hander. And now we head and open it up for the first time and coming up towards the Newman Straight for the first time. Good clean start, Tommy Dreese in a good position now. There's Amy Ruman in that famous Nichols 23, but it is Matthew Brabham who leads the way from his teammate Chris Dyson.
Yep. Matthew Brabham was on pole. He's leading now, and they're driving away from you know, the main field here. Justin Marks got to clear Tommy Dreese and Dave Pintaric in order to catch up to him.
Yeah, I think Tommy's going to want to try to stay with him as best he can. Here comes Dyson already.
Here comes the move.
Yeah. Well, Brabham's quite happy to pay second fiddle because Dyson's the one going for the championship. This is his home race, of course. And he'll want to lead from the front. And they've won every race so far. In fact, this streak goes all the way back to Virginia last year for CD Racing. So it doesn't matter whether it's Masood or Brabham or Dyson, one of them is going to win, usually on a weekend. But this man in the Lucas number 8 is trying to change all that. And he's done a good job so far, has Dreesy. I looked at the qualifying times. They qualified this morning, so conditions should be very similar, maybe a little bit warmer out there. But he's got to stay with them, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, look at how tight the field is. Justin has moved up. Dreesy's hanging on right there. I mean, nobody's walking away from this one. This is going to be an exciting race here.
Well, Justin Marks trying to get past Tommy Dreesy now as they dive into the Mission Foods turn 1. For now, Dreesy holding on. He'll have the better line into turn 2. He's going the long, high way, is Justin, but he can't get through. And as they come towards the three-dimensionals, left-hander, I think he's going to have to settle for now anyway. And really, tell me, Ken, but the next opportunity for Justin is again on that main straight.
Yeah, you know, turn 1's the place to make the big pass here. There's not a lot of opportunities besides that, unless somebody makes a mistake. So he's, Tommy races fair. He's very quick. He's not going to give it away, though.
Yeah, Justin Marks had some problems in qualifying, and of course, he's got a busy day today because his NASCAR team, Trackhouse, is racing. They didn't get to race the 600 from Charlotte last night because of rain. So I'm sure he'll be jumping straight out of this and onto the TV to watch his team in action. Daniel Suarez in the 99. But it's Dyson from Brabham and Dreesy. Good clean start. Marks is up to 4th early on. Pentarik in 5th. Ruman 6th. Lowry 7th and leading in XGT ahead of Hale and Bird. Lee Saunders in 11th place at the moment, leads SGT. And the GT class led by Michael Sire, who's had a busy weekend. In fact, he's been in a couple of races already. So here comes Justin Marks, and no problem with Tommy Dreesy. He dispenses of him.
All right, now the race is on. Those Jim Weed cars are so quick. Mike Lancy builds the engines for these guys. They built engines for Ganassi for 9 straight years. NASCAR fame. They're really strong, and they're going to be formidable today.
Ken, what is it about TA? I was talking to Adam Andretti about this, and we'll talk more about Adam in a moment. But Adam said that he just loves the TA car compared maybe to anything else he's driven. And like yourself, he's driven lots of different cars. What is it about this particular car that is such a love affair?
Well, they're 2,800 pounds. They make close to 900 horsepower. So they're very light and very powerful. They just take your breath away when you stand on the throttle. They just put you back in the seat and down the straightaway. There's just something else. It's really hard to describe.
Well, let's talk about this man, Danny Lowry, because that's an exciting car to be driving around Lime Rock as well, that Mercedes, and doing a good job so far. Lowry leading and 7th overall, but leading in XGT.
Yeah, you know, Danny Lowry's car, that Mercedes is really quick, a lot of downforce. It is the car to have this year. Paddle shift, ABS, traction control. It's a great car to drive. But when you look at a TA car like this, no ABS, no traction control, this car can get away from you in a heartbeat if you're not careful.
Chris Dyson looking for 4 wins in a row here at Lime Rock to kind of put a footnote, if you like, on their 40th anniversary. He's won here in ALMS. He's won here in TransAm. And when you look at the list of TransAm winners over the years, starting back in 1967, when Peter Revson won in a Mercury Cougar. But Mark Donahue followed that up in 1968. Then Sam Posey, the main straight we're on right now, named after him, as Justin Marks already having to deal with traffic as we go on board with him again. And he's caught right up to the CD Racing team, and now we've got a real race on our hands. How does he play it from here now, Ken?
Oh, man, look at this. This is shaping up to be a good battle here. Nobody's checking out. It's going to be a battle to the end. I mean, Brabham's got Chris Dyson's backside. Justin's got to work on him and get by him and take the fight to the front. You know, let's hope for a good race here. Everybody races clean. You know, we're all friends. Everybody's friends here. We try to race everybody clean. We respect each other. But, man, when it comes down to it, you still got to race everybody hard.
Yeah, so Brabham's job here, if that is the job, is to try to defend the position he's in from Marks and let his teammate try to get away. Now, that's easier said than done. when Marks is on a strip like he is and really pushing hard into turn 1 Mission Foods, and Marks is as close as he's been. But that's the job now, Matthew. Can you physically do that, or do you have to just concentrate on what you're doing yourself?
He's got to concentrate on putting down the laps. They're running low 51-second ranges with a full load of fuel. These cars are heavy right now. They tend to want to understeer in the beginning. So, running those kind of lap times, that's a pretty good pace.
And how does the feel of the car change over 100 miles? What's the biggest thing?
Well, it starts to get loose. The rear tires start to get loose as the fuel load burns off, and you've got adjustable sway bars in the car, so you start moving back on that and soften that rear bar to put the grip to the rear of the car.
And that helps you keep that grip rather than getting too loose, right?
Yeah.
And as the fuel load goes down, I guess the lighter car makes it harder to drive as well.
Yeah, well, it's going faster, and the key is to keep the rear end underneath you. And as the fuel burns off, you just do a click of rear bar, and you just kind of time it to where you end up with their last adjustment with 10 laps to go.
And how often are you talking to your engineer, and what kind of information do you want?
Well, I just want to know gap times. Is anybody threatening from behind? Are they getting away from me? What kind of lap times are they running? That type of thing. Right now, Justin's just he knows what he's got to do. He's just taking his time now. He's up with the lead pack. Nobody's checking out. Just minding his time. Fuel load is burning off. Believe me, there's going to be some fireworks coming up.
Yeah, and now they're starting to get into traffic. They're going past Michael Sire in the GT class, and you can see Justin Marks just squeaking through there, but he wanted to make sure he got through. What he didn't want to do is go through the twiddly bits, as we say in England, but you don't want to go through the tight corners with a slower car in front. You want to stay with the group that you're with, because this is how you can use the traffic, and I'm sure that Chris Dyson's thinking in those turns, but then again, so's Justin Marks. He's thinking now, how can I use this traffic when Dyson comes upon it and has to kind of slow down a little bit and use it to my advantage?
Yeah, traffic is a love-hate relationship, You never know when you're going to catch them. You got to time it right. You back off a little bit, pass them at the right spot, and stick them between you and your competition. That's what you're trying to do. Sometimes it just doesn't work out that way.
We're on board with Tommy Dreesy as he comes into the last turn and down the Bennett Bridge Hall hill. He just overtook Michael Sire himself, but he's still in 4th position. Here he comes into Mission Foods.
See, and Tommy's not losing touch either. He's just hanging around too. So if anybody has a problem with traffic, if anything happens, Tommy's right there to pounce.
Yeah, I think Tommy on a day like this will be hoping that there is the odd caution that allows him to kind of concertina everybody together again. You can see now how they're dealing with traffic. The drone really gives you a great illustration from Lime Rock of just how hard it is to weave in and out of that traffic.
Yep, you got Kerry hit on the inside. You got the Porsche on the outside. I mean, you got to thread the needle here. And see, there's Chris got a nice big gap because of traffic.
Yeah, and that's Lee Saunders in the Viper. And Brabham's gone through. Marks has gone through. Now, this could be an opportunity for Justin Marks. He comes to the outside of the Mission Foods turn 1. Brabham, though, is wise to it. And the vast experience of Brabham up against Justin Marks. Young Matthew Brabham coming from that, yes, famous family that of Brabhams. A world champion in his own right in truck racing.
Matthew Brabham, I mean, his grandfather was Sir Jack Brabham. He Formula One world champion multiple times. His dad, was a fantastic IndyCar racer as well as GTP racer with Nissan. He's, coming from a good family, and he's a fast driver himself.
Yeah, there's not many places in the world that you don't bump into a Brabham somewhere, whether it be David, whether it be Jeff, or whether it be Matt. And, of course, we all live in memory of the great Sir Jack Brabham, 3-time a Formula One world champion.
Right, no pressure.
Tommy Dreesy then making his way through, and this is a decent start for the Ford Mustang. If you remember, Ken, you were here last year, and poor old Tommy just hit some oil. He just didn't get the flag or the news that the oil or damage was down on the track coming down the hill, and he slid wide and into the wall and totally rode off the car.
Oh, man, I was right behind him when that happened. I could see power steering fluid being laid down by Amy. I could see the stripe. Tommy didn't see it. I come around, and he was buried deep in the tire wall on the exit of 7 there. So bad luck that year, but he's running a lot better now.
I was saying earlier, Ken, Lime Rock when you look at a picture of it, or you look at the circuit map, you go, oh, that's an easy circuit. But the truth is, there's never time to rest, is there?
No, I mean, you're busy the whole time, and it's sort of like an oval with one left-hander in it. You're just building up and building up.
Still Dyson, Brabham and Marks at the front. Dreese holding on in 4th position. The gap 4 seconds to him. 5 seconds now, actually. Pintaric's just a second behind him, so he's still in the hunt. Ruman's still 6. And then Lowry leading in XGT. And SGT led by Lee Saunders in the 10th position.
Yep, I race with Lee. He's a great racer. And that Viper he's got is really quick. He's won the championship last year. So it's great to see him back out here.
It's great to see him. It's so nice to have Lime Rock on a beautiful day like this. It's always raining here.
I mean, I don't remember coming to Lime Rock without rain at least one day during the weekend, and it's been absolutely fabulous this whole weekend.
So we look a little further back now. Here's the good battle. Here's the Audi. Reminiscent of you out there in XGT about a few years ago, but it's a great car, that R8, isn't it?
I love that R8, and I love Attaway as well. He's a heads-up driver. That Bridge Hall car, Bennett Bridge Hall car is quick. He's great to run with.
Now, what's happened here, though? He's coming out.
Uh-oh.
So that is not a planned stop by any means.
No, and that car is super dependable, so I wonder what's going on there.
Well, we just saw a shot of Danny Lowry going through there, currently in 7th position and leading in XGT. And back to the leaders, and Justin Marks trying still to get past Brabham for now. And checking out at the front is Chris Dyson. So Marks not making any inroads yet, and at the moment the control of this race after 16 laps is with Chris Dyson. We're on board now with Justin Marks, and you can see for yourself, Ken, if you were Justin, how would you play this? Would you just wait for a while and just sort of see how the race comes?
Well, you know, he can't wait too long because Chris is going to leave the group here. He's got to pick and choose. Matthew's doing his job and keeping Justin behind him. That's what he's paid to do, man. And so he's going to have to clear him here pretty quick, or else Chris is going to get away.
We welcome our viewers back to Memorial Day at Lime Rock, and it's a beautiful day here. And the positions after 15 laps show us that Dyson and Brabham and CD Racing leading the way. Here's David Pintaric in the All-American colours for Memorial Day. And the whole team dressed up this weekend. He's supposed to be with his family as David, but he couldn't miss this one in the famous 57. And David in 5th at the moment has been a long-time TransAm. You've gone wheel to wheel with him many years.
I love racing with David. He's a great racer. He's super quick. He's good to drive around. I mean, we had a battle at NOLA this year, so glad to see he made it at least for qualifying in the race today.
So Chris Dyson now coming up on Danny Lowry. That's how quick it is around here, and how quick these, as you said, unlimited TA cars can get round in just, 50 seconds. In fact, Brabham did a time of 50.6, Dreese 51.5, Justin Marks 50.7. So we've got a straight battle now between these two. The 16 of Chris Dyson, Matt Brabham in the number 20, and Justin Marks. And we're on board with Dyson now. This is his view.
Yeah. There's nothing better than having a view of daylight in front of you and the whole field behind you. Now, Chris's job right now is just put your head down and put a gap between you and the rest of the field. That's what he does best.
Yeah, and from overhead, you get a nice perspective of what is coming ahead of him and what kind of traffic he's got to deal with. He's just about to take over or overtake the Porsche through West Bend, and then down the hill he'll come. Here he is. I love watching Chris race because he's so smooth. There's never any drama, it seems anyway.
Yeah,
there's a bit of drama there for Justin Marks. He just went just touched the wheel onto the dirt there, and you know that what that's like. That can end in tears.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to go off there because the Armco's sitting right there to gobble you up if you get too much grass between you and the pavement. So, you know, he's just he's dropping back a little bit. I don't know if the tires are going off or what's happening, but Matthew's starting to catch back up to Chris.
Yeah, you can see the gap for yourself. Justin Marks with a little bit of work to do, but he's not out of touch. And here is Lee Saunders. Lee Saunders from Florida, a former SGT champion and a regular here in TransAm. Viper of Saunders in 11th overall. And second place.
He's chasing down
Saunders.
Kerry Hitt.
He's what?
He's chasing down Kerry Hitt.
Yeah, he is.
There's Michael Attaway's back out on the track again. They must have solved what they got going on.
Yeah, Kerry. It's good to have Kerry Hitt out there as well. Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah,
another regular.
Yeah, he's a regular. He had some medical issues last year, and now he's got that sorted out, and he's back in the Trans Am car. He's a great driver, especially for a guy in his 70s.
Yeah, you know, David Pentarik had, a touch of the whole lurgy with COVID and was worried about coming back. And when he did, it was a very emotional weekend for him. And he was really worried that he wouldn't have the strength to come back, but he's done just that. And it's great to have him back to full fitness. And so still pedaling hard in 5th place, David Pentarik.
Yep. Yeah, it's really a challenge for David because he didn't practice on Saturday at all. He came up, unloaded the car, had to qualify. He only got 15 minutes of qualifying, and now you're in the race. I mean, wow, you gotta get sorted out pretty quickly, get your brain switched on.
Underemphasize just how physical it is. It looks smooth. It's always funny. You look smooth from the outside, doesn't it? But I've been alongside some of you guys, not in a race, mind you, but just out on a track. And boy, it's almost violent, isn't it?
Yeah, this track. There's no time to rest really. The straightaway perhaps, but it only lasts a couple of seconds. It's not a very long straightaway, and the rest of the time you're turning and. The G-load is pretty strong, and you're going uphill. That takes a lot of concentration.
In fact, if you want to know where that G-load is, if you look at this round circle by the speedometer, you can see that it's at 77. Well, that little red dot that you see in that circle, that is the G-force acting on the body. So when it goes to the left like that, that's the G-force acting on the right-hand side of your body and pushing you effectively, although you can't move, but that's how it affects you.
Yep. You can see Justin, he's in traffic now. He's got to weave his way through, and Matthew's just right ahead of him there.
Yeah, no dramas yet so far, but there's a long way to go in this race. 22 of the 68 gone, and anything can happen and change things. We only need one car to go off or somebody to have an issue, and we'll be under safety. And we've seen it many times here at Lime Rock. You can build up all the leads you want, but then it can all come to naught if the safety car comes out.
Yeah, typically these TA races will go green to green. The field isn't very, very large, and people don't get into trouble like in a TA2 race. So you got to be prepared to go the whole way. But if a caution comes out and they stack everything back up again, wow, look out.
Ken, we often talk in commentary about managing tires. Tell me what that means. How do you manage tires over 100 miles, and why do you manage?
Well, Joe Nemechek gave me a really good tip about managing tires. He goes, every time you spin the rear tires on the exit of a corner, you're going to lose 5 laps of grip. So once he put it into those terms, it made perfect sense to me. So you're trying not to spin those rear tires and put too much heat in them and make them slick. So you're trying to be smooth, don't get sideways, really be gentle with the throttle and apply the power, that type of thing. And the more you save, the more you're going to have in the end of the race. And that's kind of what Justin's doing now, what Matthew's doing now. And you know what? That's what Chris is doing now. They're saving their stuff for the end of the race so they can pour it on. And, Chris is going to protect his lead as best he can.
Good battle of the Porsches going on here.
Yeah, they got a good race going on. Porsches are so quick around here. They handle so well.
Perfect car, really. Well, we've got Porsche versus Corvette in this particular case. Yeah, it's a very good, it's a dark art managing tires, no question about it. And I think here at Lime Rock, you pick your battles, right? If you get embroiled into a heavy battle where you're toing and froing, then that's also going to waste tires, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, going to use up your stuff before you get to the front of the fight, and next thing you know, you got a car that's not handling well at all, and there's nothing you can do about it, and the rest of the race becomes absolutely miserable as you try to keep your car on the road.
We've been watching Nathan Bird in the 88, the Sonesta Tilson Hope Givers Porsche 911 GTS, or GT3 Cup car, excuse me. And Intermission Foods turn 1 again.
Yep, he's at the front of the fight here. Dave Pentaric's working his way through there.
And this is a nice little four-way group here with Amy Ruman at the back of it. She's fighting with David Pentaric, and yet the other two cars are in their own battle. So this is good stuff. You're not missing anything at the front. Dyson's got a 2-second lead over his teammate. Mark still very much in the hunt.
Yeah, Amy and Dave are having a good fight here. He's now cleared the traffic. David's on his way out, and let's see if Amy can get through here and catch right back up to him.
Amy Ruman, another stalwart of this championship, a two-time champion in her own right a few years ago, but has stuck with the Corvette for many years now, and that McNichols 23 is synonymous with TA Racing.
Yeah, she's a good friend of mine, and you know what? She is a great driver, and she is tough to race against. She protects her line. She makes it really tough to get around her. She drives the whitest car in the field.
Now, what's going on here with the 22?
It looks like Kerry Hitt has had some problems. Now he's on his way back out.
Yeah, so Kerry Hitt in and out. I don't think it was a forced stop. I think he was coming to check something, but he's back out on track. And now Amy has cleared the other two cars and now goes in pursuit of David Pentaric.
Yep.
This is a battle for 5th place overall. Pentaric currently in 5th and Ruman in 6th. Now, the gap between Dyson and Brabham come down a little bit, 1.5 seconds, and Marks has gone with it. So in a moment, I'm sure we'll go back to the leaders and see if there's been any change at the front. But I don't think it's anything to worry about. I think Dyson's just dealing with traffic, and it will ebb and flow between 1.5 and maybe less than a second. But if I know Dyson, he's controlling this race from the front.
Yep, I mean, we're coming up to the halfway point here pretty quick. So, you know, it's kind of settling in, and again, this is kind of where the fastest laps of the race come in. You've got a lighter fuel load with fresher tires, and this is when the good times are going to be set. At the end of the race, you're out of tire, you're light on fuel, so we'll see what happens. We'll see who has the best car at the end.
You know, I was talking to Chris Dyson earlier in the weekend, and I was asking him about, you know, racing at Lime Rock and his memories. You know, we were celebrating Paul, as we go down the Paul Newman Straight, we're celebrating the fact that it's a 37th anniversary for Paul Newman, who did his first Trans Am race and his last ever turn of a wheel here at Lime Rock when he was 83 years of age. Oh, that's a moment that you don't want when you're leading a race. And that's also played in the hands of Justin Marks, second place. Justin Marks pounces on a mistake by the 20 of Brabham, who just went slightly wide. And I said it to you, didn't I, Ken, that that's a place where one wheel could make a big difference.
Yep, it's just like what we were talking about. You ran a little wide there, got some wheels off in the grass, had to back out of the throttle, left the door wide open for Justin Marks.
And now the plan for CD Racing is out the window because Marks is unfettered and goes in pursuit of Chris Dyson, and Brabham will try to bounce back as quickly as possible. He wants to get on top of this. There's another look at it, Ken.
Yep, two wheels off. You got to get out of the throttle. And Justin's on it. Gets an inside run.
Yeah, it's easy to do it. Sucks you downhill, doesn't it? And it's so easy to make that mistake.
Yep. The tires are starting to get slippery, you know, and it's going to run wide. Now the race is on. You know, Justin's got one car to go, right? He's got to put his head down and catch back up to Chris, start putting the pressure on. But Chris, you know, he is so good under pressure. He's not going to, you know, he's not going to give it up.
No, but it's going to be constant traffic, isn't it? They're so the TA cars are so much quicker than the GTs and the SGTs that he's going to be constantly coming up on different cars, isn't he?
Yep. See, and Amy drives that wide car, although, you know, she's about to get lapped by the leader. She's not going to put up too big of a fight.
No.
Shouldn't. She's a pro.
A lot of respect as well. She knows when she sees that CD car racing Jim Weed car that that's the leader. She'll have no qualms about that. And in fact, she does stay offline and let Brabham through as well, as we go back on board with Tommy Dreese coming under the bridge.
Man, that's a beautiful race car, don't you think?
Yeah, it's lovely.
It sounds good, and Tommy can drive the wheels off this thing.
I gave him a hard time. I said, hey, MAV TV want you to win this race, and you've got it planted all over your car. How about it? And he goes, I'm trying, man, I'm trying.
He tries 100% the whole distance. You know, every session of every weekend, he runs every single lap. He doesn't care about tire wear. He doesn't care about anything. He wants to get as much track time as possible.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun to be with. We often use the radio with him on the warm-up lap. We get to hear from his perspective what's going on. So the car's having to go offline now to use and deal with the traffic, so that's always a factor too. There's quite a lot of dust and dirt being thrown up from that turn 7. But as you can see, Brabham is passed as well. And now we've got a straight fight between the top 3, but still Dyson dealing with traffic, and now this is the closest Marks has been.
You see what I mean? It either works in your favor or it doesn't. Chris Dyson is like yelling something that I can't repeat right now.
But this is the opportunity for Marks. If he can make one of these stick, and I tell you what, he's brave. He's carrying the number, of course, that his own team carries in NASCAR with Daniel Suarez.
Oh, man. Pinteric's not giving him any breaks either. We're up the inside.
Nicely done. Justin Marks makes it stick. And that was a lovely move.
Wow.
An unusual one, too.
Yep. Unfortunately, Chris Dyson got caught up in traffic trying to lap Dave Pinteric here, and Dave didn't cut him any slack and left the door open for Justin.
So Justin Marks takes the lead of this one ahead of Chris Dyson, using the traffic very well indeed, Justin Marks. And remember, Marks having problems in qualifying, and that put him back on the grid because he had been fastest in the first practice, but now the 99 right where he needs to be. He's got Pinteric in front of him, but he's still got Chris Dyson hovering there in second place. He'll want to clear Pinteric as soon as he can. Kerry Hitt gets out the way. But Marks now wanting to clear Pinteric as soon as he can. He'll try to do it down the Samposi straight. Here we are.
Yep. Now's the time to do it. Let's pop out. Let's get underneath Pinteric.
Ooh, and Pinteric's not making it easy. And why should he? He can't get past him, and that's allowed Dyson right there. And Brabham's there as well. The three of them will try to get past him.
Now he's letting the leaders through.
Here we go. We've got a cracking race on here. The two CD Racing cars in pursuit of Justin Marks from Trackhouse Racing.
This is what we came for, folks. This is a good Trans Am race here.
Yeah, these guys are definitely on a level field as well because Marks is quick. If there was anybody going to challenge Chris Dyson this year, I would put my money on Justin Marks. Now, he's not doing the full season. He's got to run a NASCAR team. But he is, whenever he's got the chance, and there's been very few that he's missed, he's going to get out here on a Sunday and mix it up with these boys.
Yeah, Justin Marks, the 2 races earlier this year, he put it on pole at Sebring, pole at NOLA. He had to miss Atlanta because of commitments with the Trackhouse Racing team in NASCAR. But he's back here at Lime Rock, and now he's leading the race, so that's awesome.
Did a remarkable job at NOLA where he went off on the first lap and had to make his way all the way through back to third. So Justin Marks not afraid to mix it up with the big boys of TransAm.
Yeah. Well, you know, the race isn't over, though.
So then Justin Marks leads the way ahead of Dyson, Brabham, Dreese, Pinteric. That's how it stands on the top 5. Lowry still leading in XGT. And as you can see, the traffic just getting out of the way of the faster cars, quite rightly. Saunders leading in SGT ahead of Ricky Sanders in 11th place. And Michael Sire leading the way in GT ahead of Michael Attaway, who's currently 14th. Kerry Hitt between them. But now, these 2 leaders and Justin Marks, that's the battle we're watching, to see if these T8 cars can continue this drive of hardness and toughness around this Lime Rock track. And when do you start to get physically weary? Because it's hot. I know you wear a cool suit, but, you know, does it do everything?
Yeah, and Justin even made the comment to me after practice. He goes, man, I didn't realize how physical this place was. I forgot. He hasn't been here since 2017, and man, it's a good thing he works out. He's going to need it today.
Yeah, and physically with the heat like this, it's almost nicer when it's raining. It's a bit cooler, but you'll feel the heat. The asphalt heats up so quickly too that we often give the track temperature as well as the ambient temperature, and the ambient temperature is often sometimes 20 degrees less than how quick the asphalt heats up.
Right. You got to use all the tools that you have. Your cool suit, you know, that helps your body temperature, but you also have to drink. You have to put the drink bottle, take a sip down the straightaway every lap just to make sure you stay hydrated and in the game here.
Yeah, and I bet it's a disaster if that packs up.
Yeah, I mean, I've had races where my drink bottle didn't work, and boy, towards the end, my tongue was sticking to the roof of my mouth. It was tough.
Well, this has been an intriguing battle so far, and it's Marks versus Dyson and Brabham. There he is, Justin Marks. You can see the gap for yourself. Still a long way to go, 37 of the 68. So they've got to bide their time. There's no need for heroics just yet. And Dyson will stay in second place, and Brabham just hovering around. And will stay, if he can, with this group to see if he's useful to help. I say help Dyson, because Brabham's very much in this championship at the moment coming into this one. Dyson leads the way, but it's Brabham in second place. Just 15 points between them.
Right. I mean, I think the goal here for the Dyson team is just stay in touch, bide your time. There's still 30 laps to go, 29 laps to go. Anything can happen. You know, Chris got caught up in traffic. Maybe the same thing will happen to Justin Marks.
Yeah, Matthew Brabham, great character, loves his Trans Am racing. He's been doing a bit of super truck racing as well. He actually was driving the IndyCar double-seater at Longbridge, you know, the one that Mario drives at the 500, Mario Andretti.
Right.
And, so that was a thrill for him to do that. I bet a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew's got a great relationship with the Dyson family. It's their 40th anniversary this weekend since their pro debut. 40 years at Lime Rock. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was talking to Chris, and he said he used to be, when he was a little boy, he'd sit up on the hill, just like all the other kids up there today, and dream one day of being up against the big boys of Trans Am, and now he's fulfilled that dream, and very much so.
Oh, yeah. Well, he is the poster child of Trans Am. I mean, he's got the DNA, and he can drive the wheels off that Mustang.
Yeah, no doubt about it. In these parts, the Dyson name is synonymous with Lime Rock for sure.
Now, one of the things you have to remember here, Justin Marks is in a Riley AR3. It's a brand new chassis. Chris Dyson is in a brand new Riley AR3. But we have different power plants, right? You can have the R07 Chevrolet that's in Justin's car, 850 plus horsepower. You have the FR9 Ford engine. They're both Xfinity engines, and but tuned for road racing and unrestricted. So both of them are putting out 850 plus. And it's funny, they don't tell me exactly how much horsepower they put out.
What's the feedback on the Riley? I mean, obviously it's a new iteration of a chassis for Trans Am, but what's been the feedback?
Well, it's a great car to drive. It has adjustable power steering. It's got kind of the nuances that you like to have as a driver. You can dial in the steering just the way you want. It's got a great front panel in it. So you've got all the latest, greatest electronics that you need to make decisions when you're driving the car. So it's those type of things that are good. But for the most part, they're just like all the other cars when it comes to tuning them and racing them and driving them. Same type of driving.
Justin Marks doing a tremendous job here. He's gapped Dyson to 2.7 seconds. It's not panic time yet for Dyson, but he'll want to try to stay in touch with him if he's going to try to win this race. They've all got to deal with the traffic, but Dyson being held up here, but gets past now. But Dyson's going to have to put the hurry up on, or he's going to lose touch with Justin Marks. 2.7 is almost too comfortable.
Yeah, he really got hung up in turn 3 and turn 4 there with the back markers. So, man, it's just a roll of the dice when you're going to catch these guys and pass them and stay in touch with the leader.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the lap times as they cross the line again. And last time out, Marks did a 51.5, so the top times have come down a little bit, but that's as you'd expect as the race goes on.
Yeah, Chris is running a 51.15, so that's still a great time with this many laps on those tires.
Yeah, they're all in the 51s now. Dreesy's dropped back to the 52s. His best lap of 51.5, so he's knocked that down a bit. Lowry now up to 7th overall behind Amy Ruman and leading that XGT crowd in the Mercedes.
Yeah, he does a good job. You know, he caught me at Atlanta and says, Ken, you need to get one of these Mercedes and let's go racing this. You know, I get tempted everywhere I go here. So, you know, I made a promise. I'm retired from race driving.
Yeah,
I'm going to be a team owner.
That. Yeah, Michael Schumacher said that. So did Jordan.
That's right.
Ken Thwaites has been since I've been doing TransAm since 2018, has been a regular and has decided anyway to hang it up. But I don't think he's not 100% sure on the decision yet.
Well, it's tough. You know, you got to give it 100%, and these TransAm. Oh no! Is that Dreesy in the tire wall?
That is Dreesy in the tire wall.
Oh no! I hope he's okay.
Yeah, that's a big off.
That's
a
big shunt.
Luck, poor old Tommy Dreesy. So we're under caution. No surprise after that big off. David Hootsar, race director, immediately putting that out, seeing what we saw, which is what looked like, I won't confirm it yet, but looked like Tommy Dreesy.
Yeah, it looked
like track.
Like the exit of turn 6 or something, just about ready to come down the hill.
So all the work that Justin Marks had put into gap, Chris Dyson will come to naught. That's okay by us. But let's just hope for a second that Tommy's okay, because that looked like a big off.
He's deep
in
those
before
tires.
West Bend or after West Bend?
It could be at the bottom, but where he went off last year.
Yeah,
but it looked like it was uphill though, so he could have dropped a wheel on the exit of 6 and spun around and collected that inside barrier.
So we're under caution after what has been a relatively clean race so far. It's Marks, Dyson, and Brabham. That's your top 3.
Yeah, let's see if that window net comes down for Tommy and let us know that he's okay.
Yeah, by the way, that so you know, that's sort of the inside racers' way of letting both the fellow competitors and the marshals know that you are okay, is to let that net down.
Oh, man. Let's see. Maybe we can pick him up here on the inside as we come down the hill.
Yeah. It's around this area, that's for sure. And everybody's slowing right down, quite rightly. And as you can see, the track car's on track now. There's the Aston Martin circulating. Marshals do a great job here, and the recovery guys too. Very quick indeed to get to somebody. And a single-seater.
They're really good, and we have this Flagtronics device inside the race car now, which really, really helps. It gives you a yellow flag, a green flag, a checkered flag, that type of thing, so you can see inside your car what the conditions are even before you get to the flag station.
Yeah, and that's an iteration we put on this season, and it is a big deal because, yes, the flags, the traditional flags that the human marshals put out are there to be seen, but it's almost like a backup system in many ways. When you see that light on your dash, and it is in the perfect position, you know exactly what's happening and you can react quickly, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, in a situation like a red flag situation where everybody's got to stop on track, or a black flag all, it will flash black flag and all, and you know when to come into the pits. It really is a good information. It's great for the safety for everybody.
So we're under caution, and we are behind the safety car. Justin Marks had just taken the lead a few laps ago ahead of the 2 CD Racing Jim Weed Mustangs. And as you can see, a little bit of traffic between Chris Dyson and Matthew Brabham, but that won't be hard to sort out. And we've had an incident involving car number 8, Tommy Dreesy.
It's great to see the Bennett Bridge Hall car out there. They've been a great sponsor of some cars and of the TransAm series. Those guys are great. Glad they're involved.
So let's head down to the pits and get the latest with Ben Sissel.
Check, check, 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check, 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 check.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here in the 3GT tent with Tony Genelosi, the team manager for Tommy Dreese. What's your driver saying?
First of all, most importantly, he's saying that he's okay. He's not hurt. He's out of the car. He got a little crossed up in traffic and made a mistake. It happens. We're just really glad that he's okay.
Yeah, and I see now, great that the driver's okay. We love having Tommy Dreese here in that beautiful Lucas 3GT car, but I'm hearing now they're about to bring everybody in for a red flag. So, Jonathan, we're about to go through red flag protocols. Hopefully I'll be able to walk up the aisle and talk to a lot of the drivers, but I'm just so glad that Tommy Dreese's okay, and he'll be back racing with us in that beautiful 3GT Mustang Lucas Oil MAV TV car.
Good work, Ben. Yeah, and as you saw, the car finally extracted from the tire barriers there, but a big hit.
Yeah.
Ken.
Oh man, he was buried deep in there. I'm glad that he's okay. You know, it's a dance out there. You got to dance around slower traffic and keep the car on the track and keep going fast. You know, it gets tough, and you know, it sounds like he dropped a wheel off and it got sucked into the tire wall.
Yeah, and good to hear that he took responsibility and said my bad type thing. But more importantly, he's A-OK because it can go wrong quickly.
Yeah, and this is the right thing to do, you know, is to have a red flag, let the corner workers be safe and get that car out of there and get it on the tow truck and get it down to the pits, clean up the track so that we can have clean racing to begin with. And, man, this is going to be a good sprint to the finish. There he goes.
Yeah, that was a
man,
big one.
oh,
Oh, yeah, so he was he was coming out of West Bend before coming down the Bridge Hall Bennett's turn and just got unsighted.
So it looked like the exit of 6, yeah.
Yeah.
Holy cow, what a shot.
Yeah, that is a big off. And let's hope Tommy's A-OK. But he has reported back to his team, as you heard, that he's okay.
So we're set up for a big shootout in the end. How many laps do we have to go? About 20 or so?
Yeah, about that. I'm not 100% sure because we were under safety for a couple of laps. But, yeah, we are ready for a sprint restart, so to speak.
So you reset everything, you go back to zero, and, it's going to be, a great race to the finish. This is awesome.
So what would you be saying to your engineer now? Because obviously the car's sitting there heating.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to keep your eye on the gauges.
Good to see that.
Oh, there
Tommy's
he is.
out and
there he
he's
is.
Fine, yeah.
Good job, Tommy. Glad that he's okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're sitting there. The car should be shut off at this point because it'll overheat just sitting there, idling, especially with all the race temperatures.
Yeah.
Everything's cooling off. Make sure your foot's off the brake pedal so the pads aren't sticking to a hot rotor, that type of thing. And then, then you got your fingers crossed that thing's going to fire back up when you go to start it again, and you have to take off behind. I mean, these things get hot and they get hard to start. So, you got a lump in your throat right before they start engines and continue on here.
Does it change your strategy in any way? Because obviously you're not running laps right now, so you're saving tire, so to speak. Does that help coming to a stop like this for the tires to cool down or make it worse?
I don't know. There's Amy.
Well, the blue flags are out, as you can see.
Tommy's headed right there, boy.
Yeah, the Porsche in front of him was on the racing line and almost, not unsighted, but you could see the blue flags for yourself. So they were trying to warn the Porsche that the traffic, that Tommy was coming. But Tommy obviously took avoiding action there, and it's come off worse for him.
At this time of the race, this distance of the race, you're hot, you're tired, you're thirsty, and your concentration level can drop off every now and then. I know it's hard to believe, but you can start daydreaming in these cars. Literally, I'm serious, and you can lose focus, and sometimes that can happen.
Well, obviously, while we've got a bit of time stopped, it gives us a chance to catch up with some stories. Ben Sissel is down in the pit lane. Ben, what's happening down there?
Yeah, thank you. I'm here on pit lane with this beautiful Audi of Mike Attaway. And, Mike, I saw you come in early. I talked to your crew. Your cool shirt's not working. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, no, it's not working at all. We went out on the other day and got it back working, and it quit this first lap.
And it is hot here at the TransAm Memorial Classic, and that's not like Cool Shirt. And I know you're good friends with Matt Gooch from Cool Shirt, so what would you like to say to him right now?
Matt, give me a call in the morning. Real important.
He says give him a call. But other than that, Mike, how is it out there in this mixed field?
Great. You just got to keep your eyes and ears open, waiting on those TA cars to come because they come by quick. Way, give them a blinker and go.
They come up on you quick, don't they?
They do, very fast.
All right. Hey, Mike, thank you very much. Mike's out here in this beautiful Audi number 91 in the GT class. And then before I throw, I'm going to go to Randy Hale here. Randy Hale, you can see he's buckling up. Randy's out here in XGT, a fantastic battle throughout all of the GT classes today here. Randy, how's it going out there?
Well, I'll give you a better answer than Sebring when I said horrible. So I'm making up for it. We're having a blast. Nathan and I are having a great battle. Danny's doing a great job in the Mercedes. He's kicking our ass, but we're trying to keep up with him. But it's a lot of fun, home track. My family's all here, so it's a great day.
Well, then let's give a shout out to your family as you're coming around 2 and 3 and you see that crowd up on the hill for the Memorial Day Classic. That's got to mean a lot, but where's your family watching from?
I think they're up on the hill. So my fiance Diane, my daughter Skylar, and Jamie, Diane's daughter, and my son's at home watching on the internet because he wanted to play video games. But he promised he'd take a break to watch the race, but I don't really believe him.
Well, Randy Hale out there in this number 31. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, what he's not telling you is he's actually practicing on the sim. He's going round Lime Rock, and he's going to come and challenge you, Randy. So that's what you got to watch out when you get home. He's practicing. That's the truth. Anyway, we're going to take a short break here from Lime Rock in a few seconds, but we are under a red flag situation here. As you can see, it's a very strange situation to be looking at because you're looking at a stopped race at the moment, and it's being led by Justin Marks. I think we'll get a rolling start. That's my assessment, but it's a shame to see everything come to naught. But the reason why we've come to a stop is we are extracting Tommy Dreese's car from the tyre wall and probably repairing that tyre wall as well. There you can see the work going on, and when they've done that work, we'll be able to resume racing. So stay with us here from Memorial Weekend here at Lime Rock. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from Lime Rock after this.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
But here comes the battle for the checkered flag. I believe it is. Ryan Dibb getting the win.
We're at a commercial break.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, three-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Welcome back to Lime Rock. As you can see, some extensive work going on the tyre barriers. No, we're not digging out Tommy's car. That's gone. But Tommy hit that barrier pretty hard just before the bridge and just after West Bend. The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers West Bend of today. And as you can see, they're trying to replace the tyres that were moved, and there's an important reason for that, alongside me, Ken Thwaites, is that you don't want to restart a race without everything as it was before.
Yeah, you got to put it all back together because, what if you have another situation where that car hits that same spot and it's not built correctly, and, it's got to be able to do its job again the same way. We were talking about, he was talking about Michael Attaway, and I don't know if everybody looked, but you could see a blinker go on. Well, slower traffic, if they have them, they'll throw on a blinker, and he's not turning in that direction. He's actually communicating with the car lapping him, telling him which side he wants you to pass him on.
Good point.
So, it's we all kind of work together. It lets the overtaking driver, that he actually sees you. He's telling you where he wants you to go.
Yeah, and you often see in single-seaters they literally put their hand out to do that, because obviously you don't have blinkers on a single-seater. So, yeah, it's just a sort of international term for pass me, I see you, pass me here, or pass me on this side, yeah. Unfortunately, it was a strange part of the circuit that Tommy was coming up, because it is a slightly blind. You're just dipping down there, so you're making that transition from full sight to no sight, and it was just in that moment that Tommy felt that the Porsche in front of him may not have seen him. So.
Yeah. Well, it's that time of the race, right, where the rear ends, you start to lose the rear end. You start losing that grip, and he must have got a little sideways, and once it hooked, it shot him right into the guardrail.
So a little work to do here. We are under red flag situation. There's the crowd under the trees. You can't see them until you get the drone on them, but everybody huddles into the shade, which is a very good idea. But a great crowd, as always, here at Lime Rock. You must love coming here.
I love coming here. It's a beautiful part of the country. I drove the motorhome up here from Nashville.
Nice.
It's 1,000 miles, but, man, it's great when you get here. I was sitting on that hill last year spotting for Cameron Lawrence. The only difference was it was pouring down rain, and I had no umbrella.
Yes, I've been here at Lime Rock a fair few years now, and almost every year at least one of the days is wet. But this year, no. It's been
fantastic. It's great racing weather, great City Hall weather. They should be advertising this every Memorial Day. And we actually camped on the inside with all the other campers with the motorhome and stuff, and we met some cool people besides us. We had beverages together. We, had food together, and we're also kind of looking out for each other. It's really fun meeting new people.
Yeah, and talking of looking out for each other, I just want to put a shout out to my usual co-commentator. Delighted to have Ken here this weekend, but Adam Andretti, sadly, his mum has passed away, and obviously he's gone to be with his family, and so therefore we wish you all the best to the Andretti family, and especially to Adam, who is, I would argue, one of the bedrocks of TransAm, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine, and he's awesome. And my condolences, bud. I feel for you, and our heart's with you.
Yep. His mum, Carolyn Corky Andretti. We'll talk more about her later, but we wish all of the Andrettis well. Interesting, I didn't know this, but Adam was telling me that Mario won his first race here in a midget.
No kidding. Wow. Well, it's kind of like an oval, except there's one left-hand turn right in the middle of it. Messes everything up.
Well, you know what? It's funny. Chris Dyson was talking. He said, I said, how do you set up the car? And he said, we almost have to set it up like an oval.
Yeah. That's what we do. We kind of set it up that way, and we just kind of tippy-toe around the left-hander at turn 3. Also, it's a funny thing, as you go up the hill at turn 5, it's a jump. The car will actually wheelie if you don't pre-jump the car. And if you get too much air under the front wheels, it'll slam down on the pavement. And we actually bent a lower right front control arm on Justin's car yesterday. So you don't want to do that.
I just heard that Ben is working hard and getting around, and I think he's got one of the Dysons, or at least one of the team from Chris Dyson Racing. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Sorry, that's my fault. I didn't have my mic on. I'm here. It's an honor to be here with Rob Dyson, celebrating 40 years of Dyson Racing at your home track, fresh from Indianapolis because you're the chairman of the Indy Museum, one of the greatest museums that ever house anything with motorsports. But you're out here, and oddly, you're in second place. Your son's in second place at your home track. So what's the strategy as we go into this?
Well, needless to say, I'm sorry that Tony had that incident, but, we got to restart. Chris and Batty got to get it on. And, when the flag drops, you better get going. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how everybody responds to it. But, the weather's great. The track seems to be pretty quick. So it'll be up to Chris and Justin to kind of handle it and make sure that they behave themselves, but compete, and that's what they're going to do.
So 40 years of Dyson Racing, and I know you've raced here many times, and it's great to see the hillside full of people. But what does that 40 years mean to you, especially having some of the same people under your tent?
Well, it's gratifying. Racing is a wonderful endeavor. It's got all the ingredients of competition and technology and logistics, but it comes right down to the people, and that's the greatest thing that's happened, is that we've been dealing with people. Our human capital, if you put it that way, has been strong, and we maintain it that because that's what ultimately gets it done. It's not the hardware that does it, it's the people tuning the hardware.
Now, when we were here the first year that Chris won in TA, you were surprised to find out that we're doing the more classic course with the jump. How you feel about that now?
Well, it was interesting when I was at the race. Fortunately, I wasn't on the track, but I was on the race when they realized that the prototypes were going so quick that they were lifting the wheels off. We had known that from practice sessions before. But John Morton took it to a greater extent and put the Nissan right over atop of Price Cobb, who was driving. Price and I were driving then. So the powers that be here at Lime Rock wisely figured out that we've got to do something about it, and they did, and they created the chicane, which has prevented that. But I will tell you that even at cars with these speeds, that you still get a little bit light on the steering when you're coming up on the hill. So if you get a little sideways, you can get into trouble, and I think that's probably what happened to Tommy. I think he got a little sideways, and just at the right time, when the car came down, it just bounced a little bit and caused them to move one side to the other. But this is a great racetrack. Ironically, when we were running the prototypes, people don't realize this. When we were running the prototypes, there was only one track with a higher average speed. In the IMSA days, there was only one track faster, and that was a short course of Watkins Glen. People don't realize how fast this place is. It looks small and it looks tight and all that, but these guys are really running hard.
Now, did you ever race here in the 962 days?
Oh, sure. That's a lot of. I started with the Datsun and then moved up to the GTO ranks and then got into the prototypes. Sure.
What kind of times were you doing in the 962 back in the day?
I think then we were probably doing, about 40, 49s or 50s. And when the last time the prototypes ran here, they were doing 42 8s, 43s. Technology and better design and drivers put in the floor, the aerodynamics changed and all of that. So it's just like here. These guys are running. If you put out an old classic Trans-Am car, it'd smoke them. And it's just the technology and the usual racer stuff. More power, more grip.
Well, 40 years Dyson Racing here with Rob Dyson. Chris Dyson's out there, currently undefeated in TA here at the Lime Rock Park for the Memorial Day Classic. Rob, thanks a lot.
Great stuff, Ben. And as you saw throughout the interview, we are still repairing that tyre wall. A lot of work to be done, to be fair. But great to hear from Rob Dyson, and I could see you smiling there, Ken, because big memories.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob Dyson had the team, the IMSA team, prototype team. James Weaver was driving. Guy Smith as well with them. And it's funny, Guy Smith ran with us a couple of years ago at Watkins Glen and Road America. So it was cool to see these guys that you saw on TV and idolize them, and now we had a chance to race with them.
As you can see, they are feverishly working to get this. If you've just joined us, we had a big accident, one of the TA cars, Tommy Dreese in the number 8 Lucas Mustang, going off into the tyre barriers. Not 100% sure why yet, but either way, caused a big impact. He's okay, I'm glad to say, but made a nice mess of.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that they're having to push stuff back into place because, that barrier obviously gave and, reduced the impact. If it was a cement wall, it could have been a much worse shunt than what we're seeing here. It takes a little time to repair it, but, hey, safety is what's important here. And, the barrier did its job, and, Tommy's okay.
So then, there's the shot that we've all
Toledo.
wanted to at least have a look at. That tells you everything you need to know. That was a massive, massive impact, and I'm glad to say Tommy Dreese has walked away from this accident.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of fun motor racing until it goes wrong, and when it goes wrong, it can have a massive impact, and you can see that is a rather junked up piece of metal there. But Tommy has walked away, hence the safety of modern-day racing. And we are all glad. Ken, I know you've been a few crashes in yourself. I've seen you, and you must take your hat off to the current safety precautions that are taken both for man and machine.
Yeah, I had a frontal impact at Mid-Ohio a couple of years ago, lost our brakes at the end of the straightaway and went sailing through China Beach there, head on into the barrier, and, we got out, no problem. It was not, it was a big deal to the car, but not to the driver. So, yeah, my hat's off to the safety developments, the Hans device. The Hans device has really saved a lot of people's lives, and you don't know how much it saved, neck injuries, head injuries, spinal injuries. It's just a great device, and we all wear it now. It's without question, you wear one every single time.
Yeah, and we must take our hats off to the likes of Jackie Stewart, and after him, Michael Schumacher. And I mean, these are the names that perhaps, okay, they're in the limelight because they're in Formula One, but all of this trickles down, that Hans device you mentioned. And people now, like Alex Wirtz, who was responsible for helping design the halo that we see in single-seater racing. But it all trickles down to any form of racing, the Hans devices being the obvious one, but also the torsion and the ability for these tube cars also to have good crash impact. And you see, it does look a mess, but the point is the driver inside walked away, and that's really how it's designed.
Yeah, that's a Gentilozzi chassis. You can see that it did its job.
Yeah, we're looking at the damage of that Gentilozzi prepared number 8 Lucas car of Tommy Dreese. Tommy's okay, so let's just put that in perspective. If you're watching back in Hollywood, his family and friends, the rockin' Moroccan is still rocking hard, but we are under a red flag situation because of that. Alongside me, Jonathan Green, is Ken Thwaites, just retired from racing, but is not any less busy. I was wondering how you were going to keep going. You've got about, 5 cars now?
Yeah, I mean, every race is different. We've got 2 TA2 cars that we're running currently, one for Michelle Abadi and her Ghost-sponsored energy drink car, as well as Lucas Oil, and MAV TV. You know what? We haven't talked about that. TransAm has their own Drive to Survive series called Road to Glory, and you should tune into MAV TV every Thursday night and watch
That's
it.
right. So you can basically watch the highlights on MAV TV of each weekend, and then we get to go behind the scenes with your team. In fact, they're currently filming as we speak. But great insight. I've watched it, and I enjoyed it, and I do like the perspective of, if you like, telling the story, and I like the order because you watch the race and you know, that was easy for the team, and then you go behind the scenes and you
get
go,
the real
whoa!
story. Yeah. Well, that was the whole goal, is to be able to take the viewer behind the curtain to see what actually happens in the transporter. The talks, the fights, the battles with other teams, that type of thing. I mean, we're all friends, but we're certainly bitter competitors out there as well. And there's a lot of work that goes into these cars to make them go. And we kind of let everybody in on the secret and see how the magic happens.
Great to have Justin Marks on board, and as you can see, they have cleared that situation right by the exit of Lime Rock. That's the bridge you go over on the way out. So that has been a very dramatic incident indeed. And in a moment, we'll fire up the cars again and get going again, because we've still got a race on our hands, folks. And yeah, if you haven't had a chance to catch that series, Thursday nights, straight after the race weekend, on MAV TV, 8 o'clock you can tune in Eastern for TA2, 9 o'clock TA race, followed by what Ken was just talking about, a nice behind-the-scenes look at what it's like to be involved in a TransAm race team. So, we are about to get underway, and the incident has been cleared very quickly, I may add. This patient fans have sat and waited, as we have, but we are about to go racing again, and it's Justin Marks leading the way. And let me just remind you, when we started today, Chris Dyson leading the championship by 15 points ahead of his teammate Matthew Brabham. Dyson on 285, and then Brabham actually only 5 points off the lead on 280. Then a 26-point gap to Tommy Dreesy in third, and that's obviously with not a finish there, allowing David Pintarek, who's still very much involved in this race, on 228 in fourth position. So there'll be some change at the top after this one. But this is the home race for Chris Dyson. We just heard from Rob Dyson, not used to his son in second place. He's been a four-time winner here, but it's far from over. I would anticipate, Ken, that if Chris is going to win this one, he's going to have to do it early, because Justin, once he gets up to speed, is pretty unstoppable.
Yep, I bet the drivers are glad that these cars are moving now, because sitting there in a hot car, you got to turn off the battery, and that means your cool suit is not working.
And Mike Attaway, as you heard, isn't getting his cool suit going.
Right, I thought that car had air conditioning too, so. So they're glad it's starting now and get everything back up to temperature, and we're going to have a wild shootout here in the finish.
Yep, and Mike got a glimpse there of Paul Newman Straight. If you know Lime Rock, you'll know that there was a straight called No Name Straight, but quite rightly, they put that to right, because Paul Newman celebrating 37-year anniversary, and in fact, on display this weekend were two of his watches and several of his rings from winning in IndyCar with his team, Newman Haas, and obviously Paul Newman, a handy TransAm driver in his day, very much so, loved his racing and was able to get away from the madding crowd of fans when he was racing, and he was just one of the boys when it came to racing.
Yeah, great team owner, Newman Haas, IndyCar team with the Andretti's, great supporter of racing, much like, Steve McQueen, Paul Newman even more so. So they went through the Mission Foods turn one. Turn one there is a pretty interesting corner. It looks simple, right? It's kind of banked on the inside, but after you get half, it drops off. So if you go too high, you lose all your grip and you'll spin off. So
yeah, you often see people going wide and then literally just keep going.
Yep. There's a lot of intricacies to this place, and you got to know them. This is going to be pretty interesting. Lights still on the pace car. Oop,
but they're off now, so that we are ready to go racing again. Justin Marks will lead the field to green for Trackhouse Racing. We're on board with Justin as he comes underneath the bridge. One corner to go, and then he'll be on the Sam Posey straight to get a restart. This is going to be crucial to the race. If Dyson and Brabham are going to challenge Marks, they're going to have to be on their mark right now and get a good start, because Justin Marks is very quick indeed. And now he's taken the lead from having started further back in the field. He's got to make hay. Here we go then. A beautiful sound down the Sam Posey straight. Jostling for position. Not close enough.
The inside.
Not quite close enough, but a good restart by both of them.
Tires are cold. It's going to take a little time to get that temp back up.
Would that be a chance then for Chris to have a go under the cold tire situation?
Well, he's got the same issue, so they're going to slither around. Whoever's got the best car control.
Yep. Well, Brabham and Dyson on the trail to try to catch him. The white and purple CD cars in pursuit of the black and blue of the Trackhouse number 99.
All right, we're coming up on just 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, and now it'll be a race against the clock because we basically, how we race in Trans Am is 100 miles or 70 minutes. And as you can see, that clock on the top left tells us we have just 10 minutes to go. What do you reckon, 5 laps?
Well, probably about 8. They're 50-second laps, so...
Wow, good battle here too. And of course, we forget sometimes when we're concentrating on the TA battle at the front that it's just as exciting and nail-biting for XGT, SGT, and GT in their battles. So we'll keep an eye and keep you honest on those.
There we go.
But it's actually Bird who's got in front of, in XGT, of Hale. Lowry's dropped to third, so the big change there.
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, Saunders continues in the Dodge Viper to leading in 9th position ahead of Ricky Sanders. So there is the SGT car. So big moment for these two as Pintarik and Ruman go head to head. They are currently 4th and 5th, and this is a battle for position and points. Yep. An important one too.
Absolutely. Amy's in shape. She works out. She's going to be all over him.
Yeah, it's been an up and down season for Amy Ruman. And she needs some good luck. Hasn't had a great deal of it, and overtaking Pintarik today would be a good one and put her up to 4th position. And that's, I think, about all she can hope for because they are quite some way off the lead trio. But this is a great battle. Down the hill they come.
Yeah.
She'll try and tuck in behind Pintarik on the main straight.
Let's see if she can get a draft down the straightaway.
Do you think she's close enough?
I don't know. It's too much gap in between.
Yeah. Well,
she's hanging right in there.
Yeah, might bide her time. There's still plenty of time. There's still 8 minutes to go. And like I said, this is the only scalp she's really looking for now in this race. So she's got time to do it, and it's just a case of making it clean and making it at the right time and not pushing too hard. It's easy to make a mistake.
Yeah, again, it's, how much tire does Dave Pintarik have left? How much does Amy have left? It's getting towards the end. So let's see who's used up their stuff and who's saved it.
Here's Danny Lowry. He was leading in XGT, but as you can see, he's dropped down in that Mercedes.
Wow. The leaders are catching him already.
Yeah, that's how quickly, and they're going to be amongst traffic very soon indeed. So just what Justin Marks doesn't need is to have the last 4 minutes or so where he's having to dodge through traffic and hold off Dyson and Brabham. This could be a cracking finish.
Oh,
Ken?
Yeah. Oh, man, it is shaping up to be a good finish here. We got traffic to deal with. Dyson's in touch. There's only a 1.8 second lead for Justin.
Well, Justin Marks is due a good result too because it's been one-way traffic for CD Racing so far. They've won every race this season, starting off at Sebring, then obviously at NOLA, and then on to Atlanta.
Yep. Well, Justin, he led that race at Sebring, and it's a brand new car. Had electrical gremlins take him out. At NOLA, where he was on pole and went off in the first lap.
Had to come back.
Threw the race away, so... let's hang on here.
And then he had to miss a race.
Yeah, he missed a race there, so
6 minutes to go, and it could be drama-filled too. You can see from the drone just the gap that Marks has got. It's about 5 car lengths, but that could change very quickly as soon as they get in traffic, which is coming up imminently. Brabham in a waiting pattern. And the pair of them will try to work together for CD Racing to catch Justin Marks. There you can see a car in front of Marks.
Yep, he's got a 2.5 second lead here. We've got to get through traffic cleanly.
About to complete another lap. We're on board with Dyson in the Jim Weed on board.
Brabham's got less than a second gap between him and the boss, Chris Dyson.
He dispenses with Lowry nicely. Now that's going to be a problem for the two Mustangs coming up next in the white and purple of CD Racing because they've now got to deal with Lowry. But Lowry's a smart fellow. And he'll know that they're coming now. He's seen Marks. And they should catch him on the Newman straight and get past. And the speed differential, very quick indeed. Here they come. Exactly what I predicted, or at least for Chris Dyson and Brabham getting through before the hill. Nicely done. There's
5 minutes to go.
Yep. Michael Sire in the Porsche, the yellow and green there. He'll be aware that they're about to pass him, and he does stay nicely on his line and not getting in the way of proceedings. But here they come. You can tell they've got the hurry up, the pair of them. It's hell-bent for leather now. 5 minutes to go.
They got through Saia close.
Marks has got a Porsche between them, but they again should use the Newman straight to their advantage by getting past him down the Paul Newman straight. And they'll want to get past before the hill, that's for sure. Coming up to where Tommy Tracy went off. There we are.
They move
have
over.
Done just that. Yep, nicely done.
See, we all work together, especially towards the end.
Now, let's have a look. Chris Dyson see the enemy, as it were. Well, just about, but he's quite some way down that San Posey straight. So if he's going to do it, it's going to be an almighty change, because I can't see it happening. Justin Marks just too fast at the moment. His last lap of 54. They've clocked right back in the closing stages. They were down in the low 51s, but the last lap's a 54.1 from Amy Ruman and a 51.7 from Justin Marks. So they're still on a very quick pace at the moment.
Yep. Chris has just ran a 51.40, so same lap times.
Yeah, it's going to need traffic, I think, though, for them to catch up with Marks. And I think on a day like today, it's probably safe to come home second and third, pick up the points and extend the lead.
I'm not going to say anything right now.
No, I agree. I don't want you to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it.
I'm not going to jinx anything right now.
Well, it's been a cracking run so far. 3 minutes, the clock ticking down. The Jim Weeds side by side together, the 16 and the 20. It's been that way all season long. But today, they may not get that winning streak continued. Dyson, though, never say never. He's actually got the opportunity. There's a couple of cars ahead of Mark, so there's still time.
Yep, you can get tangled up with a back marker real easy. You know, they're tired, they're hot. Pick your passing.
Yeah, very carefully. As I said, patiently fast is the key to Lime Rock. Got to be both. About 2 laps to go, and they are picking them off one by one.
Kerry.
Dyson gets through on Kerry Hinn. So too does Brabham. Now they can see him, and it is closer than it was before. The gap was 4 seconds. And you can see it visually, it's coming down.
Yeah. Probably 3 laps to go here.
Yep, 3 laps to go and 2 minutes on the clock. 51, the average laps time. 51.7 last time out from Mars. Now, Chris Dyson will want to get past Saunders as soon as he can, and does so.
He moves over for him. Good
Nicely
job.
done. Brabham follows him through.
Looks like Justin's got some clear track ahead of him.
Yeah, Rob Dyson was really clear about just how fast this Lime Rock circuit is, and he knows it. He's probably raced most of his life around here, so if anybody's going to give you a lecture on how to race around here and what it's like, it is Rob Dyson, father of this man, Chris Dyson. Time running out, though, 1:54.
Yep.
Blue flag's waving to let him know that the faster cars are coming through. White flag not yet out, so we may just get one more lap after this. That might just give a little bit of an inkling of hope for the leaders. But Marks, so far, Justin Marks has put on a great display. This will be his first win of the season. Justin Marks committing to TA this year. He's dabbled, hasn't he? In and out.
Yeah, he has. We knew that his schedule was going to be tricky this year. And when he showed up, this is when he has fun. So we want him to have fun, and there's nothing like having more fun when you're leading a race.
No kidding. Well,
white flag's out.
The white flag is out, so the leaders get the white flag. Justin Marks starts his last lap. In pursuit of him are Dyson and Brabham. They've still got traffic to deal with. Meanwhile, Hale leads at XGT. Ruben's dropped to 8th. Saunders still leading in SGT. And Michael Sire, 11th overall, but leading in GT. Time running out. This the final lap of TA here at Lime Rock. Memorial weekend. Always a celebration. But it may not be the celebration that the Dyson team wanted, because Justin Marks has spoiled the party. But for Trackhouse Racing, could it be a big day all along at Charlotte and here at Lime Rock for Trackhouse, we wonder. But it's going to be a memorable one, because under the bridge comes Justin Marks. Had to start further back than he wanted to, but he's now going to finish it off in style. And across the line and taking the checkered flag, Justin Marks wins here at Lime Rock, and Ken Twaits is delighted.
Good
as
job.
Well, he might be.
Good job for Showtime Motorsports.
Yes,
All
well
right.
done.
Good job to Chris Dyson and Matthew Brabham as well, Amy Ruman, Dave Pinterick. Great drivers.
Yep. Yeah, Ruman lost out there in the end because they were in a big fight, but Ruman dropped back in the closing stages there, and Pinterick will hold on to 4th place. Hale wins in XGT ahead of Bird and Lowry. So quite a change around in that one. And then Saunders and Sanders. Saunders finishing 8th overall and winning in SGT, as he so often does, former champion. And here comes Pinterick in the Memorial colours to take the checkered flag. But yes, let's not forget, in the Showtime stable.
That's right.
It's Justin Marks.
We came away with a win this weekend. It was a little bit in doubt. We had problems in practice. We had problems in qualifying. Got it all together for the race, thank goodness.
Yeah, and so really he didn't have the perfect sort of lead up to this by any means. Didn't get the laps he wanted to in qualifying. Had that brake problem. And so actually, great. Hats off to all of you guys. Really good stuff.
It was great. Thank you. I mean, guys worked really hard. They had to change a motor. They had to change brakes. I mean, they worked their tail off this weekend, and we got it together. So that's pretty cool. Let's do a little
there we go.
Burnout.
Does he pay for his tires, or do you have to pay?
Oh, he pays for them.
We'll give him some donuts. What the heck? Got to put on a show, right?
Don't wreck the car, Justin.
So, Daniel Suarez, if you're watching, that's how you do it. The boss just showed you.
Now that's Showtime right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Good job.
I love it.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. And best of luck for the rest of the season for Showtime. Don't forget, give another plug to the doco, because it's great. Thursday nights, right?
Thursday nights after you watch the highlight shows of the TA2 and TA races from Lime Rock. We'll be there as well. Franklin Road Apparel is the big sponsor. Check it out, franklinroad.com.
And I am wearing a Franklin shirt as we speak, and I highly recommend it.
You look good, by the way.
Thank you very much. Justin Marks, though, is the man of the moment, and he'll come and talk to our own Ben Sissel very soon. My thanks to Ken Twaits, who's going to go and celebrate with him, as he should. But yes, we had to wait a while for that last sprint, but it was worth it. And I'm glad to say that Tommy Dreesy is A-OK after that big prang. Not so much the car itself, but everybody walked away from that okay. But a big moment for Justin. He's been on the cusp of winning one of these races and finally gets it sorted.
Okay.
So off goes Ken to join the paddock and the podium celebrations. My thanks to Ken Twaits, of course, the owner of Showtime Racing. Several cars, 5 in total. And as you can see, parking them up there. And in a moment, Ben Sissel will get, first of all, the chance to talk to our winner, but then we'll head over to the podium where the crowd can enjoy it. So, some touch-and-go moments there in that one, and some big accidents, but some good racing as well, though. So, well done to all of our top 3. Let's head down to Ben Sissel now and see if we can get a word with our winner.
Well, welcome here, the TransAm Memorial Day Classic here at Lime Rock Park. Justin Marks has just come in, the leader in the TA class. Just won the race. You can see he's talking on the radio here, talking to his team, about to get out and celebrate. Hold on a second. Hey, fans, you guys can come in a little bit now that they're off. Come on in. But I need you to be loud. because we have some great fans here. Lincoln, right? How was the race out there?
It's great.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Did the guy you wanted win?
Yeah.
Maybe. How about you?
Not guaranteed. The one that I wanted to win was the Lucas one.
Okay, yeah, he hit the wall. But Tommy is okay. He's going to join us over here. Hey, get in here. Dickie, get in here. So as our driver's getting out, Dickie, the president here at Lime Rock Park, that had to feel pretty good. Another good showing. Maybe your guy didn't come in first, but he's on the podium, right?
Well, I got to tell you, this was an amazing race, and I'm going to give a lot of credit to the Lime Rock Park maintenance crew, our track crew, our safety crew, because we finished under green, and what an exciting race that was. Absolutely wonderful.
Perfect. I love it. Thank you, Dickie Regal. As you see the team coming over here, Ken Twaits, that's got to feel pretty good.
Oh, man, that feels good. We had a tough weekend. Yeah!
Woohoo! Woohoo! Wait, Justin, hold on. You got to give it one for this one. Nice. Yeah. So, Ken, team owner, that's got to feel really good.
Oh, man, we got a driver here, don't we? We battled all weekend. We had car problems, but, man, it ran like a top in the race. He had to come through the field, caught the leaders. These guys, they're no slouches either. They're great racers, and Dyson, yeah.
Do you have your team hat or anything? So, Justin, there we go. Here we go. That's got to feel really good here on Monday. Your team's racing right now, I think, and you just won the race. Started from 7th, is that right?
Yeah, these guys worked pretty hard this weekend, harder than they bargained for. I mean, we lost a motor after first practice, and then had a very different car for the second practice, and then blew the rotor out of the right front first lap of qualifying, so didn't get to really put a lap down for qualifying. So these guys deserve this win. They worked so hard fixing all that stuff the last couple of days. This car was just on rails. I mean, it was awesome. Those guys were a little bit better right off the bat in the short run, but I just made sure I never spun a tire anywhere and just made sure I kept the tires underneath me, and thing just came to life at the end. I worked traffic the right way to get by them, and then just put my head down and gave it hell for the last 10, 15 laps, whatever.
And Lime Rock Park being the shortest circuit we race, lap traffic had to be an issue. How was the lap traffic out there?
It's tough. I mean, you have to really, I used it to get by Chris and Matt, because you really have to anticipate them like a corner or two ahead. And so, I'm judging their speed, and I'm sort of thinking about when I'm going to catch them and whether I take a risk or back out and wait and get the runoff. And so you're always sort of thinking strategically like that. And then at the same time, you're having to race guys in class. So, yeah, it's tricky. It's a narrow track. It's a short track. But when you have a car this good, you can get it done.
Anything you want to say to your NASCAR friends today?
I don't know. What time is it there? I don't know if they're watching. They might be up in the lounge watching, but okay. Yeah, so they're watching. So it's over to you guys. Your turn now.
Nice, perfect. So we'll see what Suarez and Ross Chastain can do. Ken Twaits, that's got to feel good.
Oh, man, that feels so good. First win of the year for Justin. First win of the year for Trackhouse, if you look at it that way. Come on, boys, let's get it on.
Nice, I love it. Let's come over here and try to talk to Nathan Bird. Hey, Brad, where's your driver?
Cars for SVRA Race Group on track right now.
Oh, okay. Where is Nathan? Oh, there he is. Here, we're going to come over here. I love having this crowd around here.
Number 62.
On the track, but I think I should have finished P1.
All right, well, explain that. You say you finished P2 on the track and scoring, but you think you should have finished P1. What happened out there?
Yeah, because on the restart, I was told to drop back behind Danny so that we're all on the same lap. So he was P1, I was P2, Randy was P3. I was able to get Danny on the restarts. He actually just spun out at the top of West Bend, just on the exit, lost the left rear. I was like, oh man, sucks for Danny, but luckily he wasn't in the wall. And from there, it was just a matter of driving defensively so I can keep Randy behind me, because I knew he had more straight line speed and he had just as much brakes and corners as I do, if not more. So I had to run a defensive line to turn one. We had a good run. I basically matched him under the brakes, and we made a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. I think he got frustrated about the fact that happened. He couldn't outbrake me around the outside, and I ran a defensive line to go through turn 2, and then that's where I feel like I just got shoved and punted in the back, and that ended up causing me to like full counterlock steer, clutch in, drive through the grass, join back. I still finished P2, but it seems like it's worthy of a penalty in my mind, but I don't know. The officials will have to decide that.
Well, Nathan Bird, nice job in this TLM Porsche. Great start. Way to go. Well, Jonathan, I hear we've got some highlights to show. Good luck with those highlights up there. I'm going to send it back up to you.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, always some good highlights from a race like that. Plenty to look at. And interesting to hear some insights there from the guys involved in that interesting race. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, though, starting off with Brabham and Dyson going for it from the start. And Dreesy getting a good start early on. And at the start, it was the two CD Racing, but a big moment there for the number 20 as a mistake, if you will, for Brabham. And then from Justin Marks coming up the inside, a beautiful move by Justin Marks. And that's all it took for him to take the lead and therefore to go on and win this race. At the restart, Marks got another run at it, and so did Dyson, and they had to side their way again through the traffic, and they tried to stay with each other, but in the end, there was no stopping Justin Marks, who takes the 99 Trackhouse car to a Showtime win. Not a surprise then that Justin Marks will also be the winner of our cool suit move, because there was no question that Marks was the man on the fly. This is our highlights, though, of SGT, GT and XGT. Danny Lowry, a little bit of confusion at the end there, but Danny Lowry led XGT for much of the race. Good run also from Nathan Bird and Randy Hale. They kept them honest throughout, dealing with the traffic and fighting with each other. Randy Hale in the number 31, going around the outside for a moment. But some good battles throughout most of this, and in the end, it was Randy Hale in the 31 who would win in XGT. SGT won by Lee Saunders, and GT won by Michael Sire. And in a moment, we'll go over to the podium. And don't forget, I mentioned it, but the cool shirt move has to be Justin Marks, no question about it, because he was on it for our cool shirt systems cool move of the race. And this was the moment he got past. It was just a moment where Brabham made a mistake, and that's all it took. Marks pouncing into the Mission Foods turn one, and that is our cool move of the day. And another one here. He made a couple, didn't he? So great work from Justin Marks. He deserved that totally. When you see it on board like this, absolutely cracking. As you can see, they're throwing out the hats at the podium, and that's a tradition here at Lime Rock, is that you come away from where you're sitting and come down and enjoy the festivities. Confirmation of the TA results. He hit the Justin Marks with the win for Trackhouse and Showtime, ahead of Chris Dyson in second place, Matthew Brabham in third, the Jim Weed cars second and third, Pintaric in fourth, Hale leads XGT and fifth overall, then Bird, then Lowry, Lee Saunders winning in SGT, ninth is Ricky Sanders, Michael Sire winning in GT and 10th overall. Further down, Amy Ruman in 11th, she lost power or something later in the race. Kerry Hitt in 12th, Michael Attaway 13th, without that cool suit, and Tommy Dreesy, as you saw, involved in that big incident. So it was a weekend that had everything, and now time to head down to the podium pretty soon and join Ben Sissel, who's just rabble-rousing the crowd, getting them all going. He did a great job this morning. They love having fun here at Lime Rock. Been a fantastic weekend, certainly weather-wise. Seeing Lime Rock in all its glory like this is absolutely lovely, and well done to Dickie and his team here at Lime Rock, Emily Reese and the rest of the team for making it run smoothly and accurately and keep us on time. I hope you've enjoyed it wherever you've tuned in to our live stream. And as you heard from Ken Thwaites, don't forget, MAV TV will be showing all the highlights this coming Thursday, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Starting off with TA2, that's followed by TA, and then the Showtime documentary is straight after that. So the crowd filling in. Got a good, decent crowd there. We should get a few good cheers. Massive race weekend, of course, with the Indy 500, Monaco Grand Prix, TransAm Memorial Classic, and many others. Charlotte to come. You heard Justin Marks basically giving a shout out to his team, Trackhouse Racing, and he carries the Suarez colors or number of 99. Daniel Suarez, his driver, or one of his drivers. This has got to be, I think it's actually going to go down in history as the biggest crowd we've had here on a Lime Rock bank holiday or Memorial Day holiday weekend. So hats off to Lime Rock Park, who've managed to congregate the biggest crowd that we've had in many years here. So well done to a track that has been consistently running great racing since 1957. We, TransAm, came here in 1967, and we've never looked back. We love coming here for sure. And in a moment, we will hear from Ben Sissel. He's just doing an interview with somebody from Lime Rock, and then we'll get down to handing out the prizes. Still more racing to come, though. If you're watching on our live feed, we've got more SVRA group races to come. So don't go away. We've also got FRP again, where I'll be joined by Thomas Schrag. So let's head down now to Ben Sissel, who's got the crowd on their feet and ready to go for our podium celebrations.
We good? All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to hear how loud Lime Rock can get. Having some technical difficulties, but we're going to work through it. We're going to start in the GT class. He had to come in early because his cool system wasn't working. Let's hear it. Michael Attaway, ladies and gentlemen, in this Audi. And in first place in that beautiful Porsche. And first in Pro-Am. Let's hear it for Michael Saya. Where's Michael Saya? All right. So I guess to get on the podium, your first name needs to be Michael.
There you go. I'm going to stay down here to Steve first.
Yeah, that's all right. So he says he's going to stay down here. He's first, you second. Man, hot race out there without a cool shirt, huh?
It was very hot. Knowing it's beside you and it won't come over for nothing. Full of ice. Just hot.
Yeah.
Very hot.
Well, tell us about your race.
First time up here, love the track. It's a lot of fun, real tight spots. I respect all those TA guys. Give them a signal, they go on through, let you race when you can. A lot of fun. We'll be back.
And it looked to me like you pulled it in one piece.
That's the best thing. You load it up the way you unloaded it. It's a successful weekend.
Nice. I love it. Yeah, if you can drive it into the trailer under its own power, you've kind of won the race in my mind. So, Michael, how was it out there for you?
Well, it didn't rain, so which was always a plus, right? Great race. Thanks to TransAm. Thanks to my competitor, Michael. KMC for setting up the car. Does a great job, as always. Rabbit Raps did a crazy wrap on that car. We love it. And just thanks, everybody, for coming out. Really appreciate it.
Nice. I love it. Well, here, let's get this party started, guys. We've got some of these Motul hats. Let's see what kind of arms these drivers have. What do you guys say, Lime Rock Park? Oh, let's see. Michael Saya, on the roof like a Frisbee. I love it. Now, hold on. Don't move yet. We've got to do photos, so hold those trophies up. Here's our photographer right here. All right, hold those trophies up one more time with those new hats on. Let's hear it. Michael Attaway, Michael Saya, and also Michael first in Pro-Am. Nice job. Congratulations, gentlemen. Crowd, I love this. Keep it up. But I want to see how loud you can get. Hear how loud you can get, okay? I know you can get louder. I heard somebody getting loud. There you go. Uh-oh, let's see what we got here. Oh, look out. Oh, man. You guys can do better than that. I love it. All right, Michaels, you're off the hot seat. You've got some gift certificates to Summit Racing. All right, clap. Lime Rock Park Memorial Day Classic SGT Super GT. In second place, number 18. Let's hear it. Ricky Sanders. Come on, you get louder than that. Gymnasts, come on now. And then in first place, I guess this podium, your name has to sound alike. First place in that beautiful Dodge Viper, back up on top, Lee Saunders, ladies and gentlemen, that big V10.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race for us. We just needed more motor. We couldn't keep up with that big V10 with our little 6-cylinders. So did all we could do. I had pretty good handling all day. I got to thank Danny Lowry again for still letting me use this car. And, you know, of course, Bennett and Bridge Hall for supporting us.
Nice. I love it. Let's hear Ricky Sanders and Lee Saunders. A little different from the last time we talked at the podium. You're back in your car.
Yeah, it's good to be back in the Viper. Feel more comfortable there, but obviously we appreciate getting the loan and appreciate Ricky, you know, running us clean. We unfortunately only had the two of us, but hopefully at Indy there'll be a bunch more. And anyway, just want to thank God for a great day here. Super exciting to see all the fans out on this wonderful day, and really thank all our veterans and everybody that's died to make this country great and free. Never forget that, the sacrifices they've made. And just want to thank TransAm for putting on a great race, and the TA guys for not hitting us. We were looking backwards, maybe more than forward sometimes today. But and of course Kevin Smith, KSR, and Eddie, they did a heroic job to get our motor in and get us up here. So thank you, everyone.
Perfect. I love it. All right, hold those trophies up right here for the photographers. Ricky Sanders and Lee Saunders change out for those Pirelli hats. But Lime Rock, keep it up. One more time, Lime Rock. Come on, Ricky Sanders, Lee Saunders, Super GT. I love this crowd. The TransAm Series presented by Pirelli absolutely loves coming here for the Memorial Day Classic at Lime Rock Park. Seriously, I'm not just saying this. Come to our other races. You'll see you guys are the best fans here in motorsports, especially with the TransAm Series. Wouldn't you agree, Lee Saunders? Best fans? Look at this, he's coming out. Give us some hats, there we go. XGT, Extreme GT. In third place, racing his Bennett, Bridge Hall, AMG Mercedes. Let's hear it, Danny Lowry. In second place, and this may be contested provisionally. In second place, the number 88, Nathan Bird, ladies and gentlemen. And then everybody get loud because this is his home track. This is kind of his hometown. Let's hear it. In first place, Extreme GT, Randy Hale. So Danny, you started out kind of in the thick of it there, and how was your race?
I had a good race. It was a lot of fun out there. Great fans. Car was a little bit loose once we got tight. Once it got hot in the middle of the turn, sliding around a little bit on the restart. I let it get away from me, looped it back there at West Bend a little bit. But other than that, it was a great race, and had a good time racing with Randy and Nathan and all the rest of the guys out here, and love all these fans. And God bless our troops and our veterans.
Nice, I love it. Here, we're going to have you stand up right here. So Nathan Bird, crazy race for you. You had to probably look in your mirrors as much as you were looking out the windshield. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, and then my dad was doing a really great job just helping me be aware of my situation, and making progress through the field, and was able to move up to P2, and eventually on the restart, Danny kind of took himself out a little bit. Felt bad for him because he was running a really, really good race, and I don't think we were catching back up to him if that hadn't happened. And yeah, just at the end there, just me and Randy had a bit of contact, and we just got to see what the officials say about that. But yeah, so P2 for now. We'll see what happens. But I can't thank the fans enough. You guys are awesome, and I just thank God for this awesome Memorial Day, and thank the troops that gave their last measure for us.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I got to point out something. Look at these shoes. I want to make some dunks exactly like this. I want to call these the Memorial Day Classics. Look at that. Unbelievable. Good for 4th of July. Good for 4th of July, too, yeah. But, Randy, you said this is your home track. Tell us a little bit about your race.
Here, you grab it.
It was a good race. I mean, Danny kind of took off, and I didn't even see the back of the Mercedes for a long time. And Nathan and I had a good battle. He got by me about 10, 15 laps in, and we just kind of tucked in behind him and ran our race. And then on the restart, it kind of got crazy, and we had an opportunity. We kind of tangled a little bit, and we'll let the officials who decides who keeps this one, or we switch or not, or we don't know. But so thank my family for being here, my daughter Skylar, Jamie, my fiance Diane out there, and my son at home playing video games. Hopefully long enough on YouTube watching the live feed, so he promised he would. So, but we really appreciate all the fans and all the police officers. We support them to make us safe all this Memorial Day weekend with Whalen lights and the hail propeller, and have a good. That's not my girlfriend. My fiance's right there, so where? Don't get me in trouble.
Oh yeah. What's your fiance's name, Randy? Diane, wait, raise your hand. There she is. Everybody give it up for Diane. Nice. I love it. Lime Rock Park, lots of fun. Look at the photographers. Danny Lowry, third. Nathan Bird, second. Randy Hale, first place. Randy Hale sporting those shoes. I love those shoes, Randy, but hold on now. Oh, they want to do one just in case? I'm not sure. This might be a TransAm first. A just in case photo. How about that for sportsmanship, ladies and gentlemen? I'm not going to redo the interview. Sorry, Nathan. All right, now get back into your positions. Never done that before. Ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed a TransAm first. How about the sportsmanship here in the TransAm series presented by... Wait, don't go anywhere yet. But switch positions. Nathan, you're back at second. Randy, you guys could just flip a coin if you want to make it easier. Hold on now.
He should have gotten first, but he took himself out.
Yeah. Well, we could do we could do a gymnastics pyramid if we wanted to, right? All right. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. Extreme GT, Danny Lowry, Nathan Bird, Randy Hale.
Chris, I'm sorry. I got right in front.
You guys have more of those multiple hats?
You gotta ask some of these guys. All right, Matt, here we go. When you come out, go out and throw it to the crowd. Hey, when you run out and throw these out to the crowd. Okay? Hey, Justin, when you run out and throw these out to the crowd. High five everybody. Have some fun. Who wants a hat? Check, 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 check. Check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, TA from just down the road, TA Masters. So happy to have him back in the series. The paddock has not felt the same without this man. From Advanced Composite, he provides a lot of the bodies for these cars. He helps out our drivers. Just from down the road, let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Carrie Hitt, TA Masters. Carrie, so happy to see you back in the paddock. It just hasn't been the same without you.
I appreciate that. I'm so happy to be back. I miss the TransAm family. Love to come in Lime Rock. The fans are great. I've been coming just 50 years. I can't believe it's been that long since I've been coming here. But it's a great place to be. I love to be here. Today's a very special day. It's a day to remember those that gave us the freedom that we can come out and enjoy what we're doing now. And as you know, we've changed our numbers and we're running number 22 to pay tribute to the 22 that well, people come back with a PTSD, and there are 22 people a day or 22 veterans a day that just give up, and the suicide rate, it just has to stop. We want them to know that they're remembered, and today's a good day to do it. So, but I love to be back. Thank you so much. Everybody here is so great.
Nice. I love it. Let's hear it. Carry hit. Chris, at the end of this, I'm going to do something kind of weird, so I'll tell you about it. But stick around, crowd, because we're going to do something kind of cool with the crowd. Let's hear it. Carry hit, Masters TA. But, all right, carry hit Masters. Now, Lime Rock Park. Let's see if you guys have been paying attention the last couple of years. We need to warm up the crowd a little bit before this next section, okay? So, I say lime, you say rock. Lime! Lime! I say trans, you say am. Trans! Trans! Nice. All right, you guys are ready. Trans Am drivers, are you ready? In third place, ladies and gentlemen, the number 20. Let's hear it. Matthew Brabham. Who wants a hat? Run up there, Matthew. Come on, throw up some hats to some people. You got to get loud for a hat. Look at that. He's got an arm. Oh, yeah, he's got an arm. Ooh, a deflection. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a change. He's done so well here in the past. He calls Lime Rock Park his home track. In second place, hard-fought battle, the number 16. Let's hear it. Chris Dyson from Poughkeepsie, New York. Listen to that. Chris, they want some hats up there. Who wants a hat, ladies? Those cool 80s Motul hats. Oh, nice. Oh, they're fighting for it. I love it. Dyson, welcome back to the podium here at Lime Rock Park. And according to my watch, his other race started 2 minutes ago in Charlotte. From Trackhouse, started 7th, worked his way up to first in that beautiful number 99 Camaro. Let's hear it. In first place, Justin Marks, ladies and gentlemen. See what kind of arm Justin Marks has. Ooh, pretty good. I think Daniel Suarez could throw a little better than that, though. We'll see. Oh, look at that. That was boomerang. I like that. That was fancy. That was fancy. Nice job. Matt Brabham back up on the podium here with us in the Trans Am Series. How does it feel?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, it's such a great crowd, great atmosphere. It's such an awesome weekend, and obviously big thanks to our sponsors, Jim Weed and Chris Dyson and the team. It's a lot of history for the team and obviously myself and my family. So it's just so special to be here. Big thanks to all you guys. Really appreciate it. And obviously congrats to Justin. He drove an awesome race.
Nice. I love it. Matthew Brabham. Chris Dyson, always amazing here at Lime Rock Park, celebrating 40 years of Dyson racing at your home track. Look at this. This has got to feel really good.
It'd feel a lot better if I was standing in Justin's place. I got to tell you, we gave it everything we had out there. We just didn't have the car, but I'm real happy with the team's performance as far as giving me a car that I could get home. Great for the points. Sorry the streak had to end today, but we'll come back next year and try to get back on the good. So proud of the guys. Great to see. I've got a lot of friends and family here to support our Jim Weed cars, and I see my family here. Dad's here 40 years, and I want to give him a round of applause for all the support for the sport. Love you, Dad. And my mom's here too, somewhere. And I just want to say thanks, guys, for giving us the opportunity to be here every year. This is wonderful.
Nice. I love it. And Chris, it's so weird, but you know, you're upset to be in second place. That just shouldn't be the case. But man, the car to beat today, starting in 7th, he broke a rotor in qualifying, made it all the way up to first place. Trackhouse Racing, Justin Marks. This has to feel good.
Okay, yeah, it does. You know, we've been on pole the first 2 races this year and haven't. Hello.
Hold on, we'll be right back.
Check. There we go. All right. Yeah, so it's been a good start to the year. We've put the car on pole a couple times, but haven't been able to translate either of those into wins. So it's good to get the win today. These guys right here sitting, they had to work a lot harder than they signed up for this weekend, having to replace a motor after first practice and then a rotor after qualifying. So it's nice to reward those guys with a win. And It was tricky. I mean, both these guys' cars were fast. I had to really use lap traffic to try to get by them, because I think in a straight up dogfight it would have been pretty tricky. But just proud of my team and all these guys, and glad to be here at Lime Rock.
All right, let's hear it for him. And guys, don't go too far. We're going to do something kind of special. But let's hear it for him. Matthew, Brabham, Chris, Dyson, Justin, Marks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is shaping up to be quite a great TA championship. This might be the three battling it out right here. Oh, look at that. Dyson throws to the competing team. Look at that. Oh, and then Jeremy throws it back to the crowd. Very good. All right, Lime Rock, one of your last chances. Let's get loud. You got one of your own up here. Matt Brabham, Chris Dyson, Justin Marks. I like this area right here. Somebody's loud right in there. I love it. All right, and don't go too far, gentlemen. We've got some cool things happening here. Let's see what they do. Chris Dyson has his own champagne tradition. Let's hear it. Matthew Brabham, Chris Dyson, Justin Marks. Look at Dyson, going to hold it up. Are you going to do one for the homies, Dyson? There we go, one for the homies. Memorial Day weekend for the Memorial Day Classic. I love it. All right, but hey, don't go too far, so we're going to do something kind of crazy. But our cool shirt, cool move of the race goes to Justin Marks. So let's bring out that big Happy Gilmore check. Let's hear it. Justin Marks, the cool shirt, cool move of the race. And then Larry Grant is going to come out here. Grant from IMCO Gears, our IMCO Top Gear Award. Grant, you got to get up there with him, though, up there on the top. IMCO Top Gear Award also goes to Justin Marks. Ladies and gentlemen, how cool is that? All right, crowd. Who over there said they wanted chips? We're going to throw out some chips. Drivers, if you'll come over here with me. Chris, if you'll stand here. And then drivers, we're going to do a family photo. Justin Marks, come up here real quick. So drivers, stand right here. Crowd, I need you gathered up right behind them. Come on, you guys want in this photo. We're going to share this photo on social media all over the place. So drivers right here in order. Wait, Chris, you'd be on this side. Matt, you'd be on this side. There we go. Chris, how's that?
And we'll leave the podium situation with Ben. He's in full flow, but so too is this FRP 1600 feature race 2. Excuse me, race 3. We've already had 2, but Porter Aitken once again at the sharp end, but we've got a three-way battle. I'm joined once again by Thomas Schrag, enjoying this one. His man, Jack Sullivan, having decided his way through the field, having started 22nd, but we've got a cracking battle at the front here, haven't we?
Yeah, for sure. I think the three-car breakaway, we expect to see that. And you see those 6 or 7 cars mid-pack. We've seen that each race this weekend where they've kind of separated themselves at the front, and then there's a big field in the mid-pack.
So Porter Aitken goes back to the front in the 99. Ettenhoek in the 02 right there with him. And then Sebastian Mateo Naranjo in third position there. And then this gap to look at this battle. 4 cars, 6 cars in total. And I'm going to keep an eye on where, hopefully, Jack Sullivan, he's up to 17, having started further down, but he was one of the fastest men out there. But still, what happened earlier today?
Well, his battery ran a little low, about 7 volts, due to an alternator issue. So got that fixed, replaced, new battery, and he starts about 22nd in this race. As you've seen, he's up to 15th now. Good for him. So we'll keep an eye. I'll put you on Jack Watch. Thomas helping out Jack Sullivan this weekend as a sort of driver, mentor, and coach. Doing a good job, but at the front, Porter Aitken leading the way yet again. Meanwhile, this battle's getting nice too. Joe Colasacco ahead of Robert Perona and Robert Albany. And then Dexter Kazuba just behind him in 7th. Down the San Posi straight they come. 4 laps gone. You joined us late, but you didn't miss any of the action. Obviously, we're doing the podium. Got to do our podium celebrations. Well done to Justin Marks.
And a combination of different cars from Miguel's to Van Diemen's. The odd Piper in there. And a Citation. That's a rare one. And a Spectrum as well. So there you go. Lots of different chassis, but all racing pretty hard. But you can see how close it is at the front. Nothing between them. Ayrton Hoke really putting the hurt down on Aitken, who's still at the front, just trying to force him into a mistake. Hook going very wide there, and he's so close. Good racing this, Thomas.
Yeah, I think the top two, you see them breaking away right now. They have to work together at this stage in the race. Third's going to drop back to that 4th, 5th, 6th pack with Colasacco leading it.
Yep.
And I think it's all maybe going to turn into one big group here soon.
You do? Yeah, it's only a matter of time. It depends if there's any safety or any problems, but right now, so far, so good. We had actually a couple of incidents at the start. I don't know if you noticed who went off. There was one yellow car went off right at turn 1 at Mission Foods turn 1, and then there was another one that went off at turn 3.
Yes.
Not quite sure who it was, but either way, we've had some action already. Now, I see a yellow flag in the hand of that marshal, but I don't think he's waving it, so that's good news. Ah, I say that, and he is. So the caution is out. Now, we had quite a few cautions in the previous race. That's got to be off-putting as a driver. You know, you're getting into your rhythm, and then suddenly, you got to slow down again, right?
Well, if you start in the front and you're one of the top two guys, you kind of hate to see that your gap is gone. But at the same time, if you know you're starting back like Eli Navarro and the now is 0-3 car and Jack Sullivan, they do not want to see this. This is a loss of laps for them in this race, but it does also bring them closer to the field at the same time. So,
well, Sullivan now must be thinking,
ways.
He's 13th at the moment, and he must be thinking, I could do something to him here at the restart. Now he's got his alternator and battery sorted. Was he down? Was he crestfallen after that incident, or was he okay?
He was okay. He actually looked at it a lot better than most people will.
Good.
He saw all the incidents that happened and thought that could have been him.
Yeah, good point.
He's been around those guys all weekend, so that could have been him and involved in those accidents as well.
Yeah, there were several accidents. If you weren't with us earlier, we had a car right at the end tip over, and then I saw a couple of the drivers coming up to see the stewards and have a chat with them. So there was quite a lot of controversy in terms of the actual racing, and we're under caution again. The field being led by Porter Aitken in the 99, followed by Ayrton Hoke in the 02. Hauk? Is it Hauk or Hook?
It's Hauk.
Hauk. Now, you know him. You've raced against him, right?
Yeah, I've actually raced against Ayrton since probably all the way back in karts, so we go a long way. Not just on road racing, as well as oval racing. I've raced against him as well. In the Kenya Midget Series last year, he was the 2021 champion of that series, and so I raced him in that. He was a little more experienced than I am, so it took me time to get up to speed there.
Well, you're listening to last year's FRP 1600 champion, Thomas Schrag, and looking to move forward, maybe get to the road to Indy, and hopefully one day emulate his hero, Joseph Newgarden, who took a win in a local Indiana race yesterday with a few people there to watch it. Some 300,000 people to see the greatest spectacle in racing, of course, the Indy 500. We're under caution here in our 1600 race. This is their third race, their feature race of 3 each weekend. So you do get a lot of track time. That's the good thing, isn't it?
Well, that is the main priority in this level that we're in. So, Robert Wright and FRP, they do a great job of, getting exposure, especially this year, as you see on this live stream. A lot of exposure. That's what these drivers need. I wish I had it last year. I'm a little bit jealous, but it's all right. I'm happy to be on here and join you again. I've had a blast, so
good.
It's amazing.
It's a different perspective, but it's as close to the racing as we can get you without throwing you in the car again. So we've still got the lights on the safety car, so whatever the incident is taking some time to sort. But as always, it's been run very well this weekend. And this restart will prove very important because we'll be running out of laps fairly soon. And we've got more group racing from SVRA to come. A couple more races to bring you. And don't forget, double header for TA2 next weekend as TransAm head to Detroit as part of IndyCar. The IndyCar race continues, or the series continues at Detroit, and we will be part of it in TA2. We'll race one on Saturday, once on Sunday, and therefore over 200 points up for grabs as well. So an important couple of weeks this for TransAm. Oh, we're getting a car. Is there a preference for chassis? I mean, every car just looks slightly different, but do you have a preference or do you care?
Personally, as long as it's fast, I don't really care.
Yeah.
Some people, they might care, but as you've seen, Team Pelfrey, Rice Race, Britain West, they all run My Gales, and you will see some people that run Spectrums as well. Very fast straight line cars.
Okay.
Believe it or not, even over in England, they're very popular. So I've had to race against them as well, and you know, I know that I can't beat them in a straight line, but they might also not handle as well at the same time.
Okay. So under caution, obviously, you're trying to keep the temperature in the tires. You were saying to me earlier in the day, not so worried about brakes. They tend to stay warm or at least usable. Whereas with the bigger TransAm, with the bigger brake calipers, they have to keep pressing that brake just to keep the temperature in the brakes and make sure that they're working optimally. And you know, start to see that curvature at the three-dimensional services left-hander. And it's a much bigger corner than it looks until you get real close to it, like the drone is doing just that. Thank you, sir. And I bet it gets hot very quick when you go slow, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And some of these cars have trouble cooling as well.
Okay.
Especially on a hot day like this. You might see some people pulling out of the draft. There's been several times, if you get a day where it's about, 90 degrees or so, and you're in that 10th place spot, you're kind of, in a bad situation, because what happens is you kind of lose power at the same time when you overheat. So you kind of have to balance pulling out versus, your temperature as well.
Here we go then. Porter Aitken leads them to the start, but it's jostling for position again. As once again, Ayrton Hoyt just gets the run on him. And that Hoot gets away and takes the lead away from Aitken, so he loses out on the restart as Porter. And that's a great restart from Ayrton and leading this field, but everybody lining up behind. And in fact, Porter Aitken has dropped now to third position at that restart. Naranjo in the 80 down to fourth, Perona fifth, Colasacco up to third. So a great restart by him. So it's all changed at the front on that restart. There's the Chill Out sponsored number 99. I don't think he did anything particularly wrong, did Porter? He just didn't get off the line as quickly as he wanted, right?
Well, I'm not really sure, but as you see right now, Joe Colasacco, he has a lot of laps at this track, and he's very experienced, and he actually just took the lead, so I'm really surprised. Even Bob Perona, he actually won a race at Road Atlanta this year as a Masters driver, so Joe might be able to do it again.
Well, Joe Colasacco, in that Van Diemen from 2004, leading the entire field now. There he is in the red with the green nose. We'll keep an eye on Sullivan, currently in 13th, but trying to make his way through the field from 22nd. Cool, they are line astern, aren't they? 76, Perona. Down the hill they come, through the Bridge Hall downhill. The Bennett Bridge Hall downhill at turn 7. Just a wheel on the grass. And look at this, 3 wide here for the lead. Porter Aitken on the inside. And Aitken takes the lead again. But for how long, I wonder? Excellent racing between them. Aitken bouncing back in style down the straight and into the lead he goes. And the leader, Colasacco, goes from first to third in a matter of seconds. Now, can Aitken pull away? That's the problem. It's so hard to pull away when everybody's identical, isn't it?
It definitely is. I thought Porter was able to do it Saturday, but then he bobbled a little bit, and just that little bobble through one turn brought him back together.
I'll tell you what, if you don't like racing close quarters, this is not for you, is it?
I don't think so.
Down the back, Samposi straight again. Again, 3 wide. And Ettenhook gets the lead again for now. Porter Aitken back to second. Colasacco still third. And the 3 of them just slightly pulling away now. Sullivan up to 11th now. So he's making his way bit by bit. He's not in this group, he's just behind it. No, there he is, in the 19 with the red and grey. So our first glimpse of him. And so it's Kazuba in 6th, Albany in 7th, Devons, Shipman, Navarro, then Sullivan. About to complete another lap. Now, can Colasacco come back again? He's gone to the inside. That's been the winning formula so far. Can't quite do it. No change at the front. Well, there's action everywhere you go here. We need about 8 more cameras to cover every battle. But I do like the drone because you get to see the little pockets of racing throughout. So we've got a battle for the top 3, then a battle for 4th and 5th, and then a huge battle behind that. And there's a good example of how to get through that last corner here. And use that straight again to try to get the slipstream, try to pull out, try to get in position. And oh, very late braking. Right, Ettenhook, but stay second for now. They put on a show, that's for sure, this weekend. Thomas, how does the car feel at this point in the race? Is it getting easier or harder to drive?
It's definitely getting harder, especially this track being so abrasive.
Yeah.
Most drivers, you're allowed 6 tires per weekend, but still, it kind of tears the tires up, and especially on a hot day like this, it'll get greasy.
Yeah. So does the car get loose?
Yeah, it could be really loose, depending on the liking of the car. Basically, if you've got a car that's loose, it's going to tend to get looser, and if you've got a tight car, it might tend to get tighter.
Good to know. The top 3 pulling away from this massive battle. Wow. I thought if they all worked together, they might catch up with the lead battle, but they're fighting hard with all of each other. So they're just going to slow each other down, but it's an intriguing battle all the same with about 10 cars involved. And it's Sullivan now up to 9th, so Jack Sullivan doing the business. Colasacco losing time on the leaders. What did you tell Jack before he headed out?
Well, I actually showed him one of my old videos, like I said when I was talking to you a little bit ago. Last year I had to come from about 18th, and I had won a race in South Carolina. So it's a little bit different of a mentality. You're just always aggressive, and if you try to make a move and you can't make it stick, it actually hurts you even more.
Yeah, yeah. Whoa, lock up there on the inside somehow. Just gets it back together. That's Kazuba, I think, locked up there in the all-yellow 88. So everybody frantically trying to get that position, but that is the overtake, or the best place to overtake up the inside at turn 1. But you got to pull it off. Can't lock up like that. You just slow yourself right down. Now, how fast can Sullivan go? He's got the 41 of Albany in front of him. And this is a good run so far. Well, he's obviously learned from your video. He's done a good job. He just needs to maintain this and maybe see if he can crack off a few more places, and then that'll be a good day at the office, or a good comeback, put it that way. Oh, 3 wide into Mission Foods 1. I count 11 cars in that battle, but there's your 3-way battle at the front, and it's still locked in battle, isn't it? They've pulled away well, but who's your money on for the win here?
Well, I think I'm going to take the experienced guy, and I'm going to go with Ayrton Hauk in the O2. Maybe even Joe Colasacco. As I said, he has a lot of laps here, but I'm wondering if his pace can keep up with the other two.
Well, Hauk's certainly looking very racy at the moment. He's looked good all weekend long. Here they come again. Hauk on the inside in the light blue. Porter Aitken on the outside, slotting into second place again. Colasacco still there in third. And there you see the gap between those top 3 and the chasing group of some 10 cars, all line astern, and not giving an inch either. Yeah, Hauk looks very confident, doesn't he? Happy to lead. We were saying in the last race that you're not so sure whether you want to be the leader or not. You want to wait, and maybe Aitken in second place is in a better place to go for the win. Oh, down the Sam Posey straight again. Aitken getting a run. He goes to the outside, and it's doubtful he'll get round the outside there, so they all stay line astern in the same position. Meanwhile, that chasing group coming in, and now the lock up by the 88. He did exactly the same as last lap. And again, he doesn't outbrake himself completely, but he's risking it all, that's for sure. A little bit of a break. I think Misha Goikberg not taking part in this one. He's had a busy weekend as that man. There's Sullivan. Now, where is he now? He's in 9th position. So, Jack Sullivan, where were you predicting he'd pop out?
Well, obviously you want to win from that position. Doesn't happen very often, and it's very hard here. I think he might maybe get a couple spots to 6th or 7th, but that I don't see him getting much further on this lap.
Well, Thomas, I'm going to put the pressure on you here. Porter Aitken is leading, and this is the final lap, but who's going to take the win here?
As you said, I think second might be the best place to be right now. And I still say the O2 of Ayrton Hauk most likely could have a run at the line, and we'll see. It might be close.
Here we go then. Porter Aitken in the 99 leads on this final lap, but here comes Hauk. Hauk looking for a way past, comes to the inside. This is going to be the decider. Aitken, Porter Aitken closes the door. He's got the advantage, but it still could be a photo finish here as they come towards the line, and it's close. Porter Aitken wins. Just. Colasacco takes second, and has to settle for third. Wow, that was a big change. And Colasacco will be happy with that. Oh, intriguing finish. And Sullivan 8, you've got to be pleased with that.
Solid finish, yep.
Nicely done. So, some great racing. And remember some of these names that you're listening to, including Thomas Schrag next to me, because you're going to be hearing these names in the future. And I've now done 2 events where I've watched Porter Aitken come across the line and take the checkered flag, and so watch out for the 99 this year too. He's putting on some good performances and keeping his head, more importantly. Racing safely, racing hard, and racing fairly. That's what it's all about. So, confirmation of the results of race 3. Porter Aitken wins ahead of Joe Colasacco, who just got to the line ahead of Ed Howe at the end there in 3rd. Navarro in 4th place. Mateo Naranjo in 5th. Then Perona, Kazuba, Sullivan, Shipman, and Albany. That's your top 10 here at Lime Rock. My thanks once again to Thomas. Best of luck for the season.
Thank you very much.
And we'll hope to be seeing you, hopefully, on the road to Indy very soon.
I hope so.
All right, we'll take a short break here from Lime Rock. More action from SVRA and the Speed Tour coming up.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park. It's the Memorial Day Classic, live from Lime Rock here in Connecticut. A classic circuit for a classic day. And my thanks to Thomas Schrag, who's been with us for this last race. As we move on to our next coverage for SVRA. Some more group races to come. And as you can see, they're already pre-gridded. Now, we've seen these guys in action already this weekend. And this is our Group 6 and Group 12. It was a great run by Jack Bush last time out. And that Jaguar XKE. Ray Zizza and Joe Viola were also a big part of the last race we saw this morning. And if you missed it, it was a good one. Maurizio Serasoli in the 03. And there's that beautiful Porsche, that 388 of Kristen Taylor. And a good job done by the man we're calling Joe Garcia today. That's Joe Held, but you know, good job, Joe. 61A is Lou Yorio. Then the 11 is James Glass, Corvette. And then that brand new Mustang. He was very much a part of the last race too, the 06. Ronald Lombardo at the wheel of the Ford Mustang boss. Then there's the 13A, and that's John Costa in the Porsche 911. Look at that. Great paint scheme for the 13A. So we've got a 13A and a 13B. So we've got Victor Corda and John Costa out there. And then we've got the 711, and that's Michael Jacob Bellis. I love this one. Look at that. I love the colors. And likewise, I like this one too. The 47 of Glenn Avery in the Datsun 280Z. So a combination of Stuttgart's, Porsches, made in Germany, made in England, made in America, and made in Japan. 22A. That's Mark Stilson in the 1966 Ford Mustang. Excuse me, he's in the Datsun 240Z, and then comes the Mustang of Victor Corda. And in a moment, they'll head out onto track for their second race of the weekend in our Group 6 and Group 12. Now, usually, we would see the mighty Scott Borchetta in his Corvette. But sadly, Scott not here this weekend. Got involved in an incident at Atlanta, and we wish him well. Recovering from that. I think he had a run where he had something like 29 wins in that Corvette. 6 in a row. Here they come. Now, we didn't mention the 808. That's Todd Pajonas. Pajonas in the 911. Now, Jack Bush in the grey and green there, the Donovan prepared Jaguar, absolutely smashed the race this morning. Now, will he do the same again, I wonder, in this one? So, warm-up lap then, and down through the Mission Foods turn 1. And there's the famous lime rock on the start-finish strip. It's so lush and green here. There's been a lot of weather, wet weather, over the last month or so, and so it's bright green. That's the first time I've seen that river there, so I didn't realize how close that was to the track. But, yeah, very lush at the moment here in the end of May, turning to summer. Beautiful part of the world, no question about it. About 2 hours from New York, on the Massachusetts-Connecticut border. And a wonderful place to go racing, for sure. This is where Paul Newman did most of his racing, living down the road. And the lights on the safety car are off, so we are going racing. And this is our Group 6 and Group 12. SVRA coverage from the Speed Tour. As you can see, the Honda Civic will lead them down the hill and then peel off and allow Jack Bush to go hell-bent for leather. Talking of hell-bent for leather, he's back! The one and only. I thought you were still doing the podium, but no, he's back.
Yeah,
Ben
here we
Sissel.
go.
Here we go.
Start of Group 6. Let's see what they can do. See if Ray Zisa has anything for Jack Bush.
Well, Jack Bush in the middle of your shot in the all grey and green does take the whole shot and take the lead into Mission Foods 1. There's the other Jaguar involved, also Donovan prepared, the number 62. That's John Ogle in the Jaguar XKE OTS. But a good clean start once again, and it is Bush, Jack Bush, who leads the way.
Yeah, but Joe Viola, Ray Zisa, right there. See him third and fourth. This is going to be a great battle. And then Sarah Soli in that Porsche Cayman from 2001 is in second place. So he really moved up in the order here.
Yeah, good start. So everybody playing pole position early on. So not too dissimilar from our first feature race of these two groups. Plenty of class out there. Chuck Fernandez going through in the 22 Ford Mustang Cobra. And there's that 03, yeah. Casoli in second place. A really good start by the Porsche. We decided it was a Cayman or a Boxster rather than a 911, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and if you're watching here from Speed Tour TV on YouTube, I'm monitoring the comments. Feel free to roast us. Tell us where we got it wrong. If you have any insight, let us know that also. This is your time to talk to the commentators. And for this beautiful Group 6, Group 12 race, Joe Viola getting the better of Ray Zisa. These two go at it in different classes as well.
Yeah, Viola in third position in the 262. There's the Datsun going through. Nicely done. Ahead of Zisa. Yeah, and as you say, nice little battle between the pair of them. And then there's the 61A, and that is Yorio. Taylor Lombardo in 7th, then Glass 8th. Jacob Ellis in 9th position, and Costa in the 13A rounds out the top 10.
I forget his name, but he was in that white Mustang GT 350 that was in second place in our first race this morning. I don't see him out there, so hopefully it wasn't too bad. He was Ernie Lombardo.
That's right, yeah. No, he's out there.
Is he?
Yeah.
No, that's Ronald Lombardo.
Oh, right, you've got Ernie Lombardo. Yeah, sorry, I'm with you now. Yeah, Ronald Lombardo's still out there.
They have very similar looking cars.
That's one of them anyway. It's one of the two. That's the 06. All right,
that's
well, that is
Ronald Lombardo.
Good looking car too, isn't it?
Yeah.
A bit more modern than some of the others, but certainly holding its own, and if not the older cars, giving it a run for its money, including this Corvette. James Glass at the wheel in the Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. 1965, that car, up against a modern Mustang Boss from 2013. Bit of juxtaposition there. 7-Eleven, very convenient. Michael Jacob Ellis.
Going around three-dimensional services group. That Corvette of Jim Glass there, that Roadster, beautiful car. As they come down here, the newly named Paul Newman Straight. How cool is that, Jonathan?
That's Newman's own straight.
Newman's own, I love it.
So did that? Sorry.
That is, something we don't talk about enough about Paul Newman, but his salad dressing, his popcorns, all went to charity.
Yes.
So I love when people of Paul Newman's means and connections can do things like that.
Well, he always knew the color of money, and he was always a hustler.
Cool hand, too.
Yes, he was. Cool hand, Luke, whenever he needed to be.
I love the livery on that Porsche right there.
At least that's my verdict.
And here we go. Look at this battle for the lead. What I'd call a modern Porsche versus a vintage E-Type. I believe that's a 2001 Porsche, correct? Yeah, and a 67 E-Type, but running about the same lap times.
Yeah, it's amazing. They do. You guys do a good job of sort of corralling these together in different groups, because it is hard, because you do get a smorgasbord of different cars, and it's often a wonder. You think, are these guys going to run okay together? But generally speaking, we do get a good parity, don't we? '62 is Ogle. He's up to 9th position now in that other Jaguar. There's only two involved, both the Donovan prepared Jaguars going strong. And there's the 22A, that's Stilson in the Datsun.
Look at this battle. So you can see
great.
Him struggling around the corners. The Porsche, that mid-engine Porsche, is going to have him through the corners. Now that Jag should spread it out a little bit here. The Paul Newman straight, you can see it
just a little bit.
Pulling a gap because he's got a long nose front engine. Jaguar engine there, but then the Porsche should have him on the downhill.
Yeah, through West Bend they come, and it's a nice view from there. You can see the car park in the foreground, but you can see the cars heading through the woods. And they're also now going to have to deal with some traffic fairly soon.
So we've got two Lombardos racing with us this weekend. One of my favorite drummers ever, Dave Lombardo from the band Slayer. And then last weekend, we were in Road America, and the drummer of the Smashing Pumpkins was racing with us in SVRA. It's his first weekend with us. So
well,
maybe
you must have been like a giggly schoolgirl.
Yeah, I fanboyed on him so bad. He'll probably never come back and race with us. I probably ruined it for myself. It was funny. But
somebody's gone off into the dirt.
Look at this three-car battle here. Zisa's got him.
Yes, he has.
Viola. No, that's the Porsche. So Zisa's still behind Viola. And what's the number of that Porsche? That's Lou, isn't it? I don't know how to say his last name. Yorio? Yeah, that's Lou, 61A. So look at this three-way battle here.
Really good, yeah.
Viola, Zisa, and Yorio. I'm sure I'm saying your name wrong, so I apologize for that in advance.
No, Yorio sounds right to me.
Three totally different ways to take a lap at Lime Rock Park, doing it at about the same amount of time. This should be interesting.
Yeah, three very different cars as well. Corvette, Porsche, and Datsun. Well, that's a good representation of these groups. Japanese, American, and the Stuttgart Porsche.
So I've got Erwin saying Dave Lombardo, question mark. Yeah, Dave Lombardo. We've got some drum nerds on here. I love it. Sorry, I just went off on a tangent, but yeah, Jimmy Chamberlain from the Smashing Pumpkins was out with us last weekend, and I was starstruck.
Well, that's all right. Nothing wrong with that.
Look at this beautiful car. That's Glenn Every. That was one of your favorites from the last time they were out this morning.
Yeah, definitely like that. He's currently in 14th position, but nicely prepared. Nice color scheme.
As an MG guy, the 240s to me look like an MGB GT that Datsun
elongated
just said
with a bigger engine.
Yeah, let's make an MG reliable, and they kind of came out with the 240, and it has proven to be that.
Are you saying MGs aren't reliable?
They are not. I can tell you from many days of putting it away, ran great. I go back out to restart it, and nothing.
I've had similar experience of my MGB.
Look at these two Mustangs. About 40 years apart in years and engineering, but
yeah, that's a 65 Ford Mustang, and behind that is, well, I think it's a 2014.
When I was a kid, we had an 89 Mustang GT. My mom, the car guy, had that.
The car guy.
And it was the 25th year anniversary of the Mustang that came out in 64.
Did she ever let you drive it?
Yeah, too many times.
Okay.
Gotten in a lot of trouble in that car.
Good. So we're watching Group 6 and Group 12, their second feature race of the weekend here at Lime Rock, all part of the Memorial Weekend Classic.
The change here, so Joe Viola now behind Zisa.
Yep. Still
And
no
man,
change at the front, though.
Yorio, who wasn't in this group in the first race, has really gapped them now. So he's gotten something right in his setup.
I said no change. Carasola's now leading Busch. So Jack Busch, who led early on, has lost out and is now 2 seconds behind. Carasola leading this race. Maurizio doing the business in the 911.
There he is. Look at that. No, that's not him. Is that him? Yeah. No. I'm getting ahead of myself, Jonathan.
That's all right. That's the
my
07.
medicine is worn off today.
Yeah, good. That's the Boxster of Jonathan Draper.
Yes. I love the looks of those cars. So thank you for bringing that out for our Group 6, Group 12. And a lot of you are probably wondering, we had a lot of questions at Road America. I posted a great video from Road America of Lisa Hansen's footwork. And the things that she goes through in a lap at Road America. And a lot of people were wondering, why is a 240 in Group 12? And it's basically, if they're out here with us in Group 12, they're not quite to the rules of a Group 8 240. They might have bigger, better brakes, might have a different package, so that's why they'd be considered Group 12, or if they were made 73 or after.
So now you see the battle at the front, and it's between these two. Jack Busch in the all grey and green Jaguar, and he's got about, 5 car lengths, 6 car lengths maybe to catch up with Carasola. Maurizio Carasola leading the way in that 911.
He's still winning the sexiest car contest.
Fair enough.
What's more important?
That's true. You got to look good.
Nothing against that Porsche. That's a great, but look at that. That car just looks like it's in slow motion all the time.
Well, he absolutely dominated the last race, so he'll want to get back to the lead if he can.
And he knows this race really well, so it could have been just while the cameras were off, something happened with lap traffic. Anything could have happened, but it looks like now they're pushing about the same lap time, so the best time that Jack Busch has is just right under a minute. So they're 1/10 apart from each other right now. And their last time was 0.2 of a second. So it's going to come down to the wire here between these two as long as Jack can keep them in his sights.
Yeah, he's going to be hoping to get some more traffic, and there is some ahead. That might just give him the advantage he needs to catch up. He's got some work to do from there. He's taken a little bit out of him in that last lap, but not much. And this is where the Jaguar is quick, as you mentioned earlier. Down that Newman straight, and look how much he's caught up.
Now, being that this is Jack's home track, you would think if you were driving a British car, you would get a right-hand drive car because there's only one left-hander. And so you'd have a big weight balance advantage by having the driver on the inside of the turns.
I see you thinking.
We see that a lot. We've got people that have 2 Lotus 7s or too many Coopers, and they do it based on how many right-hand turns there are, and that's the one they'll bring.
I love it.
Look at this. There's the Lombardo. Get your double bass feet going. Man, look at this downhill. That Jaguar, the 62. Another Donovan. Look, getting a little bit wide coming as he got back onto the gas.
Yeah, he's not quite as planted as the lead 61, is he? Still looking very good indeed. That Jaguar looks tiny in comparison to the Mustang.
Oh no, don't hit it.
Oh, don't hit anything.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Lombardo with the best move of the race. Thank you so much, Mr. Lombardo, for avoiding that wreck and broadsiding that beautiful Donovan E-Type Jaguar. Just witnessed some great racing. So Ronald Lombardo, MVP of the race so far.
Yeah, I agree. Well, Jack Bush has got back into the lead. And he's overtaken Carasola.
And look at this. Yorio, is that Yorio that's back? And then what happened to Viola? See, Zisa has taken over Yorio.
Yeah.
But where is Viola in that Datsun?
Well, plenty of action, that's for sure, in our Group 6 and Group 12.
Our cameraman is searching high and low for Viola.
He's not going to find him on the tower.
Hope not. That is Christian Taylor and a 1980 Porsche 911 SC. And okay, so right behind this red Corvette back there in the background is the livery on that Porsche. I'd love to see that up close. But there's the 388 of Christian Taylor.
So the Jaguar has come to a stop. That's why we're under caution.
That makes sense. I wouldn't want to be sideways there in an E-Type. Nowhere for the other drivers to go.
Everybody taking nice and gently past the Strucken.
So
Jaguar.
talking about music, we've got the car out there, 808. What was Kanye West's record, 808 and Heartbreaks?
Something like that.
So any experts out there
Not a big
on YouTube,
Kanye fan.
Let us know. What was the name of that record, the 808s? That's that synthesized drum sound. The boom. That's the 808. And look at Zisa. Is that his hand out the window, or is that something hanging off the mirror? That looks like his hand. We're okay there.
And I think that could actually end this one because there's no point in getting going again because there was very little race left.
Well, did Jack Bush get ahead? According to my timing and scoring, he got ahead.
Yeah, lap before, so that should give him the win again.
And ladies and gentlemen, even though we're kind of coming to a close of the Trans Am Memorial Day Classic, I just want to say thanks to all the fans. Wasn't it so cool? There's that Porsche I love. Look at that thing. Wasn't it so cool to see all the fans up there on the hill?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And enjoying themselves, too, genuinely.
And you know what's funny is, so one of my jobs with Speed Tour and SVRA is ticket sales and marketing. And I think about maybe 4 days went by from last year's event where I was already getting calls and emails from the staff, hey, let's start planning next year's Memorial Day Classic.
Wow.
And that's what it takes to be able to bring crowds like this. And I love that. And they've really done such a great job. The whole staff here at Lime Rock Park, love working with them. I love all the time and attention and effort they put into putting on these events, but also marketing to the great state of Connecticut and the surrounding New England area. Because we've got a lot of people that have been coming here third, fourth generation, and I love hearing that.
Well, we're going to finish this one under caution, but Jack Bush is going to take another victory. He had to work for it, too, because he was in second for much of that race. But there is the checkered flag being waved under caution, but it doesn't matter because Curasoli will take second place, Caesar will take third, but your winner is once again for the second time this weekend, Jack Bush. So well done. Yorio in fourth position, Lombardo in fifth, then Taylor, Glass, Costa, Jacob Ellis in ninth, and Corda rounding out the top 10 in the 13B. Good to see the English mark kicking some butt in the heart of American racing. So, our Group 6 and Group 12's weekend is over, and it's a great sweep for Jack Bush in the Jaguar XKE. Maurizio Curasoli in second place, Ray Ziza in third position in the Corvette. Then Lou Lorio in fourth position. Ronald Lombardo in fifth. Kristen Taylor in sixth place. James Glass, John Costa eighth. Michael Jacob Ellis ninth. And Victor Corder in 10th position.
I think I know what happened before we go to break.
Go on then.
Viola is in the next race. And last time, remember, he had to start in the back. So I think this time he came in early so that he could get something going in the 5, 7, 9, 11, 10 race.
I think you might be right. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with that race after this.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Welcome back to Memorial Weekend here at Lime Rock. It's been a wonderful weekend, beautiful weather, and a great crowd, as always, for this auspicious occasion, as it has been for many a year here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just got to tell you what just happened in here. He pressed go on the mics. This is the consummate professional of Jonathan Green. He dropped his phone on the floor and just kept talking as he's picking up his phone. That is multi-talented, Jonathan.
Well, did you like the double pirouette with 3 degrees of difficulty as well to go and pick it up? Didn't drop trow or anything.
No, that was amazing.
Kept going.
Just kept going like nothing happened.
Absolutely.
That's great. So here is the number 39-0 of Martin Hosick. We're going to get this right this time. 1982 Chevrolet Corvette, the yellow submarine. Here's the 573 John Coster. John Coster's in a 2016 Porsche GT4 Club Sport. My scoring says it's white and red, so unless we've adjusted the colors on the camera,
which is possible.
Different. This is the 006. He was in the he was one before James Bond. Michael Iapoluccio in the doesn't quite roll off the tongue like James Bond.
Doesn't he go out with the girl from Ipanema?
Yeah. In a Porsche 991. It looks like Jonathan's medicine's
there's
wearing
Joe
off,
Helm.
too.
Look at Joe Helm.
Look at that. There's Joe in the side of the car. That's a strategy of this race car driver. He goes out and tries to find where the sun is and then tries to blind the other drivers.
That whole car is a solar panel.
Mm-hmm. That's Max or Zach Ehrlich in a 2009 Porsche GT3 Cup car. And then here's this beautiful Chevron, right?
Oh, that's nice.
62.
I had a close
Idol.
look at that. Look at the mirrors, too. Look at the cool mirrors. Extended so you
Let's
can see
stay on
properly.
there a little bit, Joe. That's a cool car. Look at that.
Yeah. I like it.
And see, we even got a wave from them. See, we like that. Man, I love seeing these cars out there. And Lime Rock would be a great track for this car. That is the Michael Idol and a 75 Chevron B31.
And here's your winner from last time out.
No, that's Jacek Muka.
Yeah, that's
That's
Muka,
the gentleman. Hey, Joe, try to get a shot of his wrist. I don't know if his gloves are on, but he's got a wrist protector on his left hand, I believe, because he's got a pinball injury, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a large pinball collection at his house and plays too much pinball.
But I thought the
is that not a life goal to have a pinball injury from too much pinball?
But I thought the pinball wizard had such a supple wrist.
Not this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jacek Muka can see and hear, but he is the pinball wizard. Here is the owner of Interlaken Inn. Beautiful resort hotel.
Oh, he's the
here.
owner. I thought he
Yeah.
was just sponsored by him. Oh,
No,
okay.
he's
Talk
the
about
owner.
walking the walk.
Paul and John Reisman. Interlake and Inn. If you're ever coming to the Lime Rock area, make sure you give them a look. You're going to not regret it. A fantastic place to stay while you're in the area.
Is it on a lake?
It is on a lake. Now, this one I thought was number 77. I wonder if he does his numbers. Not the top numbers. Oh, you can see that's even taken out. But you look at those side numbers, that's a 77. So when he does something wrong on the corner worker calls it in, I don't know, the 11 or the 77, but look at that.
This is a beauty. Look at this.
Thing.
Theodore Racing, by the way, from Hong Kong. Teddy Yip. I know from all my years in Macau. He's from Macau originally. But Theodore Racing went racing back in the 70s and 80s. And, in fact, the name is still being used in F3 and F2.
Basically, do you want to put a 5-liter engine on a red wagon and race it?
Of course you do.
That's basically what we have there. It's like taking a small, somewhat brittle formula car and putting a huge engine on it and being like, yeah, let's go race that. That was the Formula 5000 back in the day, and it was crazy. And that car is that.
That whole series was mega.
Yeah, what's your friend Brian Redmond say about that series?
Yeah, he won it 3 times.
He's lucky to survive that series.
He is. Yes, he had a few offs. I'll say that for him.
That was Gary Geselter there in that Elan DPO2. And then here was our leader, that Nathan Bird, who had a great outing.
That's right.
Out in our XGT class.
He wasn't happy, though.
He wasn't sure if he won it or not, and so we had the podium, and they switched positions on the podium just in case. How cool is that? Some sportsmanship there. And Nathan Bird is in a JDR F1000. I have no idea what kind of car that is. So if you know, we've got some experts here on Speed Tour TV. I just don't know a lot about these open-wheel cars, or Nathan Bird's dad has texted me several times. So text me, or Dustin, if you have any information on that car. A 2008 JDR F1000. I'm guessing it's a Formula 1000.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like a sort of Formula Atlantic stroke Indy Lights car.
He's got tires on it.
That's
the information that I have. He's got 4 tires. And it's red and white.
Or as one motorcyclist once said to me, what kind of tires you got? He said, black and rubber.
So you can see there, a great shot of our winner's circle and the cars from the last group heading down there. I didn't see Joe Viola out there. He is in a Porsche GT3 Cup car, number 193. So hopefully he got out of his Datsun and was able to make it to the grid for that. Look at this beautiful scenery.
So we're awaiting our final group race, 5A, 7, 9, 10, and 11. Their second race.
Yeah, I'm hearing from our producers we're not sure about the time, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's some cleanup happening with that
maybe.
Jaguar that spun at Mission
of
Foods
course,
Turn 2. And there's the splitter, so he's going to split. This is a cool shot if we could stay on here when he does split, because a lot of people are wondering what he's doing. So he goes out there, he talks to Nathan Bird, who's in pole position. Nathan's probably going to say he wants to be driver's right, and then he splits each car based on which side of the track they want to be on.
I see.
So we're seeing 1 minute on the grid. Looks like he's ready. He's wearing that yellow Day Glow glove to show us, and we're looking straight down that Sam Posey straight. There's the Bridge Hole Bennett downhill section. One of my favorite sections. And you can see the cars are coming in and out of the shade now, which in a helmet can sometimes play with your eyes a little bit.
So we're about to head out. Here we go. There we go.
The producer said that they're going to give me the shot that I wanted to see. So thank you guys so much for doing that.
Your wish is
a
our
little
command.
Insight. I love it.
Your command is our wish, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You're the guy. You're the man.
There's the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers banner that I struggled to put up the other day.
But your team of what, 12 help you out, right?
Yeah. There we go. So see the splitter. He's splitting the cars, putting them in the right side of the track in order. So that was very cool. And then there we go. So Nathan Bird chose driver's right to be able to take the inside going into Mission Foods. And then that number 7, that Formula 5000, man, I'd be scared to have that car behind me at the start because the power to weight ratio on those cars was just unbelievable.
Yeah, very powerful. And this tiny track, not an easy car for handling around this tight Lime Rock circuit. And a hats off to our camera work today. Really good stuff. The drone, excellent as always. And I think Lime Rock really does give the drone a chance to show its worth, as it were, because you get to see the beautiful countryside, but you also get to see a lot of this very tight circuit from angles that we may not have seen over the last few years, but we're now seeing each and every weekend here with Green Light Television.
Still not seeing Joe Viola out there.
I can't help you there.
He's in the number 193 Modern Porsche. I don't see his car out there. Hope he's okay.
Lights are out on the safety car, so he should be pulling into
last
the
time,
lane.
Jonathan Green.
Let's
Make
do
it your best.
Here we go. Nathan Bird then leading them to the start. Caselta alongside him in the Elan. Away comes the Honda Civic, and we are ready for our final group race of the weekend, and away they go. Side by side, but the Elan really does get the jump. The DPO2 getting ahead in the 37A, but they're side by side onto the rumble strip for a moment. And Bird had to come out of that one because he was getting in trouble. And it is the Elan that leads. Nicely done.
Gary Geselter going through three-dimensional services, left-hander, the only left-hand turn here at Lime Rock. Nathan Bird getting a little bit squirrely there, setting up for the right-hander, following the left-hander as they go down the Paul Newman straight. And there's that beautiful Formula 5000. Good start, Jonathan.
Yeah, Eddie Claridge at the wheel of that in third place in the all-white, number 7. Losing a little bit of ground to the leaders. Bird still in second place. Now the 11 coming through. That's Michael Perotti in the Radical.
Going through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, now through the Bennett Bridge Hole downhill. The cars compact there onto their springs, and you get a lot of front-end grip, mechanical grip, as they do that. Nathan Bird waiting for those tires to warm up, and look for him to really give Gary Geselter a run for his money here as they come into three-dimensional services left-hander.
Yeah, and the pair of them pulling away quite dramatically from the number 7 in third place. And they're in their own battle. They were doing this last time out, weren't they? And then they got into traffic, and that changed things quite dramatically. But this may be different.
I'd love to know.
To get away.
I'd love to know if the air is getting disrupted on Nathan Bird's front wing when he gets right behind Gary Geselter. Just from my eyes, it seems like it would, and I forgot to ask him that today.
Well, it's pretty aerodynamic itself, the Elan. So I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
Doesn't seem to be bothering him. And there's that Reynard. That's a beautiful car.
That is a good car, yeah.
You can hear how that sounds. That is a 1993 Reynard 93 HFA.
Yeah, there's been some brilliant Reynards over the years. Adrian Reynard. Maker of many, many great cars. So we've got Chevron, we've got Porsche, we've got Corvettes, we've got the odd Lola out there as well as the Elan. We've got a Swift, JMS also. Muka at the wheel of that. And already the field's starting to spread out. There's our man from Interlaken.
There's Reisman in the Interlaken Inn.
Interlaken, excuse me.
Still not sure if that's Paul or John. There's the disco ball coming through. Number 75. Max or Zach Ehrlich. Not sure, but love that car.
Now, by my presumption, Geselter's taken the lead away from Bird. And those two still going at it at the front. Claridge dropping off by some 10 seconds in third. So the field's spreading out very quickly indeed in this one.
That's John Koster there in the 2016 Porsche GT4.
Here's your battle for third place.
There's the pinball wizard. No, is that pinball wizard?
Yeah,
Jacek
Muka.
Muka. That is a cool-looking car.
He's not going to thank you for telling everybody he's got a pinball injury.
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't like it.
No. It's like he has nothing better to do with his time. I can't believe you say that.
I think it's awesome. There goes Nathan Bird, but I'm not sure what happened to Geselter ahead of him.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. Bird's now leading. Geselter suddenly disappeared.
There he is. Great shots.
Well
Heads
done.
up from our camera operators out there, seeing him come in. The crew's looking at the gauges. Somebody's looking at the rear of the car. I'm hoping that something didn't happen. That stinks. That was going to end up being a fantastic battle as we see Nathan Bird just pop up over that uphill.
Well, he's on his own now, and you were telling me earlier, Nathan Bird out basically to get as many laps as he can in his professional career, and this is a perfect day to do it at Lime Rock, leading the race, and by a country mile, some 15 seconds ahead, but he's going to hit traffic fairly soon. And there it is, tucked up, that 25, right behind there. Carpenzano in the Reynard.
Wait, I'm hearing that Irwin on our YouTube channel might be Boy from New York. Is that true, Irwin?
Well, you can't be both.
I know, and I was missing
But I remember
Boy from
New York. I
yeah.
remember.
So I'm not sure. We'll see in the comments.
So Costa still in the top 10. And there's the 39 of Hosek, currently in 11th position. John.
That looks like a handful.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Martin Hosek in the 82 Corvette.
So
Here comes your leader.
This is good training for a driver like Nathan Bird to be able to successfully navigate through lap traffic in such a mixed group of cars. Because first thing you want to do is you just to know that they know that you're there.
Yeah.
And then where to pass them. And also trying to do that with losing as little time as possible. So this is a great exercise for Nathan Bird. Let's see if he can get through this field cleanly.
It's pretty hard when you're so low down to the ground and you're coming up on a big car like is in front of him. Thankfully, the marshal's doing their job, letting the Corvette know that he's coming.
No, I was wrong. Boy from New York still with us. Boy from New York, where you been? We've missed you. Look at that. Look at the closing speed there. Going through Mission Foods turn 2.
It's dramatic, isn't it?
And is that Gary back out there? I think that was Gary Geselter
yeah.
back out there.
So he's been in and out, yeah.
Ooh, look at this. The Reynard versus the Formula 5000.
Here we go.
Oh, gosh.
In a straight line, that 7 should have the advantage, but you never know.
Yeah. And as a Formula 1 fan, you got to love that Reynard. That's a cool car. Here comes Michael Perotti. He's in that blue number 11, which looks like a little bit narrower version of a Sports 2000. You see that?
Yeah.
The track, it just seems a little narrower than the regular sports racer.
Mm-hmm. Neat little car, though, isn't it?
So see from the side, he's number 77. That's pretty smart.
Clever.
How do the corner workers report anything if he's wearing a different number than he is? And I'm waiting for that DRS wing to open on that Reynard to pass that.
You've got a
Formula
long way.
5000. So, yeah, that is Geselter back out there.
Yeah.
Still has that from the first session, that rear bodywork, that rear quarter panel, you'd call it, I guess, bodywork. And there goes Nathan Bird by the chevron. That was a risky move there, Nathan.
I know, he likes that curve, doesn't he, on the inside of turn 1. He keeps troubling it. But he had to make that move, and he has got through that traffic, so nicely done. He's pushing it, isn't he?
Yeah.
You can see the car getting squirrely underneath him. And
Ooh,
look at that! Hits the dust and the dirt for a moment. So he's definitely pushing on.
That is a beautiful car, though, that chevron. And now, look, Geselter seems like he's got his car back under him, so we still could have a battle. Even though he's a lap down, It doesn't matter. They're out there to have some fun. You know? So we're going to call them even and see what happens here.
He wants to unlap himself. Whoa! A little too close for comfort there. Gazelta risking it all as he crosses the line again.
Got to give it up to that Porsche driver. He was not expecting that.
No.
And held his line, did exactly what he was supposed to do. So the 006, Michael, nice job there.
So Nathan Bird with a strong lead of over 33 seconds now. Tamuka in second place. Ulrich in third.
I guess
fourth.
I was kind of joking, but I guess those cars, you could order them as open wheel or with the skins on them like that to be more closed wheel. So it is kind of an Indy Lights car with the skin, and you could order it both ways, or it wouldn't take you that long to switch it back and forth.
Okay.
And here we go. That Formula 5000, that number 7, that, let me see, Eddie Claridge in that 1982 Theodore TY02. Look at that thing. It's just an engine with a dude strapped to it and some wheels. That is awesome. Thank you so much for bringing that thing out. It sounds amazing. Oh, man, that is so cool to have here.
Well, the clock ticking down on this final group race, and Nathan Bird absolutely killing it out front. Once he got there, he's never looked back, has he? But then again, the battle that was supposed to be between him and the 37 didn't happen.
I don't care what you say, Nathan Bird. Gary Geselter's on the same lap. You got to beat him. Let's see what Gary can do. Let's make this thing interesting.
Yeah. We'll give him a lap back afterwards.
There's that 006. Here we go.
Now the leader should be just behind them. There he is.
There he is. We could have a three-way formula battle going into turn 1, Mission Foods turn 1 and 2. Look at that. 3 totally different approaches to formula cars.
No kidding. Yeah, no kidding. It's been a good run, though, by Nathan Bird. Very good indeed.
According to my calculations, is he about to lap the field?
Completely, yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's not going to be far off, is he? This is third place. Yep, Muka's 7, and he's got past him.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, no! Let's just hope that doesn't end in the tears that it could have ended in.
Great job over there in the Isle of Man directing that. I want to give it to the person switching the videos for not letting us see that, but that looked bad.
Let's hope it is.
But he's back out there. The Reynard saved it. See
wow,
that?
they did.
Nice. Look at that. Oh, yes. Good news all around. Now, he might have some dirt on there, but, yeah, I just want to give a shout-out to everybody directing this. Great work there.
The Birdman cometh. He can fly after all.
Yeah, but I don't think me or Alex are going to be real happy about that move.
No, maybe not. We can't say we have been starved of action this weekend. It's been brilliant.
Now I wonder if they took down my Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler signs up there at the West Bend with that little off. Look at the view here, man.
It's amazing.
Lime Rock Park. Truly, the word park belongs in the name of this racetrack.
Yeah.
And I just want to give it out to Dickie and Steve Sewell and the whole staff here at Lime Rock Park. Just stellar job, great preparation, fantastic marketing with ticket sales. Just love working with the staff here.
Well, we're getting down to the business end of this one. And it's been totally dominated by this man, Nathan Bird. He's had a busy day. He's been out in Trans Am. in SGT, and now he's out for the second time in his single-seater.
Now I'm hearing from M. Leiser that says the Formula 5000 is a former Formula One car. And that could be the case. A lot of those Formula One cars, they would strap in, whatever they wanted on there. So that's good information there.
So Bird dives into Mission Foods. And as you say, the 07 is lurking, but a lap down. But like you say, we'll make it a battle between the pair of them.
Look at the rear shock supports on that car, almost dragging.
Huh.
And this is the
group.
battle for second.
Yeah, it is.
So Ehrlich in that 78, but I thought that would be Paul or John Reisman. Yeah, that should be the Reismans in that Interlaken. That's Jacek. This is the battle, though, right here for second, third, and fourth. So yeah,
Clark,
instead of saying Ehrlich, that should say Reismans, I think, unless, I don't know, maybe Ehrlich got into it. I'm not sure.
well, at the moment, Pirotti's still fourth. Claridge dropped to fifth. Campazano drops to sixth. The other Ehrlich is in seventh. Maybe that's the confusion. Edel is eighth.
Well, they're all good friends, so at any time they're like, yeah, you take out my car this session.
Yeah. Gazelta, though, is the one that we thought, well,
yeah,
we're watching him, but he's all the way down in 13th position.
But he's
like
kind of unlapping himself right now.
Yes, he is. He's certainly not going to catch the leader.
There's Gary Gazelter on Reisman.
Did we find out why he went into the pits in the first place?
No, but obviously nothing too crazy, but it looked like one mechanic was looking at his gauges and another one went around to the rear end, so I'm not sure what could have happened there. Speaking of pit reporters, I love the days in Trans Am where I don't have a lot to do, and so it wasn't until later in the race that we had to do anything. I love those races.
White flag is out, so we are on the final lap now, and here is your leader, Nathan Bird. Just one final lap to go. It's been a procession for him, but he's been on it and pushing too.
He has.
And he's still going. Look at it. He's taking cars for fun.
So he has lapped the field.
Yeah.
That's impressive. To do that well, he had that little flub up there where he is there with that Reynard, but to be able to lap a field of this many different cars in a Formula 1000, that shows a lot of really great technique from Nathan Bird.
Checkered flag awaits then Nathan Bird as he flies to what will be another excellent victory for him. Muka will take second place. Ehrlich of the 78 will take third, but Nathan Bird waves to the crowd and to the marshals, and well he might. Good result. Pirotti comes across the line in fourth place. Claridge fifth. Carpenzano in sixth place. Edel in seventh. Ehrlich in eighth, and Paluccio in ninth position, and then Costa in 10th. Well done then to Nathan Bird, waving to everyone. You've got to enjoy the slow down lap when you've won that convincingly. Lap the entire field. And okay, he might have had a better car, he might have had a faster car, but you still got to do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so, though. I would say in some ways, he brought a knife to a gunfight and showed that his knife skills were better than some of the gun skills.
There
Honestly, he had some overpowered, overhandling cars out there with him.
All right, I'll take that.
We got Kevin Mooney joining us in here, taking his cameras. But what a great way to finish this off, the Lime Rock Park, the TransAm Memorial Day Classic. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Here's the results.
Nathan Bird then with victory over Jacek Muka in second place. Zach Ehrlich in third. Eddie Claridge fourth. Michael Perotti in fifth place in the Radical. And then Tony Carpenzano in sixth place. Mitchell Eatle in seventh. Max Ehrlich in eighth. Michael Ippolicio in ninth position. And John Costa rounding out the top 10 in the Porsche GT4 Club Sport Car. My thanks to Ben Sissel and to our entire team. It's been a good weekend of racing. And of course, as is fitting for this special Memorial weekend, let us do exactly that. Let us remember. Because on this Memorial Day, we think of those that have been part of our armed services, the veterans and servicemen, and just a few that are part of the TransAm family: Sergeant Claude Gilles, Lieutenant Colonel Richard Austin Klein, and Marine PFC Joshua Ibarra. Just three names connected to our teams here in TransAm. And on this Memorial Day, TransAm wants to honor some of those veterans connected with the teams and drivers and pay tribute to everyone who's paid the ultimate price for this country. And also, as is fitting, if you talk about our TransAm family, well, we're all connected to this lady, because Adam Andretti's mom, Carolyn Corky Andretti, passed away just this weekend. And sadly, Adam obviously therefore going with his family to pay respects to a lovely lady. And if he is part of our family, she is part of ours. So we wish the Andretti family all the best.
I feel so bad for Adam, because just when we were just at NOLA together, we were neighbors with our RVs, and he was just talking about visiting his mom, and she just talked to her a couple of days ago. It was very sudden. So Adam, we're so sorry about that.
Hear, hear. So that concludes our coverage here at Lime Rock Park, and it's been a great weekend and beautiful weather, and really getting a chance to see Lime Rock at its finest. And if that wasn't enough for you and you want to see some highlights, don't forget MAV TV. They'll have all the highlights coming up this Thursday for both TA2 and TA, as well as the documentary series on the Showtime team of Ken Thwaites. My thanks to Ben Sissel and to Adam Andretti. I'm Jonathan Green, and on behalf of all of Greenlight TV and Logan and the boys, thank you so much. We'll be with you again in less than a week, because we're heading for a double header of TransAm at Detroit. Until then, from me, Jonathan Green, goodbye for now.